early in that game and decided to make the switch to game 2, that by putting Kevin Love in the lineup, that changes the matchups, and now Jimmy Butler takes on Jamal Murray. So now Murray gets crowded. He didn't get off until really late in the game. Butler did a really good job against him. To me, though, that's the Batman and Robin we all know. So if Murray's going to have a bad game, Jokic's assist numbers are going to be down. Jokic, I think, felt, especially early in the game when they were down double digits, that he had to take over. So he had one of those games where he had 41 points, but he took a lot of shots, and he was unbalanced. And I think, that is a key. That is the key. If Miami can repeat that a few times, we're going to have one of the most unlikely NBA champions of all time. Can they do it? We'll see. Denver's had a couple of days. They've been drilled by Michael Malone, as we heard, and I expect a team that looks a little bit closer to game 1 tonight, even on the road.
It's really fun, Mark, and we'll look forward to tonight. Hey, before we go, Paulie and I, we're obsessed with Pat Riley. We remember the Showtime Lakers, and I can't believe that he's still in our lives in 2023. It's still in the final. Is he around? What's his visibility level at this finals?
He is, it's quiet, but every time, we go to practice yesterday for our media day, you see him walking the hallways. I don't think he does any media. I haven't heard him speak to the media, but he's there. And Eric Spoelstra, he gave us a great quote before game 1. He's like, I don't listen to you guys. I don't listen to television. I don't read the papers. The only people I listen to during the year are my assistant coaches. And then when the playoff starts, Pat Riley's the only guy I listen to.
Oh, that's a good one.
So as far as Spo's concerned, Pat Riley is a big part of his life, obviously, and even to this point. Yeah.
I heard Butler refer to him as Coach Pat.
Yeah.
He said, well, Coach Pat. I was like,
Coach Pat,
okay,
man.
so I'm old enough to remember 1982, right? You know what I mean? So here we are. I'm trying to think of other figures in U.S. sports history that have been that relevant for that long.
Yeah, there are his fingerprints again in the NBA Finals. Crazy.
Belichick, Connie Mack, but he lost a lot of games. This is really
thinking like Don Shula back in the day, being here in Miami.
Yeah, Shula's good.
There's only a few of them, and that stat that's been rolling around that he's been part of 25% of all NBA Finals games. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
A winner within. All right. Mark, it's always an enjoyable conversation, and you do a great job calling the games. Love hearing your calls. So we'll look forward to it, and enjoy the game tonight.
I appreciate the invite, guys. Have a great show.
Take care, man. Kestisher, good dude, good voice.
Really looking forward to game 3. Coach Pat, dude, walking the halls, not talking to the media, just feeling the presence of Coach Pat, who might even, because a lot of times, you think, guys are at the, you look at a young Al Pacino, for example, when he played The Godfather. Wow, that was Al Pacino at his peak. You see him now, he's in his 80s. And Pat Riley, I don't think he's lost a step in terms of coolness, in terms of presence. Pat Riley is still Pat Riley. He hasn't lost anything.
Did you read that he literally was the inspiration for Michael Douglas's character in Wall Street?
Gordon Gekko? With the hair and stuff? I'm not shocked to hear that. I didn't know
I read that was but literally they said, hey, pattern yourself, dress, and either Douglas made the decision or it was Oliver Stone, right? Wall Street?
Yeah, Oliver Stone,
Either Douglas made the decision or Stone made the decision.
Well, a good call. Good call. And I speculated on the air recently that the Pat Riley effect, the look of Pat Riley, also has his fingerprints in Governor Newsom's whole act.
Yeah.
With the slick back thing. And where'd he get that?
And Riley's running circles around.
You know what I mean?
By the way, Riley's 78.
God bless him. Cooler than hell, too. Cooler than hell.
He is. That said, there is that feeling that if Denver does what they need to do, they should win the series.
Well, they should.
Right?
They should, but that's not a guarantee. You still got to play these games. And as long as Miami has an opportunity, listen, Miami did exactly what they needed to do. They went into Denver and they got one of the 2 games. That they did their thing.
Yeah.
Now you got to protect home court.
They should. Denver should.
You and I.
But that's why they.
Well, they should. No, but not on Pat Riley's watch though. So you and I talked yesterday about our least favorite yards and arenas and stadiums and sports. Where do you come down on a Miami fan base and a Miami home court? Is there such a thing? I'm not sure.
I've usually been huge. It's always curious to me that Pat Riley chose Miami as the place for him to build his empire because it's such a non-sports town. Even the Dolphins. Even when the Dolphins are going good, they're still like when the Niners played the Dolphins in the Super Bowl, I had very little fear of the Dolphin army.
Dolphin Nation? I don't even know if there is a Dolphin Nation.
There is. We know, what's his face? Hootie and the Blowfish guy said the Dolphins make him cry.
Rucker.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but But the Heat, I mean, I even feel like the fans don't understand. It's like Riley's building this empire in privacy down there, you know?
Yeah,
there's a couple Heat fans. Yeah, that kid saying, good job, good effort.
Right, you got that kid.
But no, that's not really it's not Boston,
See,
it's not Philly.
No, it's
that's
why I cut short my home court advantage riff, because I don't know if there really is one down there.
No, but he'll figure out something.
Yeah.
All right, should be fun.
Okay.
That's head-to-head, by the way, with the Giants.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a lot of back and forth.
What do we got? Giants, 5:30. Well, it's right. It's the exact same time.
Get that previous channel button loosened up. It's going to get a lot of work tonight.
There you go. Also, that PGA Tour LIV Golf story continues to just roil
it ain't going away.
The interwebs. It's less than 24 hours.
It ain't going away, buddy.
Damon Hack, our good buddy from the Golf Channel, D-Hack. He'll explain it all next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We're going to have one of the most unlikely NBA champions of all time.
Yeah, let's talk Provident Credit Union. We're looking for safe, secure, and stable banking partners, and that's where Provident Credit Union enters the equation. Provident Credit Union is committed to the safety of their members' deposits. We're talking about something as good as the dividend-earning checking account called Super Reward Checking, where you can earn 1.26% annual percentage yield. Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees and includes free access to ATMs nationwide. With over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org, or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, man. What a day. I think it's about 24 hours ago that all of a sudden just appeared on our social media channels that the PGA Tour and LIV Golf Tour were merging. Like, wait, what? I honestly had to look to see that it was not April 1st. It was June 6th. Today's June 7th. It's still true. Let's try to make sense out of something that, well, at first maybe doesn't make sense. And then when you start to peer behind the curtain and look at the money and the lawsuits, maybe it makes a little bit of sense, but I don't know. Let's ask somebody who knows more than we do, because he's that smart. Damon Hack of the Golf Channel, or as I like to call him, Paulie Mac, D-Hack. My dear buddy from the old 49er days and the golf days, and now blowing up on the Golf Channel, coming to a TV near you. D-Hack, good morning, brother.
Hey.
B-Murph, Paulie Mac. What's going on? You want to talk a little U.S. Open preview, LACC next week? What do you want to talk about?
I would have loved to, but that's a little back burner, my friend. A little back burner. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So setting aside the immediate reaction yesterday, Damon, what have we learned in the last 24 hours that shines any kind of light on why this happened?
Yeah, man. I tell you what, for the last year plus, we've watched the PGA Tour and Jay Monahan take this very defensive, offensive, vituperative posture against LIV Golf, citing 9/11 families, citing legacy and not leverage. And now we know that all these old cliches, you can't beat them, join them, cash is king, follow the money, politics make strange bedfellows. All of those cliches apply in this situation, because what we went through yesterday and what we're going to experience going forward is something that nobody predicted would ever happen, considering where these two entities stood in terms of lawsuits and backbiting. But at the end of the day, what I think happened is the PGA Tour, in trying to keep up with LIV Golf and these deep pockets that the public investment fund has, had some sponsors who were nervous. They're raising the purses on the PGA Tour, and I think that at the end of the day, they could not afford to have this cash money arms race with the Saudis, and now they have a partner in someone who they originally wanted to defeat.
So the mistake maybe was being their strategy all along of like never. That was a foolish strategy in retrospect, because they probably should have never said never, because now Jay Monahan and the tour look terrible.
Yeah, it was not just never. It was like, we're better than you. We're about legacy. We're about the history of the PGA Tour. We're about 72 holes of golf. We're not about shotgun starts and champagne, toasts and 54 holes on mediocre golf courses. And I think what they found is that this vision that this public investment fund has, and it is a true vision. Vision 2030 is what it's called, and it is about tourism in Saudi Arabia. It is about investment in F1 and investment in Premier League soccer. And they see golf as part of this vision to reimagine how Saudi Arabia is viewed in the world. And this ties into geopolitics. It ties into our dependence on foreign oil. It dates back to our relationship with Saudi Arabia as a country going back to the 1950s, when Boeing first started to deal with. Uber is in bed with the Saudis. FedEx, Grant Thornton, some PGA Tour sponsors already have relationships with Saudi Arabia. So in the midst of this court case, there was the potential for discovery to shed light on not just what the Saudis' business ties are, but also the PGA Tour's ties. So there's so many layers and complexities to this story. But the longer the litigation had potentially been dragged out, the more we might have seen what the PGA Tour books look like as well.
It's good stuff. Damon Hack from the Golf Channel getting into it and saying, yeah, the PGA Tour had to start playing real, is it realpolitik? Is that the phrase where it's like, all your morals and ethics go aside and you got to start playing baseball. You got to start playing hardball, I guess, does that mean, is this a short way of saying Phil Mickelson was right all along? He knew that this had to happen and that the PGA Tour had things that they didn't want to get into?
Phil went about it in an awkward, ham-handed way. Whether he spoke to our buddy Alan Shipnuck, fellow UCLA Bruins, Sports Illustrated alum, now with the Fire Pit Collective, in their conversation, Phil said the quiet part out loud, saying, I know that these Saudis are scary, blank blanks. He said this was a one-time opportunity to reshape how the PGA Tour does business. And if you listen to Jay Monahan yesterday on CNBC, he said almost word for word the exact same thing. Don't look at this today in the short term. Look at this 10 years from now. He called this a unique opportunity for the PGA Tour to find itself on the global stage. My head exploded when I heard that. It was almost verbatim what Phil Mickelson had said a year ago plus and what he was roundly criticized for. But I will tell you this. Jay Monahan had a meeting with the PGA Tour membership yesterday in Canada, and apparently the temperature in the room was very hot. 90% of the members were unhappy. The word hypocrite was thrown out. The 9/11 Families Chairman, Terry Strada, reached out and released a statement calling this just a dark day for the PGA Tour, who had used the memory of the 9/11 families a year ago. To this day, Jay Monahan sat down with Jim Nantz and talked about his relationship with people that he knew that had lost lives on that day. And to see him sitting astride the governor of the Public Investment Fund, talking about this relationship that they have going forward, and Jay Monahan's new role, which will be very, very powerful. It's just, the greatest scriptwriters in Hollywood couldn't have made something like this up.
David Hack of the Golf Channel telling it like it is here. Now, does this mean Monahan, they got to get his head on a pike? Is this it? Will Monahan be toppled? Is that a possible scenario here?
It's a great question, and it is a possible scenario. He has to sell this. Most importantly, I want to say to the Rory McIlroys of the world. Rory McIlroy has put himself out, as you know, over the last year as this defender of the shield, this spokesperson for, quote, doing things the right way. Tiger Woods as well. Yeah. Those are the two guys that were saying, listen, we like traditional golf. You make what you earn. You're not, handed it out at the beginning and playing these, less than serious exhibitions with music blaring in the background. It's about earning it in the dirt. So what will the conversations be like with Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods? Because from what I've been told, neither of those two major championship winners even had any idea, any inkling that this was coming. These were decisions made in the dark under cloak and dagger. And Jay Monahan, while he knows that this is maybe in his behalf something for the future, 10 years from now, ensuring the solvency of the PGA Tour. In the short term, he has a lot of convincing to do. As some players said yesterday, the trust has been broken. And once that trust is broken, it's like in a marriage. It is very hard to work through what he has done. Because the players, this is a member-run organization, the PGA Tour, and these players, to a man, fellas, feel like they've been blindsided.
Yep, Damon Hack of the Golf Channel explaining it as it is. Now, again, reality is reality. This thing's going down. There's no stopping it now. I guess my question, Damon, is do we even know? There's unanswered questions about what it is. First of all, I guess in the short term, the PGA Tour plays out its schedule this year. LIV plays out. But next year it launches, and we don't know what it is, its name, its schedule around the globe. the money, the purses? Like, is all that to be determined, obviously?
All to be determined. Yeah. Suspended players, how do they get back into the PGA Tour? Is there a road back? According to what we've learned, Jay Monahan and whoever he will be working with going forward will have the determining factor last say on what has to be, whether it's money, apology, volunteer work to get back to the PGA Tour. But think about the PGA Tour players who were loyal, who didn't take the money, who passed up $125 million. Mm-hmm. The Colin Morikawas, the Patrick Cantlays, Hideki Matsuyama reportedly offered $300 million to go to LIV and decided to stay. What a coup that would have been for LIV to have the first Asian Masters champ, wearing LIV golf gear. So what happens to those players? So it's not just the players who were suspended, the guys who left kicking and screaming, some of them acting like, this is going to be cool. We're growing the game. And the guys who stayed, will they get not necessarily made whole, but will they get something, some sort of recrimination, something to kind of soften the blow, to wet their beak, as we used to say in watching the Godfather films? There is so many things yet to be determined. Schedule. Are we going to have a tour event in Riyadh? I mean, who knows what this newfangled global golf entity is going to look like, or what it's going to be called even.
Wild times. And I guess one of the other collateral damage, you go Godfather here, the guy, the Carlo Rizzi. Is it Carlo Pauly who gets in the car? Who gets the piano wire on the neck?
That's
in the
Carlo
car?
At the end. Yeah, that's Clemenza. Hello, Carlo.
That's Greg Norman, right?
Yeah.
Greg
Norman's foot is going through the windshield, is what Murph is saying.
Is that right?
Yeah. Exactly. What a scene. And I tell you what, for someone who's been very vocal and visible on social media, he was very quiet yesterday, sent out one kind of, nebulous tweet, good day for global golf. But according to many reports, that there is no role for him going forward. And you have to think that perhaps in the midst of this merger, somewhere there is language saying that if this was to work, there would not be a place for Greg Norman. He and Jay Monahan had some very tough words back and forth. So you have to wonder, did the folks at the Public Investment Fund decide to push Greg Norman to the side before anything between the PGA Tour could come to pass?
Listen, this isn't unprecedented in terms of quote-unquote Saudi money and 9/11. All that. I mean, they own, as you mentioned, EPL, right, Damon?
Yeah.
I mean, like I believe a friend of mine who's a Newcastle supporter was just telling me, great season, one of our best ever, Saudi money. Man City, right, went from the gutter to champs, Saudi money, right? So this is a thing.
Oh, it's a thing. Lewis Hamilton. I mean, you name it. This is just part and parcel of this public investment fund, and some call it sports washing. Some say this is like the World Cup in Qatar. Some say this is a dictionary definition of sports washing, when individuals or groups use sports to deflect. Don't look at our human rights record. Don't look at how we treat women. Don't look that we execute gays. Don't look that we murdered a Washington Post American citizen reporter. Look at our shiny new sports leagues. Look at our investment into this. And listen, you can unpeel layers and say, well, do you put gas in your car? It's one thing to buy gas. It's another thing to be employed by, to partner with. So, but make no mistake, there are professors, there are, geopoliticians who will look at this as being the dictionary definition of sports washing, and that is exactly what has happened and what golf is going to be viewed at in some circles as having engendered.
You said that at the start, Damon. Great stuff, by the way. Enjoyed the conversation. You said at the start all the cliches are true, and I guess the ultimate one would be money talks, bull feathers walk, right? Is that one?
Yeah, that works, man. Even in the great game of golf, this is some Nino Brown, New Jack City stuff.
Nice
going on, man. Yeah. It is just, but who would have thought I would have visited the usually sleepy hallways of golf?
No.
Well, again, and so many questions to be answered, and then just poor Rory and that whole crew that quote unquote went down with the ship. Dustin Johnson's gonna be lacing his spikes right next to him in the locker room, saying, "Hey, you see my $150 million?"
And plus, Damon, just so I can follow along, who is the Nino Brown figure? Like, who would that be?
I tell you what, I think it's this governor of this public investment fund.
Okay.
He is Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, he's driving that Jeep.
He's rolling down Madison Avenue in New York City.
Okay.
D-Hack. That's why, baby. Yeah. That's why we called you, man. Oh. All right, buddy. I know you're busy, and we sure do appreciate you carving out the time, man. Interesting times. Be good.
Great catching up, fellas. You too.
There he is. See you, man. That's Damon Hack. That was good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Boy.
And everybody's coming in on this China. Not everybody, but there's a couple people very angry saying, first of all, I'm not saying anything. They're saying, you're railing against the Saudis. We're just talking here, first of all. I'm not railing against anything. I'm just talking. We're just talking about.
I don't know if you guys heard. They got talking.
Yeah, and second of all, nobody's endorsing anything about China human rights or Saudi human rights, or dare I say, United States. We got our own stuff going on here.
See, I remember the old days. You could go to a ball game to get away from the politics. Now you can't have one without the other.
I would just draw the line on the people who are furious about the NBA and China thing, is then say that I do believe, and again, not endorsing anything, so just relax with the text, everybody, all right? My God. I'm just saying that the Saudis owning and running the league is different than the NBA being advertising partners with China. Yeah, that has its own problems. That's a different issue, and we don't do, quote-unquote, whataboutism here. We're talking about the Saudi thing with the golf, and they're going to be running the show. That's a different deal. So anyway, it's interesting, and like I said, maybe we'll all be watching like we watch the NBA. There will be some who take a moral stance. They don't want to watch anymore. But when it comes to hypocrisy, you just don't see guys caught with their pants down as badly as Jay
Right out in broad daylight, right out there.
And they're just going to be like, hey, man, I got my money. You go on to your next shiny object. Or some people will never watch the PGA Tour ever again.
Well, right.
All right. Anyway, there you go. Wild, wild times. And thanks to D-Hack for that great conversation. Hey, it's time for Mike Krukow.
Come on, let's do it.
And then the big hit, 49ers back on the field with all sorts of stuff. Nick Bosa, Debo Samuel, Brock Purdy. That's coming up at 8 a.m. But right now, Mike Krukow and the Power Hour on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
All right, a nice word about the North Bay. We love it. It's home. World-class beauty. How about the world-class secret that is Marin Health? Yes, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Green Bay area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Krug right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good!
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, before we dive in, you got your basketball fix with Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50 when Jeff Van Gundy joins them.
Jeff
Van
nice.
Gundy, I know. But
very nice.
What was also nice was the Giants scoring 10 runs in Colorado yesterday, 8 doubles, tying a San Francisco-era record. A bullpen game goes their way. They get a nice win in Colorado. They go back at it again today with Logan Webb on the hill. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Krug.
Are you kidding me? That was fun to watch yesterday. You never know what you're going to get when you go on the course field. You just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like ordering a hot dog outside the ballpark. You just don't know what you're going to get.
That's it.
Yep. Well, yesterday
was
look
at what
a good hot dog.
They send us the lineups early, and so it gets texted to us, and I look at the lineup. I'm going, damn, that's a good lineup. I mean, that's the best lineup I think that they've thrown out there since the start of the season. Everybody's healthy, and everybody is defined. I mean, the start of the year, we didn't know what Lamont Wade Jr. is going to do, right? Well, he's a freaking all-star. Tyro Estrada, all-star. Those two guys hit first and second in the lineup. They had 12 at-bats yesterday. They got on base 10 times. Yeah. Top two guys in your lineup get on 10 times. You're going to win a lot of games. And then they got Peterson back. His at-bats are good. And on down the line, Davis, Conforto. I mean, it was a deep lineup. Every time I get a lineup, whether it be an opposing lineup or the Giants lineup, in my mind, I think, okay, well, how would I pitch this lineup? And the other thing about the Giants is they got a bunch of different type of hitters. They don't have a bunch of low ball guys or a bunch of high ball guys or a bunch of guys that try to pull. They have a diverse style up and down that lineup, and that makes it tough. Every time you go into a game, somebody really has a style that is just completely suited for, I don't care what pitcher's throwing that night. And that's what they have. They've got contribution coming from everywhere in that lineup. That lineup is a good lineup, and I think it's exciting when they're all getting together. And here's the other thing about it: they know it. The first people to know that you're good as a team are the guys in that clubhouse. And right now, their body language, their confidence as a group walking out on the field, it is glowing right now. So a lot happened yesterday. I mean, look, they won a game now. They're 500. You think, yeah, ho hum. This is not a ho hum moment for this club. They're coming together.
Yeah, Mike's talking about the lineup. He missed it. So it's Wade, Estrada, and Jock, J.D. Davis, Conforto, and Haniger, Yaz, Bailey, and then Brandon Crawford at the end. Crawford's really the only guy who doesn't have the numbers, hitting 191. Everybody else has some sort of major offensive feature to offer there. So that was the shining star there offensively. Mike, can I see this bullpen stuff going with the bullpen game? Because this is, this might be the thing all year because of the lack of a definition of a fifth starter, and now with Alex Wood out, the lack of a definition of a fourth starter. And I was kind of wondering, I know we've talked about it through the years, but it worked yesterday.
It did.
And when it works, what do you, when's it, is it at its, what makes it work to you? Is it the Minaya innings? Is it Brebbia as the opener? Is it, because it's all held together that if one guy has a bad outing, we're in trouble, and it also takes a toll
that's
cumulatively.
Yeah.
So do you still feel good about a bullpen game when they have a night like last night, even though there are long-term implications?
Well, long-term implications. So those are what concern me. I think one time through the rotation is fine. When you start having two bullpen games on a rotational turn, that raises my eyebrow. I don't like to see that because it is a strain on a bullpen. The one thing, though, that overcomes a lot of problems is offense, scoring runs, scoring lots of runs, and being able to come back when your team's down. And this is what this offense is showing right now. Plus, again, getting health back. They held it together with 4 rookies. That's impressive.
they had to send 2 of those guys out, Johnson and Wisely out, but they held their line, and now you got your boys back, and now you're ready to go. I like the bullpen right now, only because a lot of the guys who I didn't quite know about. I didn't know quite about Tristan Beck. He's giving up long balls. If you had an at bat with him, he was going to give you a location to pitch to hit. He would do that just about every hitter. Now all of a sudden he's not doing that, and all of a sudden he thinks he can pitch here, and he doesn't have to nibble with his stuff. I think that's significant. Get Luke Jackson back. This guy's filthy dirty, and he's pitching like he's pissed off, and like somebody took away his lunch pail, and he's just got an attitude going out there. You could feel this guy. He's 3 appearances into his Giants career, and I can't wait for him to come in. And I don't care what the situation is. I don't care if he's being asked to save a game. I have confidence in him right now in 3 appearances. So I think that the bullpen has come together. I think that there's more confidence in that bullpen. And I think if you're talking about bullpen games, that's the one significance. If you keep running bullpen guys out there, the chance, as you pointed out, it's true, that there's one guy who's going to have a bad night. That could cost you a game. But right now, you look in that bullpen, you're thinking, well, who's the one guy you don't want to see? Well, for the first time this year, I want to see everybody. I don't care who they bring in. I don't. Kepler talks about high leverage guys and low leverage guys that you want to. They're going to pitch when your team's down 3 or 4. They won't pitch if your team's up 1 or 2. Well, I don't know if there's anybody who's coming out of that pen right now that I don't mind seeing in a high leverage spot. Mm. And that's come a long way from the start of the season. Yeah. Remember that series in Arizona when they just just bottomed out? They weren't very good, the bullpen. Well, since that time, they have 180'd it. They are looking good. So, to answer your question, I don't mind the bullpen games when everybody's confidence was, and that's rare. But if everybody's confident, you can absorb 2 trips through. But in the long run, I prefer 1 at most.
Yeah, I hear you. You're right. It's like a mixed answer. So, yes, in the short term, maybe not so much in the long term. But again, that will be tomorrow's game, I believe. Tomorrow's game is a TBD. You got Logan Webb tonight. It's a righty named Ryan Siebold. So you got a standard Logan Webb performance. We got to talk about Lamont Wade a little bit. I mean, we've talked a lot, but when you reach base 6 times,
it's unbelievable. That's what he's doing. I know.
It's special. I think they said it's only happened 5 times for a leadoff hitter in SF Giants history. Yeah. And it's all about this plate discipline, Mike. And I'm not sure I knew that about him as much as I am this year. I guess in the minors he had more walks than strikeouts, which is what appealed to Farhan. But man, it's like you're either born with an eye or not. It's like you always say you're born with a right arm or not. It's like, I don't know. Why do some guys have better eyes than others? Mm.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of a born deal. And watching Wade, you realize just how much his knee hurt last year, because there was a lot of times last year where he was off balance, and he was hitting around pain, and that's not the case. I mean, he is never off balance. So because of that, his head stays so still. When you take a look at his swing, his body's right between his feet, meaning there's drive off the back leg, there's solid plant off the front leg, and that body doesn't slide forward or it doesn't lean back. It is in the perfect position to cover the strike zone and to see the strike zone. And but look, you could take 1,000 pitches, and I don't know if you can develop an eye like he has. I mean, we say the same thing about JT Snow was great, Brandon Belt was great. I mean, the guys Bonds was great. The guys who have the truly gifted eyes, that's just like having a plus arm, like you say.
Yeah, and look at him now. I wonder. I was a little sketchy on him being the leadoff guy this year, thinking, is he a leadoff type guy? Well, yeah,
he's living on the bases.
He's got the second highest on base percentage in Major League Baseball behind Luis Ariz, who's hitting 401. Yeah. Right, so pretty awesome. Just a small note: Casey Schmidt didn't play yesterday. I love him. We all want to see this puppy dog romping around. I don't know, day off, 2 days off in a row, Crawford's got to play, or that this, with everybody healthy now, Estrada and everybody, that, I don't know, it's a jigsaw puzzle for Gabe now.
Well, Casey Schmidt's going to play. I mean, that's the deal. If he's going to play. And I can't wait to see him unloosed in Coors Field. I mean, he's taking batting practice just going, this is pitching. This is so much fun.
Yeah.
But he has to play. You can't keep that talent on the bench. You just can't. And I think they're going to use him pretty much the way they have. He's going to play third, short, second. They'll find a way to get him up there. They'll even DH him, but he's going to play. He just had 2 days off, and I think that's good. I think a day off, you heal up physically. 2 days off, you heal up mentally. You start to get hungry again, and I think that's good for a rookie, especially when things start to move a little quick. You sense that as a manager, as a hitting coach, and 2 days off gives you a chance to just kind of regroup, and I think that's what the intent was.
Yeah, I look forward to him getting back there. Maybe tonight. We shall find out as the Giants take on the Rockies tonight. A 5:40 first pitch. Logan Webb against Ryan Seabold. Giants get back to 30-30 with the win. They hammer the Rockies. We'll see what happens in that crazy park tonight, though. Mike, a couple of moves with Tyro and Jacques being activated. That meant Brett Wisely and Bryce Johnson go down. Any thoughts on these guys in terms of parts for the Giants' future, if any future?
Well, I like them both, and I don't mind seeing them play in any situation. I like their at bats. I think Johnson has been a little bit better than what his numbers indicate. He's kind of hitting a little bit of hard luck right now, and he's hitting on the interstate. But defensively, they're both they're plus players. I do think Wisely got a little bit steamrolled by momentum and the game. That's the thing about the big leagues. You don't get a day off from seeing a good arm. Every day you get the ballpark, there's going to be some beast out there on the hill, some starting pitcher that is going to get your attention. And you can get an 0 for 23 going pretty damn quick. And what you look for is when a guy starts to struggle a little bit at the plate, what does he do with the glove? And with Wisely, you started to see his concentration was a bit affected by some of the at-bats that he wasn't getting hits with. I thought it was starting to affect his glove. He wasn't quite mentally prepared to play his defense as we saw earlier in the year. So, hey, great time for him to go down.
Yeah.
Because he's not completely burnt mentally. He still has confidence going down. He'll go down there and bring that and get that confidence back up. You have to have those guys down there because there's going to be more injuries as we go forward.
Right.
I mean, that's inevitable. But now we as a group, as a fan group, we have confidence in those guys. And we didn't have that at the start of the year. So, the minor league system is in a much better place mentally for all of us who've seen what's coming out. And that's huge significance. We didn't have that last year. We didn't have it at the start of this year, and we have it now.
No question. It's been one of the great things about this season and in what seems to be movement still, like whether it's Carson Wisenhunt or Luis Matos and then the ever-present Kyle Harrison. There are names that are bubbling to the surface, man, for sure. And Wisely and Johnson can run, too, which is always good. So Logan Webb, 1.95 ERA over his last 8 starts, gets the call tonight. I am curious, Mike. I was going to talk about John Brebbia here. I'm curious as to why John Brebbia gets the starts in these opener games. Is there something about his
It's like a good
stuff?
fit, yeah.
Is there? I mean, there are other guys who could do it. Do you know why?
Well, number one, he's good at it, and what makes him good, I think, is that he doesn't overanalyze. He just goes out and he's got what he's got. He's going to give what he has, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I mean, Bruce Sutter was a Hall of Fame pitcher, and when he was in the minor leagues, they started him out as a starter. He was an undrafted player, right? And then he didn't do particularly well, and they moved him into the bullpen. He was the long man. He was the duration guy. That was. He said, "You got to put a D on my hat," because if there was a bad game, they just let him pitch no matter what. He'd save the bullpen. So when I get to spring training in 1974, my first spring training, I see this guy, and he's just kind of goofy, and he's got a big afro, and he's just he's fun-loving, and all of a sudden, he gets taught a new pitch, a split-finger fastball from Fred Martin. And all of a sudden, he's a beast. And he's the best guy, not only in minor league camp, he's the best guy in our organization. He was a day away from getting released. So they put him in as the closer, as a bullpen guy, and he works his way to the closer, and all of a sudden, he's tearing up everything. Well, we get to the big leagues, and this is after he won a Cy Young Award. I mean, he's the wonderkin in baseball. And there comes a day where we have a ball game suspended because of rain. Sutter was on the mound. So the next day we come back, and he has to be basically a starter. He's going to go in, and he's going to pick up where that game left off. But there's all that time before the game. And you watch this guy, and he smoked like 2 packs of cigarettes in an hour. He was so nervous. He was completely eaten up by it. Yeah. And it just wasn't – and he went out there, and he didn't do well. Mm-hmm. And you saw after the game, he goes, "That's why I'm not a damn starter. I hate that all that time."
Wow.
And the long-winded answer about John Brebbia is that he doesn't have any of that.
Yeah.
I mean, he just rocks along doing a crossword puzzle, just, with that goofy laugh of his. And then all of a sudden, hey, go get loose. Okay. And he just hops on out there and just takes what he has out. It's the perfect mentality to pitch the first inning. And he's been really good at it.
It's a mentality thing, right? So that's pretty fun, man. Hey, Mike, before we let you go, just around the league, wanted to touch on a couple things. Just a note on Boch. He's 40-20 now in Texas. It's the best start in Rangers history. Just wanted to tip our cap. Now, granted, it's the player. They say it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and Joes. He's got a lot of players performing at a high level, but just, pretty nice little re-entry into the atmosphere for Boch.
I'm happy for Boch, yeah.
Is anybody surprised?
Right.
40-20 is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Plus, taking a team that's been a losing team for the last several seasons, and basically with, but you know what though? Look, Boch knows how to analyze an organization. He knew exactly what he was getting into. He had a lot of good young players. He had a lot of free agents that had something to prove. He had a hungry organization. And when you have that type of hunger and you have talent, there's nobody better than getting that out of a player and getting that out of a team and bringing that chemistry together to believe in themselves. And that's exactly what they're doing. You see what Simeon's doing and Seager's doing. They're both all-stars now. They're doing what they were projected to do. They hadn't done it really together as a dynamic duo since they had come over with the big contracts as free agents, but they're doing it now. And I think that that's another strength of Bruce Bochy, to take a star player and to eliminate the distraction and to put him on a course where he can apply his abilities. And that's what's happening with these two guys. Nothing that's happening in Texas is surprising me at all.
It's so fun. It's such a great guy. We love to see success. Plus, he's not in our division, so we don't have to worry about it. And then, Mike, just a couple other baseball stories. One is this Ellie De La Cruz in Cincinnati. I don't know if you saw. He's the prospect for the Reds, and he debuted last night. And it's one of those things baseball has that really basketball and football don't have, which is the prospect. The Reds Stadium at Cincinnati's ballpark, standing ovation. They're all filming his at bats. I don't know if you saw any of it, but it's just kind of that prospect buzz you get in baseball, and Cincinnati has one.
Well, it's a great example of why talent coming out of your own system is so important, because fans want to know somebody's coming up through the farm system. It has captured the imagination of fans since they've had farm systems, and that's just the backbone of baseball. And when you get a kid who comes out like an O'Neill Cruz in Pittsburgh, like a Casey Schmidt with us, and like the Ellie De La Cruz, who's the latest version, it captures the imagination of the fan base, and it's so powerful. And you look at this guy, and you can see right away, he's long and he's slender and he's quick, and he's got a great arm and he's fast. He's got it all. Yeah. And now it's just a matter of being able to apply it to big league level. But the response and the ovation when he was introduced, and the reaction to when he had his first hit, it's exciting. And it's not just exciting in Cincinnati. The entire world of baseball turns its eye to it. And I think that's something that will never, ever go away. And I love that about baseball.
Yeah, it got me excited. Here I am watching a Reds game. I'm like, Reds? They've been irrelevant for years, but he's 21 years old, 6'5", runs like the wind, and he's exciting for baseball. And the last one is, we asked Kipe about this guy yesterday, but it's just for fun. It's this late in the season. This guy, Luis Ariz, is now hitting .401.
Hey.
So that was exciting.
I'd love to see it happen at some point, Mike. Somebody.
It's just too.
George Brett, he came close.
I don't know. Let's call it, Mike.
Yeah.
Let's call for a 400 season.
What do you think?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Get after it. I'm rooting for the guy. I never in my life ever thought that I would compare anybody to Tony Gwynn. He was just too good. And I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
How much time do we have left?
Yeah,
I
got plenty, Mike. Yeah.
Well, the four really great pitchers in the era when we pitched were Greg Maddux, John Smoltz, Tom Glavine, Pedro Martinez, all Hall of Famers. Those guys combined had over 12,000 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Those 4 guys combined, and they all faced Tony Gwynn, and I want to say that it was like 350 at-bats if you combined all of the at-bats.
Okay.
Those guys collectively struck out Tony Gwynn 3 times. Maddox faced him, I think, 90 times.
No,
he never struck him out. Pedro Martinez never struck him out.
How about that?
3 times with those 4 guys.
God.
So, and you know, he's the greatest hitter that I think I ever played against.
Yeah.
And this guy, Arise, he's like Tony Gwynn.
Woo.
And we said it just, and they even had a comparative when you saw his swing and they matched it up with Gwynn's swing, and he had the same short stride and his hand stayed back, and he was, you know, you could just see the way that he released the bat head and cracked the whip of the bat head. It was centered to the field, and he could hit it anywhere he wanted to. And he was one of those guys. When I played with Pete Rose, you know, I've told you this story. I had this one game where I hit the ball 4 times right on the button, on the nose. I mean, we didn't have a velocity, but I killed him. 4 ground balls to the shortstop. So the next time I take a batting practice and I'm going, I don't even know I'm taking BP. All I do is hit the ball to shortstop. And Pete Rose looked at me and he said, well, why don't you hit the ball away from the shortstop? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm just trying to make contact.
Yeah.
But it was a revelation to me is that that's what Pete Rose could do.
Yeah.
He could hit the ball away from the defense.
Crazy,
and
man.
so could Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn had been in the 5.5 hole. I mean, he was like playing Pepper with big league pitching. Well, this is what this guy Rice does. He caught our imagination just by the comparative swing. Going, damn, he reminds me of Tony Gwynn, and I didn't think I would ever say that. That's how impressed we were with him.
It's exciting. I mean, he's not a huge name, and he's playing in Miami, but if you're a baseball fan, it's worth watching. Now, there's a stat out. Highest average for the first 62 games since 1941, which is, of course, the last time Ted Williams hit 406. The last guy to do it is 1941. There have been a handful of guys who have been over 400 this late in the season, including Larry Walker in 1997, Chipper Jones in 2008, Rod Carew in 83, and then Tony Gwynn in 97, of course, and then Ted Williams twice. John Olerud was there in 93, Stan Musial, and now Luis Arraez joins that crowd. So we'll watch him see.
Always.
We'll see what he does. It's just a fun baseball story. Like Ellie De La Cruz is a fun baseball story, too. So this is it. Summertime. We're talking ball. It's awesome. And the Giants got a win, and they hit 8 doubles, and Pat Bailey had 3 hits. So
Logan Webb tonight.
All's good.
Let's do it.
All is good.
Yeah.
So we'll watch tonight, and we will talk to you Friday, Mike.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow. Doing his thing. Larry Walker, 97, hitting 422. 2 things now.
That. Yeah, Larry Walker,
things. One,
man. What the hell?
One,
Larry Walker.
Coors Field. 2, 97. There was some stuff going on.
Yeah, it took a turn there in 97.
Going on.
By the way, I want to go back to Boch and his Rangers for a second. I'm sure you saw the DeGrom news. He ain't going to be.
That's right.
This is number 2 now.
Should have mentioned that to Mike, darn it.
So that's okay, but because we won't see him now they're saying not even until very
DeGrom head.
I love DeGrom. I mean, when he's at his best, I mean, there's probably nobody more fun to watch. Mowing fools down, but you got to wonder, like, what will he be able to do after a second Tommy John Murph?
Yeah,
second one.
It's happened. I think Brian Wilson had 2 Tommy Johns.
Yeah, but he was never right again, really, right after that?
I'm trying to think when the second one was. Guys have come back from 2 and performed, but you're right. At his age.
Yeah, it's tough.
By the way, he signed a 5-year deal.
I know, and Bochy probably thought he was going to be a big part of his whole thing.
How about them going 40 and 20 without DeGrom?
Yep.
And how about you listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station? Do I dare
work on that elbow, Jake?
Do we dare?
What do you need?
Throw this kid's working hard.
Who, Triple E?
Do we throw him?
Give him some more work. He can always use a little more.
Do we chuck him under the bus or we leave the bus go?
No, chuck him under is good content potential. I'm not sure what we're going to do.
Well, he goes to me.
I'm on board.
He says, check the box. Check the box. Because we have a little.
He's big on that. He's a big check the box guy.
If you guys can see here, we turn the camera. We have a little box here to our left.
Well,
by the way, the stream is back up. We had a little problem this morning.
Well,
but
thank God.
If you want to see the handsome face of a Paul Mack.
I mean, I encourage it.
So go to KNBR.com.
We'll never be the same.
Or the KNBR app. Or YouTube. Or Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. Hi.
Yep.
How are you?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
In all of our glory.
Hi, Mom. We're number 1.
You know what, Murph? It's our natural habitat. It's like when you watch animals at the zoo.
I'm a little less orange today, but I think there's just a general orangeness coming off me.
Well, these are the concerns of
me and DJ Trump.
Yeah.
But anyway, he writes.
How did Kurtenbach look, by the way? Do we got Kurtenbach?
He's in his pajamas in his bedroom in Alameda. There's no camera.
Murph, the next question, is there a Kurtenbach cam? Because I'm going to need one if you're going to continue to throw Kurtenbach till 6 at me every morning. I'm going to need to see what he's doing, what he's looking like, and like you said, are there pajamas involved?
So he writes to me, Ted William. 1967.
That's my boy right there.
Last guy to hit for...
Ted Williams, dude. I like Ted Williams.
I'm not going into that.
We'll count for a typo on Ted Williams.
We'll let that one go.
Yeah. And it was not 1967, my friend. He was well retired. It was 1941. So.
Are you still in the box, though?
I said to him...
That box. If you're going to box stuff up.
You might want to delete that one. All right. So
why can't you delete it? He says he can't.
You should send in 4 new messages in a row so that one disappears so I don't have to look at it for the rest of the show.
And just explain to the audience.
Just write in there you go. Thank you. I don't have to look. He just put in a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here we go.
All right.
See, we're all clear now. Okay.
So Ted Williams, and you know the story on the Ted Williams now. It's worth telling. Now. He was at 400 on the last day of the season.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Sox were out of it. They had a doubleheader schedule, and the manager of the Red Sox came to him. Ready for this, Tripoli? Manager of the Red Sox said, "Son, you're at 400. You're going to sit today, and you're going to be the first guy to hit 400 since Rogers Hornsby." And Ted Williams said, "The hell I'm sitting. The hell I am. Give me the bat." He goes, "What? You're only going to play in one of these games?"
You want to put that in jeopardy? Yeah.
Ted said, "The hell I am. I'm playing both games." And Tripoli, he went 5 for freaking 8 and raised his average to 406.
Who does he think he is showing up to the yard ready to play? What does he think he is, Joe Pavelski? Yeah.
The balls of a Ted Williams.
Yeah.
All right. Then I tried. By the way, he stays alive. Every team I coach.
Nobody knows.
Every team I coach gets the Science of Hitting Day where I bring the book. I bring the hardback book. And they like it.
What do you give me?
It's got that color-coded thing on the front. There's a visual aid at the front. You know?
What do you give me for Murph? Murph giving his kids the Ted Williams book and Bill Walton putting the Pyramid of Success all over his house and on Luke Walton's lunchbox.
Way to tie it
so when you go to
that
work,
story bums me out. I can't believe that.
Luke is like, dude, we've got so much
upset
Pyramid
that I have not been giving my kids the Pyramid a day.
Frankly, you're letting UCLA down. Until Murph gets in front of that Bill Walton.
That's why they're not making 4-part documentaries on me, buddy.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
By the way, forward tees, apparently there's some Walton in the cooler.
I look forward to that.
All right, the big hit is, of course, the 49ers.
Let's
go. 49ers are everything in this world, and they are on the field. And there's Kyle Shanahan, and there's Brock Purdy, and there's Debo Samuel, and there's Nick Bosa. And it's the big hit next on the Sports Leader.
This is pitching. This is so much fun.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Our man Greg Papa threw out the possibility of trading Joey Bart for a starting pitcher. That's trending now on KNBR.com and KNBR app.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The Sports Leader welcomes you to Murph and Mac's Power Hour.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Second down and 8, Trey Lance going to ride the mesh point, hand off to Debo, breaks a tackle, and he runs for a first down, secondary midfield, 30 of Seattle. They'll finally pull him down on the Seattle 23-yard line. Debo Samuel now lines up as a halfback. They put George Kittle in the fullback position. Ayuk goes in jet sweep motion, flip 90 going right to Debo, gets the edge, turns the corner, down the sideline, all the way to the end line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Next, the outside shoulder of Aaron Banks, and the Kivitz's side. Jimmy throws. It is caught! by Debo Samuel. Breaks a tackle, 40. Debo 35-30, 25-20. Breaks another tackle, 15-10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Now that feels great, baby.
That may be his best play in the NFL, and he's had so many. First of all, Tim, the catch.
Yeah, the catch.
Third down. He just plucked that ball away from the rookie Kendrick and then went right through their defensive backfield for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that was good.
Of the 49ers. How they sounded in June 7, Paulie. 3 months away from the opener.
Well, the key to the whole thing was just hearing Tim Ryan responding in the moment, in the booth, alongside his partner, Greg Papa. That's what I'm looking for, Murph, as we transition, out of the NBA Finals when they wrap this thing up, and then we're getting into preseason football, then come the regular season, the baseball pennant race happening. But just hearing Tim Ryan, on the mic again, kind of calms my nerves, gets me standing at attention. Murph, you know what it does? It really it helps to cultivate what I like to call the BHE. Because I don't know if we've done enough of this. It's that big hit energy.
You down with BHE? Yeah. You down with BHE? You down with BHE? Who down with BHE? Every last homie.
Every last homie, Murph.
Okay, well, there you go. Then we're ready to go. By the way, that Debo Samuel called himself awful. Awful.
I'm kind of glad he did that. I like that he did that.
We'll get into that in just a second, but we always got to start with the quarterbacks. Niners are down on the field, practice field yesterday.
Here we go.
And there we were with the quarterbacks. Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. Darnold took the ones yesterday. I guess Trey Lance takes the ones today. This is a little preview of how your summer's going to go. Unless Brock Purdy comes on back and takes the reins, which apparently he is on track to do. This is good news, guys. We always say anything could have happened at any point during the Brock Purdy rehab, but right now he is out there throwing on the side, apparently 3 days a week, and Kyle Shanahan spoke about the status of your guy, Paulie, Brock Purdy.
Okay.
We're taking it very slowly. It's not like you just jump out and push stuff. You're only supposed to throw on this date at this percentage, this many yards, and then you do a couple days later. And if you stay on track, it should heal the right way. And right now, everything's right on track, and so we don't go I don't ask 3 weeks ahead. You just keep trying to stay on that trajectory.
Right on track, Paulie. There's the phrase you're looking for. Right on track. People say, how are things in your life, Paulie? He says right on track.
I don't think I've ever answered a question saying that. I'm generally off the track. Yeah.
Well, it's good news for Brock Purdy. And again, don't look ahead, baby. Stay in the moment.
Yeah, that's hard to do, though. It really is hard to stay in. Are you good at that? Can you stay in the moment? I cannot do that. I suck at that.
We do this like Buddhist exercise before
it's not
games.
Easy.
These 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 that Bernsey taught me. You got to do like 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear.
Yeah.
And then immediately the kids are thinking about something else.
Yeah, but then I'm worried about stuff. Right. What about that bill? What about this bill?
So Steve Mariucci used to have a clock in his office, and for every hour it said now. It said like what time, where like the 1 was, it said now. Where the 2 was, it said now.
It's a good thing he had that clock.
It said now.
It's a good thing he had that clock. That's when he knew it was time to pull the team off the field in Tampa, because the clock said now, do it now. You guys know what I'm talking about. That was a dark day.
Anyway, back to Brock Purdy, who is hanging out at Giants games, high-fiving Casey Schmidt. Doing this. He's gone to 2 games. By the way, he prefers the Friday night game. Brock Purdy, an Orange Friday kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
I don't know. That's
I'm still looking for the home uni.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Brock Purdy's mental state from Kyle Shanahan.
Great. I think you guys can ask him, but I don't ask him how his mental state is every day. I see him every day, and he's pretty good.
Just normal.
Yeah, everything's normal. I know we want updates. I totally get it, but there are none. So I can make something up, but there are none. It's like just the next day of working out and rehabbing, and I don't get too involved in that. See him in the meetings, talk to him about football and stuff like that, what will happen when he's healthy, and we're just waiting for him to get healthy.
See, this is maybe why we're not getting as much out of Triple E as we potentially could be, because we got to start our mornings more often just by walking up to Triple E and go, yo, Triple E, how's your mental state? And by the way, I don't want to hear it from anybody on the text line. There's nobody's more mentally screwed up than me, trust me. But I feel like maybe that's why we're not getting all we can out of this kid. We got to check on his mental state.
Didn't Marshawn Lynch warn us to check your
mentals and your chicken?
And your chicken?
Yeah.
So anyway, it sounds like everything's going great with Brock Purdy. In the meantime, Trey Lance is out there, and people are talking about his footwork. People are talking about his release.
Well, he's all athletic and stuff. That's a big part of what he brings.
Some people are saying they want to see him.
Yeah. I want to see him, don't you? I want to see what he can do. Yeah. Let's see him.
He'd be riding the pine, though, when Brock Purdy comes back.
Well.
All right. Well, here's George Kittle taking note of Trey Lance compared to last year.
Excellent.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I know you guys take videos sometimes and he overthrows people once in a while. Hey, it is what it is. He's still learning and stuff. But, I mean, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket. And I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. I think all of our quarterbacks, I know I saw one of you guys had a stat that Brandon Allen didn't have an incompletion yet. That's pretty cool for him, too. But I think all of our quarterbacks are playing well. But like I said, I think he just looks comfortable back there. And he doesn't look like... He just looks like he's having fun, and I really appreciate that from him because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
It's like those spring training quotes, though. You know, like again, nobody ever says, you know what? Compared to last year, he's not as good.
You know what, though? See, you know how I interpret that, though? Kittle goes, yeah, he looks significantly better than he did last year, but Murph, you know what? He still doesn't look good enough to sit next to Kittle at a Warrior playoff game. So he looks better. You know what I'm saying?
There, buddy.
I'm just talking now.
Pretty good.
Just talking.
Oh, you say that because we have Kittle on Sam Darnold.
Here we go.
On the big hit list here. It is the big hit where the Niners all spoke yesterday. Kyle Shanahan spoke. George Kittle spoke. Debo Samuel spoke. Nick Bosa spoke. And here is George Kittle on the mystery man, or I should say everybody's favorite Warrior courtside fan,
That's the guy.
Slinging Sammy Darnold.
Wow. I think he's just this offseason, I think he's just taking good steps forward. I think early on in OTAs, I think he was just really figuring it out. Took him a half a second longer to read, his routes and stuff like that. But I think he's starting to really understand the concepts. He's getting the ball out quicker. I mean, you guys saw, I think he had that deep ball to Ayuk today. That was nice. Stepped up in the pocket. He's got a good arm talent. It's hard for me to really judge anybody during OTAs because there's no pads on. There's no threat of being hit. Routes are kind of different. I like watching Brandon Ayuk just dice up every single corner he goes against. That's really fun. But when a quarterback has 100% confidence that he's not going to get hit, it's a little bit different. But I think he's playing really well. I think he's improved a lot since he's been here, just having an understanding, getting the ball out. He throws a good ball, too, which I appreciate.
All right. I mean, there are those who just say, hey, we've seen it. We've seen it with the Jets. We've seen it with the Panthers. He is what he is. And then there's others say, hey, Jim Plunkett, Patriots, 49ers, and then Raiders.
I'm very curious, actually. I am. I think there's going to be something there. I think he's going to look better than some think.
Yeah. In terms of the other stories at camp, Nick Bosa.
Okay, that's my guy now.
Pops in, and he's looking great. My favorite quote of the day is from Kyle Shanahan, where they asked him, they said, so Bosa's here. He just doesn't come. He just sits in his compound in Florida and works out.
You let Bosa do whatever Bosa needs to do because he shows up ready.
And apparently sometimes he takes a boat out. And that's it. That's his only recreation is a boat.
Bosa's boat. Wonder what the name of his boat is.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask him, actually.
Yeah.
So they said, what have you said to Nick Bosa? Here's the quote from Shanahan, quote, our conversation was the same as every year. How you doing? How's the workout going? How's Florida? How's the boat? You look tanned.
There you go.
Legs look big.
What are legs?
What are you going to do today?
I mean, that's the thing.
It.
What's the most impressive part of Nick Bosa's physique? I mean, might be the legs. His legs are insane.
And he says the only answer that Shanahan would share with the audience was Bosa's answer to the last question, quote, I'll be in the weight room.
I love it.
I'll be in the weight room.
I love it. Let him do his thing.
He did say he's preparing his body for 21 games. Did you hear that?
Which would be 17 plus 3 more.
Yeah, 17 plus 4 more.
Or 4 more. Yeah. Oh, wait, I mean, we're a wild card?
What does that mean? He doesn't want a wild card.
Yeah, he's going to redo that math. Let's cut that down to 20, Nick, because we don't want to be a wild card team.
It's pretty. And he's talking about Javon Hargrave and all the the apparently Hargrave has a heck of a pair of gams himself. And that they're going to be the thigh monsters attacking quarterbacks this year.
I understand.
But there's the other matter of his contract. He is due for a monster contract that. This is what the Niners have. This is why you have a rookie quarterback. This is why you bring in a cheap quarterback so you can pay the George Kittles, the Debo Samuels, and the Nick Bosas of the world. So here's Bosa on his contract.
Obviously, there's still some time here, but what's your confidence level that you'll be able to, get something done here before camp or right as it starts?
It's pretty high. I think I'm pretty confident about that.
Just good to hear the voice. That's all.
He says, "quote I think I'll get what I deserve."
I believe he will as well.
Yeah.
Pretty high.
Yeah, there it is, right there. So everything's good with Nick Bosa. Everything's good with Trey. Or everything's good with Brock Purdy's, shall we say, side work. And then everything's good with Trey Lance's feet. The last guy who says it's not all good is Debo Samuel.
Yeah, this is interesting.
And he comes out and says it's not all good. Now, Paulie, what'd you think of Debo's year last year? He had, let me just offer you some numbers.
Yeah, go ahead.
2021, 77 catches. Last year, 56 catches. 2021, 1,405 yards. Last year, 632 yards. 2021, 6 touchdowns. Last year, 2 touchdowns. And then you even go to the rushing game. 2021 rushed 365 yards. 2022, 232 yards. 2021, 8 rushing touchdowns. 2022, 3 rushing touchdowns.
Big difference across the board.
Everything was down across the board, and here's Debo.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and, like, how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Says he never wants to put anything on tape again. So imagine Shanahan told him, he said, you look sluggish on film out there. So he said last year's contract situation affected him.
Well, they said the same thing to me, too. And I said, well, guys, I promise you I'll never look that sluggish on the stream again. You know what I mean? But no, I agree. Everything. There was a drop-off across the board statistically, but then there's the eye test. You just watch him play, and I just thought he was missing that fire. Like, he was missing the intensity we saw from 2 years ago. And I love that he acknowledged it because that bodes well for what we're going to see from him this year.
I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Good, Debo.
There is the human element. There's a human element of when you get paid, can you keep your motivation?
Yeah.
We go back to every time, everything comes back to it's hard to stay hungry when you wake up in silk sheets.
Well, this is, so we just talked about Nick Bosa. He'll be getting, Murph, if I may, his bag. Is that going to affect what he does?
I think certain people are.
Yeah, just some guys just have a motor.
Look at Tommy Brady.
You know what I mean? Like Pat Riley, he ain't doing it for the money.
Right.
He's got no choice.
Right.
This is what he'd be doing anyway.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Riley, Brady, these guys.
Some guys just
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Nick Bosa.
And by the way, on that
Tiger Woods.
to acknowledge
Tiger Woods had all the money in the world, and all he wanted to do was kill you.
To acknowledge that soundbite, we got
Jimmy Butler.
Multiple texts that came in and say that's probably the name of Nick Bosa's boat, the Sackaroonie.
That's a sackaroonie,
Which is
baby.
a great call, the SS Sackaroonie.
How's it go up against the Stugotz?
You know what I mean?
Isn't that what the name of the...
yeah,
wasn't that the name of-
Stugotz, yes.
All
and
right.
then, Murph, don't forget there was a Stugotz too.
Okay.
There was
right.
a second one.
Okay. Well, that means business was good when you get the second boat.
Yeah.
Finally, we wrap up the big hit on the Niners with George Kittle on Debo's comments. What George Kittle hearing Debo criticize himself.
All right.
I mean, that's Debo's take on himself. I love Debo. He does a ton for us. I know there are plays that he wishes he had back. I mean, we all do. But I know when Debo's very motivated, he's a fantastic football player. And I'm not saying he wasn't motivated last year, but I definitely think he has a little bit more of a fire under him this year. And I think that's just himself. I think if he said that, then I know that he's going to go out there and try to have a better year this year, which I appreciate because if Debo's trying to be better, that's just only good for the Niners.
So George Kittle out here talking, Debo giving himself. He's the only guy, so everybody's, oh, he feels great. He's in great shape. There's always that spring training. Everybody's looking good, looking good, looking good. Debo's like, no, I didn't look good. I like that. I like the different narrative there as opposed to the standard, everything's great. We're doing well. By the way, 530 with the text of the day said, Paulie mentioned the eye test for Debo, but the question is, does Paulie have a trained eye? Spoelstra in the house.
Very good call.
God knows.
Good call, man. Yeah.
That's an untrained eye.
Yeah, great call, man.
How about we heard from Mark Kessinger earlier today that Spo reached out to Ramona Shelburne, offered a little apology.
See, on top of everything else, he's a gentleman.
Well, there it is.
On top of everything else.
So there's some Niners storylines for you guys.
I can't wait. I really can't wait. This is a big year, man. This is a big year for Niner
Trey
ball.
Lance, a little Sam Darnold.
Come on now.
A little Nick Bosa.
Let's finish
and a
this
little
thing.
Debo Samuel.
Let's finish this thing up this year. Let's
I know,
take it that
right?
next
I
step.
know.
Come on.
Okay, so that's your big hit, your big hit energy. We'll have probably more for you tomorrow. They'll probably do more media
I want more.
availability tomorrow. But yeah, anytime the Niners talk, we're
on it.
Pretty good chance they're going to be the big hit.
And we're closer to Tim Ryan time, too, so I'm looking forward to that.
All very true. Okay, here's the deal. Cooler of content, including the Walton documentary, next on the Sports Leader.
I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
All right, Debo Samuel says he was awful and out of shape in a sluggish 2022 season. Jake Hutchinson wrote all about it. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, the Cooler of Content. Always the extra sound that makes your morning commute complete.
I like to think so. Yeah.
Can we start with one of our own? Can you be in the Cooler of Content?
Who are we talking about?
The answer is yes. That was a little low, buddy.
Yeah, it's way low.
There, yeah.
Let's take two on that, maybe. Let's do it the right way.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
That's the inimitable Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy, a.k.a. the leadoff spot host, a.k.a. our producer 6 to 10, who's now pinch hitting for Johnny Lund with Greg Papa. So listen, they say to seize your opportunity, right? You're going to go Wally Pip Johnny Lund. You're going to do it by out yelling him. So Lund, and there was a controversy earlier in the show when I said Lund doesn't always start the show with the yell, and Triple E said, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Listeners pouring in by the dozen saying, no, he does not, Triple E. It's not every show.
I'm not getting involved.
He's also the guy who said that Ted Williams hit 406 in 1967.
See, this is where you're both wrong. The correct name was Ted William, Murph. Ted Williams.
Well, maybe,
singular.
You know what? Maybe some guy named Ted William did hit 400 in 1967.
I hadn't heard of him, but I do know Ted Williams.
Anyway, we got to shout out Marcus for grabbing the wheel strong. This is how he started the Papa and Lund show yesterday.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. No, it is not John Lund. It's Marcus Boucher from the Murph and Mac Show, filling in today with the one and only Greg Papa. Papa, good morning, man. How you doing today?
Boy, you won me over right out of the gate. That's
I had to
John's
do
old
it.
opening. He stopped doing that.
Yeah.
In honor of John, and we're thinking of John today, let's do it again, Marcus. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Damn. Wow. Okay. Well,
what do you think, Paulie?
I'm impressed. I mean,
Should
Marcus.
we do it? Like you and me?
No, I'm not getting involved with that kind of. I got to tell you, though, Marcus, my hat's off to him. And you got the big laugh out of Papa. That's all you can hope to achieve. No, the first one. It was the first one. Papa gives you that. He gives you that kind of like little Papa chuckle thing he's got there.
How do you feel about him calling him Papa? How do you feel about that? He calls him, he says Papa. Hey,
as opposed to like what, a G-Pops,
or
a
just
Greg.
Mr. Papa.
Everybody, good morning.
There it is.
There's the little chuckle.
He's got the laugh out of Greg.
Everybody, good morning.
Now, the question is, do you do it day 2, or is that now you've gone to the well too many times?
I think he probably goes back day 2. That's a guess. I could be wrong. But I think in Marcus's head, he'll say, you know what, I got that great laugh.
How long do you hold the yell? Is there just a natural note that you know when to?
The subtleties. I don't know.
He held it about 2 seconds longer than I would have.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of nuance.
8-second yell.
That's a lot of oxygen.
Dude, Daltrey on line 1.
You ain't kidding, buddy.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe we could. Dare we do this? Do we sync these up? He's going longer than Daltrey. You're right.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Way to go, Marcus.
All right.
Way to make the Cooler of Content. Jeez, there we go again. My God, scared me. Okay, the documentary on Bill Walton hit the 30 for 30.
Good.
Listen, we're gigantic Walton. We consider him family.
Of ours. Yeah, no question.
Listen, Tolbert and he are blood brothers, you know. Luke and Tom being Arizona Wildcats, and Tom and Bill having done broadcasting together and all that stuff. So he's family, right? And Paulie watched the documentary last night. I did not.
You really need to as soon as possible.
But I've read Walton's book.
You being a UCLA guy, you're going to really need to see all this footage because there's stuff with John Wooden in there I guarantee you've never seen before. Guarantee it.
And then but there's this story about John Wooden confronting Walton about
great moment.
Mary Jane.
Oh, this is the best.
Here it is.
Okay.
Yes, here it is.
One day at practice, I noticed Coach Wooden coming out of the locker room, and he goes right over to Greg Lee and starts having a conversation.
The most respected coach in America pulls you aside, and he said that it's come to my attention that you're highly dependent upon marijuana. And I said, Coach, I sometimes smoke marijuana, but I never do it before a game or before practice or anything like that.
The conversation ended. Coach Wooden pivots and just makes a beeline straight to me. Bill, it's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana. And I'm trying to think what to say to that question. Cleared my throat and got as serious as I possibly could. And I said, Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Deny till you die, pal.
Well, they cut off maybe another piece of important sound there because the reason he says that is he said the reason I gave him that answer is because clearly what Greg Lee has just said to Wooden was the wrong answer. Because what he went on to say is that after he told Coach Wooden that, he wound up only playing him for a half of every game that came after that. And there were times Bill said if we had Greg Lee on the floor, we probably would have won a title. But Wooden started taking minutes away from him after the admission about smoking herb.
Wow.
Yeah, it's real. This is why you got to get into the nooks and crannies of this.
We just lost Greg Lee. It was just in September of 2022.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a big part of this. I didn't know that.
I guess they filmed it. Must have been filming it over a year ago.
Natural causes. Like what do we?
Yeah, natural causes. I covered a high school basketball playoff game once.
Shout out Greg Lee,
and he was the coach of the other team. And
how cool did that dude? He's cool.
He coached the game in tennis shorts and deeply tan legs, and he was wearing just a kind of a ratty sweatshirt and tennis shorts. And he just had a basketball in his lap the whole game.
Walton said Greg Lee was the X factor. He said the whole offensive flow, everything went through Greg Lee. And he goes, without him on the floor.
I would say Greg Lee was the basketball version of Q Frazier because he was a cool, handsome dude.
You know what else I put him in?
On the court. Yeah.
I put him in a category too of just hunky American athletes in the 70s, like a Jack Youngblood.
Let me show you a picture of Greg Lee,
you know what I mean?
Greg Lee in the 70s. Here.
No, I saw him last night. No, I know. The guy was like an Adonis out there. He's like the poster boy for California good looks.
And he was like those guys like Walton. He's so as a youth sports coach, you're always over involved and yelling at the kids. He brought his team to this game, like I said, in the tennis shorts, the tan legs, wearing the tennis shoe, like the Stan Smiths, and just sat on the bench the whole time with the basketball in his lap. Just could. He never yelled at the kids.
Well, you don't need to. That's Greg Lee over there.
Lee.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Greg Lee.
I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. That's sad.
How different was the world then? Well, back then, marijuana was not legal, number one.
It's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana.
By the way, Murph should approach one of his kids on a Little League team that way. It's come to my attention you're dependent on marijuana. Not only smoking, dependent.
And you know what he would say? He'd say, Coach, it's legal.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Proposition 19 or whatever it was called.
Here's how different the world was then. Bill Walton, the NBA draft is now an event where everybody goes in suits. Not when Bill Walton was drafted number 1 by the Portland Trailblazers here. Yes. Not when Bill Walton was drafted number 1.
Not on Bill's watch.
By the Portland Trailblazers.
Here we go.
So many roads. I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Whoa, buddy. Time. Ted Williams hit forward.
Williams.
You guys give us the order.
It's a Ted Williams clause.
You guys give us the order. I go in order. Okay? I mean, why don't Paulie, what do we?
I can't listen.
We just did cut. Paulie, we just did A.
Yeah, we didn't do.
On the day of the draft, I was backpacking, and I had run out of food. So I hitchhiked into the grocery store, and the checkout person said, "Hey, Bill, I just heard on the radio that you were drafted number 1 by the Blazers." I was ready. I was ready for the NBA. I thought.
He was found out from a grocery store worker.
I got to tell you, almost these cuts, as good as they are, and I hope you guys are enjoying them, you listeners, this morning, but I got to tell you, really doesn't do justice to how good what I saw last night was. And again, I watched, so they had 2 parts last night. They had part 1 and part 2. I taped both of them, DVR'd, and I watched the first one in its entirety. Murph made it through about halfway, a little more than halfway, the second one. Really, really good stuff. And again, for Murph being a UCLA guy, your mind's going to get blown, dude.
I think I might have to do a Paulie Mac and make a sandwich and watch it.
Trust me, you really want to see this. I guarantee this isn't going to be important to you. And how about for me, like, this is the greatest 30 for 30 of all time, addressing the Murph and Mac show. Murph gets his UCLA stuff addressed. I get all my Grateful Dead stuff addressed. Bob Weir's in this thing, bro.
Well, here's
They're interviewing Bobby.
Going on Tolbert and Copes yesterday with a whole thread of Grateful Dead references. Here we go, yes.
So many roads. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. It all rolls into one. Dead and Company, last night, Burgeston, Pennsylvania. Oh, my gosh. Hell in a Bucket, Alabama getaway. Jack Straw Open. Throw in a Bertha.
He's doing
and
a set
Don't
list.
Ease Me In to close out the first set.
Nice.
Oh, my gosh. So many roads. Truckin', China Doll, China Cat. I know you rider. Althea standing on the moon. It's a lovely view from heaven, but I'd rather be with you. So many roads.
Boy, you hit a lot of ground right there.
Now, what's So Many Roads?
That's one of the later, that's a really beautiful song. That's one of the later day Jerry ballads that he wrote with Hunter. One of the last, actually.
Because he uses that a lot.
So Many Roads,
He likes to say So Many Roads.
Classic late era Jerry song. Yeah, great one.
Now, when he says standing on the moon, it's a lovely view of heaven, but
that's a lyric. That's a Hunter lyric. Yes, yes. So he's quoting stuff, but he was also reading a set list from 2 nights ago that they just played in Pittsburgh. They got a gig tonight, too. I forget where they are. I think they're in Ohio or something. But anyway, he was reading the Pittsburgh set list in the middle of that whole answer. And there's tons of Dead. I got to tell you, the Dead signed up away all their stuff because there are Grateful Dead songs playing constantly in this 30 for 30. No surprise there.
I can't wait to watch it. Meanwhile, we go from the glories of Bill Walton to Josh Hart elaborating on his breast milk preference.
Back to the breast milk. This has been a big theme on the M&M show.
To the breast milk.
Yeah.
So we talked about his tweet recently where he talked about breast milk. Stephen A's reaction, everybody's reaction. Text line exploded.
Whether or not we actually know people that have consumed breast milk. You know what I mean?
He denies that, by the way.
Yeah.
Deny till you die.
Right.
Here it is. Josh Hart, actually audio of breast milk. Yes.
You've told us a little bit about how we got to the trying breast milk conversation, but I need a play-by-play. It's how we got there, and then also why you decided to tweet about it.
So 85% of new dads at least wonder what breast milk tastes like. We had family over that day. When they asked me, they're like, have you tried changing breast? I'm like, no, I haven't tried it. But if I ever do, I want the whole charade. I want to be burped. I want to be cradled. I want everything. Somehow I got finessed into doing like a blind tasting. So we had like almond milk, a creamer, and breast milk. Tried it, obviously, and it was vanilla flavored almond milk. That's how it tasted. I literally took the blindfold off after I tasted it. I'm like, damn, this is actually like, it's not bad. It doesn't taste bad. I was like, this got to be the breast milk. And like, I just knew because like, it tasted the best out of all of them. So then I was just like, I'm going to tweet it and just see what people think.
Okay, so
we're tapping into something now. No pun intended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's different ways to get the breast milk, right? Like he went glass.
Wow.
There's other ways.
Dude, glass.
He said he wanted to be...
Do me a favor, fill me up.
He wanted to be burped and cradled.
That was what got me.
The whole charade. I want to be burped. I want to be cradled.
Shout out the whole charade. Murph, that'll be the name of my boat. The whole charade.
My Lord.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I wouldn't mind being burped and cradled either, though. I'm going to lie. That does sound appealing.
Well, I mean, when you drink it out of a glass, that's like...
Oh, boy. It's so... Yeah.
That makes it a little more... It's
got all those nutrients.
Pedestrian, doesn't it?
I don't know what to say about that.
It's like a mistake. But I thought he was going in for the whole.
I never personally went down that road. I never went down that road. That's just me. I figured I'd get my milk from the fridge.
Yeah. It doesn't taste bad.
I think they got milk. Didn't
they got milk in a big way. By the way, same guy. He'll spend an hour of your free time telling you how bad milk is, so you can bark up that tree if you're interested.
They got milk.
Yeah.
Last one I want to do is Patrick Mahomes when the Chiefs visited the White House, saying that a portrait of Grover Cleveland.
That's my guy.
The only man elected twice.
That's my guy,
22 and 24, Grover Cleveland, all right?
Yeah.
That Grover Cleveland looks like his teammate. Here, check it out.
Okay.
Creed, that could be you right there, dude. That could be you.
Big Grover Cleveland. Big Grover Cleveland.
Could that be Creed right there? Just post it up.
Dude, he says his teammate Creed Humphrey could be Grover Cleveland. Does that mean Creed Humphrey has the gray pork chop? Because I think Grover Cleveland had the gray pork chops.
His look is amazing. Yeah, he's got a great look.
Or am I confusing him with Chester Arthur?
No, I think there were some pork chops there. I think you're on
And by the way, without question, Chet Arthur, most obscure president in U.S. history.
Is he, though? You sure?
Gotta be.
Boy, there's some good ones.
Throw one at me.
You'll be the guy. It's been a while.
Throw one more obscure than Chet Arthur at you. He's got to be Chet Arthur. I can't tell you a thing about him other than Chet Arthur.
I thought he was bass player in Jefferson Airplane.
Yeah, no,
Chet
that was
Arthur.
J.J. French.
Nice, dude.
President J.J. French.
Nice.
All right, well, there you go.
Dude,
There's
President French.
There's a portrait of him hanging in the White House.
That President French.
All right.
He'll address the media shortly. Stand by for
there's
President
your cooler
French.
of content.
Okay.
Marcus and Papa, Wooden and Walton and Josh Hart and Mahomes saying his teammate looks like Grover Cleveland, which means you got to have great pork chops. All right, there you go. Nick Wagner will join us at 8:50 talking Niners. Andy Baggerly at 9:15 talking Giants on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I want the whole charade. I want to be burped. I want to be cradled. I want everything.
Let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Hey, I'm going to have some tomorrow. Planned a little pizza party tomorrow. Look forward to it. We love having delivery from Amici's, prompt, courteous, professional. But we also want to tell you can go into the restaurants, old school, go into a restaurant, take a load off, have somebody else do the cooking. And each weeknight, Monday through Thursday, we have a dine-in special from 5 until closing. All right? That's for all our happy customers in the building. Mondays, we talked about that. All-day happy hour. That's awesome. All great deals. Tuesdays, last night, kids eat free night. One entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. Okay? And that's tonight, Wednesday. Half-price pasta night. Ooh, 50% off any pasta, any size. Ooh, that's good. Their pastas are very, very good. I would urge you. 50% off. And then looking ahead to tomorrow, $10 draft beer pitcher, 30% off ball bottles of wine, getting an early start on the weekends. There you go. Weeknight value meals. Family and friends. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know you and many other golfers were offered substantial amounts of money to join LIV.
I was never offered any money.
My apologies. Should the golfers who maybe stayed loyal and turned down LIV, should they be made whole financially?
I mean, the simple answer is yes. The complex answer is how does that happen, right? And that's all gray area and up in the air at the minute. But yeah, there's, it's hard for me to not sit up here and feel somewhat like a sacrificial lamb, and feeling like I've put myself out there and this is what happens. Again, removing myself from the situation, I see how this is better for the game of golf. There's no denying that. But for me as an individual, there's just going to have to be conversations that are had.
Good soundbite from Rory McIlroy there. He spoke today for the first time since the news of the LIV Tour, PGA Tour merger under the Saudi Public Investment Fund. All sorts of, talk about so many roads, which is what we're hearing right now. So many roads in this story.
So many roads. By the way, 7,995. I'm just taking a wager and a guess. Am I right? I know my versions. Okay, yeah.
This guy's a savant.
7,995.
If only you knew the bass player in...
Bro, how about this guy breaking up? Bro, I know who Jack Cassidy is. I was riffing, Holmes. I was riffing, but it's all good. Shout out Jack Cassidy.
Thank you for listening.
Totally.
And caring.
Totally. Shout out to the Jefferson Airplane Mansion, as they call the Murph, on Fulton Street. Surely you remember where that is, up there by the park. What's it called?
Never knew that. No.
Oh, the Mansion. Yeah, they call it the Mansion. Fulton Street Mansion.
That.
Yeah.
Was that near, what's his face, the Satan guy?
What's the name of the park right over there with Postcard Road? That's Alamo Square Park, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alamo Square. This is right across from Alamo Square over there, yeah.
Was that near, who's the guy, who's my Satan guy over there?
What are you talking, my boy out there across from Peter Finch. Yeah. Come on. Anton LaVey.
Wow.
Anton LaVey, which the house, by the way, has been demolished. It's not, they rebuilt on the land now, but not for so many years. We had this great guy on K-Fog in the morning. Shout out Peter Finch. He used to interview Steve Young every week. And I would always catch that. I always thought he was really good with Steve. Got stuff out of Steve most guys didn't. But he lived right across the street from the guy who wrote the Satanic Bible, Anton LaVey. He was also in Rosemary's Baby. That guy's super creepy.
Everybody's got their own things going on. You know what I mean?
That's San Francisco.
Anton LaVey will not be on the show today, but Jeff Van Gundy will join Tolbert and Coates
Coming up
today.
next, a conversation with Anton LaVey.
Yeah. That was Rory. It's the first time he's spoken since, and he kind of said it there. He said, because here's the deal. He and others took a moral stand. Dude, you were offered, Paulie Mac, I offer you $200 million to cross a street from a morally gray area. Pretty good chance you might cross the street.
The thing is,
morally gray area.
Who can really, seriously, all kidding aside, who can really predict? And the only reason I would hesitate on that is because once you start hearing, and again, this is much closer to your world than mine, but I've heard enough. And once I start hearing 9/11 attached to this story, that's very disturbing. That's very disturbing. So I can't predict how I would act, but your point is understood. Walking away, saying, pointing a finger and be like, how can you do that? Well, you're not in that situation. It'd be hard to really predict how you'd behave, but you hate to hear some of the undercurrents of this thing.
Supposedly Tiger Woods turned down rumors of $800 million. Now, Tiger doesn't really need it, does it? By the way, we were talking earlier today in the show about who's somebody who's walked away from money for their own personal...
I gave you Neil Young.
It's not an ethical thing, but does Bob Myers fit in this? Bob Myers?
That's a great call right there.
That's not an ethical thing, but it's definitely, he's turning down money.
Jumpin' Joe wanted to make him the highest paid exec.
Somebody said Andrew Luck turned down money to be at peace.
That's a good one. Ricky Williams wanted to go live in the
I'm not sure how secure Ricky Williams' football future was, though. He was kind of dicey.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that Rory took a stand. He was the lead guy. Others followed, Colin Morikawa and Max Homa and guys like that. But the question is, he's like, whoa, so I could have done it all along because you, my boss, Jay Monahan, who said we are on the right side of history. We will outlast these guys.
Well, he's the guy that's coming out just looking, he's not looking good in this whole thing.
But you heard Rory say in that soundbite, would you like to be made financially right? He's like, well, yeah. And we're going to have some conversations. So they will get theirs from this quote-unquote bottomless well. I saw, by the way, a bottom to the well. I saw a number on the public investment fund, $600 billion.
Oh, that's all? That's all, huh?
Hey, I'm here to tell you,
$600 billion.
You can run out of $600 billion. Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
That's less than 1%. That's 0.0000001%, maybe even less.
So anyway, listen, and now as the dust is starting to settle one day later, people are saying, well, Rory was saying this morning, 10 years from now, will golf be better and a unified global game?
10 years from now, Murph and Mac on Saudi Prince Radio. Coming soon. You're going to enjoy the show. I'm kidding. I'm just
10
kidding.
years from now, maybe golf will be better as a globally unified thing with, advanced player-friendly competitions and all that stuff. But in the short term, it's just the worst hypocrisy you've ever seen.
Bad. It's a very bad look. I got to say, the one thing I'm curious about is, will any advertisers pull out? Because that's when you start seeing action, when money is affected.
It's a great question.
You're going to have to wait and see.
Many.
When's the next big major? When's the next big...
Well, the majors, that's the other thing. Is, and I do.
Are there even...
The majors are not run by the PGA Tour. That's the interesting thing.
Who runs those?
The U.S. Open's coming up. We've gone through this before. It's it's kind of hard for you guys. For you non-golf guys, it gets a little in the weeds.
So who runs the...
It'd be like me talking about John Mayer's guitar tech about the Stratocaster... fret.
Funny you mentioned him because we've heard from John Mayer's guitar tech. You met him at the Little League field. Yeah,
exactly. I want to meet him again. Yeah. He had a very cool vibe about him. I want to recreate that.
Of course,
had I known it was him, I would have encouraged him to hang around and hit a couple fungos. But the point is that to get into the weeds, each major is not run by the PGA Tour. So the U.S. Open coming up in 2 weeks is run by a body called the USGA, United States Golf Association, totally separate from this story you're reading about. And the Masters is run by Augusta National Golf Club, totally separate from the story you're reading about. And the British Open, or the Open Championship, is run by the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, totally separate from the story you're reading about. And then the PGA Championship, this is where it gets very confusing, is run by the PGA of America, which is totally separate from the PGA Tour, separate from so the majors are clean as a whistle. They're like clean. They have no blood money on their thing. It's the week in, week out, like your Pebble Beach. The weekly tour.
I like Pebble Beach.
Like the regular season, what we call the regular season. Uh-huh. So anyway, we'll sort it out. But poor Rory called himself a sacrificial lamb.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Monahan probably should have told him, hey, dude.
Was Monahan... Go ahead.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna cave eventually, so you should probably go get yours.
Was Monahan the guy? Because there was one quote that I remember hearing, and I think it was him who said it, where when the whole thing started flaring up originally, and he was like, hey, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, hey, how many times have you woke up and felt ashamed to be part of the PGA?
Yeah.
Implying, that was him who said that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, see, now look at him.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And now he's waking up this morning, and they said, he said...
You talk hypocrisy. I mean...
He says, never mind.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Shout out to Kurt Cobain.
Trying to think of oh boy.
Never mind.
Yeah, we can't think of another example of a guy just... Because people are talking about NBA China, NBA China, NBA China. Well... The NBA has never come out like with this monster anti-China stance. Like, we're never going to do business in China ever. And then, hey, let's do business in China. I mean, they've always been like, hey, it's parts of doing business. We got to do it. And
well, one of our
it's not pretty, but we got to do it kind of thing, And listen, nobody's lauding the NBA for that. We're not. But this is different. This is like Saudis are running the show. They're pulling all the levers. Which is now, like I said, they own English Premier League sports teams. They own Formula One teams. I mean, it's nothing new. They're saying, hey, if we bankroll your sports, come love us. Come love us. Come to Saudi. Probably next thing you know, you might be taking a week off to go to Riyadh on vacation.
That's doubtful. Murph, when was the last time you said to anybody, come love me? You said, come love us, come love us. Have you ever used that in your real life? Do me a favor, come love me.
Come love me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to say it more.
You might want to try it. I'll try it tonight, too.
Okay, here's the deal. We take a quick break. Nick Wagner. Sounds like a song... Somebody's going to write a bad song called
Paul Stanley's got a song called Come On and Love Me.
Well,
close enough.
Yeah. There it is right there. Mm-hmm. Okay, Nick Wagner, always good energy, talking about the 49ers, what's going on, how's the depth chart, how's the D-line, how's the corners, how's the quarterbacks, all thing 49ers. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's hard for me to not sit up here and feel somewhat like a sacrificial lamb.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Mac saying thank you for listening to Murph and Mac today. Got my good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line right now. He joins us on the Murph and Mac show each morning and gives us some great advice and great tips about how to get a better handle on our taxes and get into a better position as a taxpayer and a business owner. So, Steve, good morning. It's Wednesday. We're working our way through this week. What are we going to talk about today, my friend?
Sheik,
okay.
I want your listeners to benefit from this. If you're an employer and you employ people during 2020 and 21, you might be eligible to get a grant. That's not a loan. It's a gift. The federal government just gives you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee you had during 2020 and 21. You say, hey, wait a minute. Your CPA told you didn't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. That's only one of two methods. The law says either or. There's another method. Why didn't your CPA tell you about it? And again, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney.
Right.
This is a lot more work. It requires a lot of analysis. And in our office, we treat it very seriously. Multiple licensed professionals review it to make sure that you qualify.
Yep.
And if you do, and a lot of people do, that didn't have the gross revenue go down, you can get just as much money as the first method, just like a medical doctor. If you were told you don't qualify,
cause for that vital second opinion.
Well, I can say this, Steve. I mean, coming from a guy like myself who has worked with you in the past on my own financial situation, I can promise you reaching out to Steve is going to be a very good decision on your behalf, especially if you need to find out if you do qualify for this ERC help. So talk to Steve, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Cal had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us. And just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and, like, how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. And I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
There he is, Debo Samuel. I like I said, everybody's always talking about, I'm in my best shape ever. Debo's like, I was terrible. I like the honesty there. But, hey, it's interesting. One of the storylines that will be at camp when we're not talking about the quarterbacks, which we seem to do constantly, and we will continue to, with Nick Wagner of ESPN, our friend who covers the 49ers for ESPN.com. Hey, Nick, how are you, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good. We're good, man. We're good. How's that scene down in Santa Clara? How would you paint the canvas here? What'd you see yesterday, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've told you guys before that I'm not a big believer in like taking sweeping generalizations from OTAs. I'll leave that to others. But I think what you just played there is about as interesting as you're going to get from this point of the year. You know, aside from injury updates and things like that, hearing a star player ostensibly saying that he was awful last year. You just don't hear that kind of transparency, and I respect it. We all want that type of honesty from guys, and for Debo Samuel to come out and say that, I thought was really fascinating. And I think the bigger conversation there, guys, is you put that up against the backdrop of the fact that Brandon Ayuk is going into the second to last year of his deal, but basically the last year of his deal because he's going to want an extension next year. The way the 49ers operate, they always do. You know, they try to get the extensions done with a guy before he goes into that fifth-year option like they're doing with Nick Bosa right now. And the Niners may have some tough decisions to make at wide receiver as soon as next offseason. So I think it's really fascinating to think about that and think about, well, how does Debo Samuel fit into this offense? Because Christian McCaffrey, in some ways, does a lot of similar things and took some of the touches away from Debo Samuel last year and excelled. And you have to think his role is only going to continue to grow now that he's getting a full offseason here. So all of that makes for, as you say, Murph, an interesting side story to the story that is the story and hasn't stopped being the story for about 7 years now, which is the quarterback.
You know, it's funny, just staying on Debo for a second, you know, it is a ruthless business, man. He's 27, and there's not many, like, when you get to, like, you look at DeAndre Hopkins. Isn't he out on the market right now? I mean, I understand there may be some attitude issues. I don't know, but, like, there's not, you know, it's a short window you have. Now, he got his money, Debo did, but what's the structure of his contract? I mean, there wouldn't be something like they wouldn't move on from him after this year, would they? I mean,
you can't rule it out, guys. I mean, it is possible. It would have been very difficult to do this offseason, right? There was almost no chance that was going to happen. And also, we have to remember the 49ers are operating in a window right here where they feel like they can win a Super Bowl. So they're not going to try to move off of any of their star players that they've built this nucleus around and trying to win a Super Bowl. But I think that next year the conversation becomes more interesting, especially if Ayuk, who really to me, guys, and again, I'm not trying to take away too much from these OTAs. He's probably been the best player on the field for a lot of these OTAs that we've seen. And so I think he's in a position where he's going to get a big contract. Now, next offseason, if you do a contract with Ayuk, theoretically, you could structure it in a way that his first-year cap number is pretty low, and you could keep both of them. So that's why I say I think not. It's next year possibly, but within the next 2 years, they're going to have to make some tougher decisions at that position. But if Debo goes out and plays great and they win a Super Bowl, then they probably try to figure out a way that they can extend that a little bit more. But even if he doesn't, you've gotten what you wanted out of that nucleus, and it's a little easier to kind of make those decisions knowing that you at least have a Super Bowl ring in your pocket.
Nick Wagner's our guest talking Niner football. I want to go a little deeper on Brandon Ayuk. I think most Niner fans loved what they saw from him last year. He really took positive steps forward. And I wonder, that was on the heels of the previous seasons where Kyle Shanahan, you would hear doghouse and, he's trying to motivate Brandon Ayuk in different ways. But I got to say, after the season he's a legitimate number one option in my eyes at this point. You can go to Ayuk with the game on the line and feel good about it. Is there any other parts of his game? Maybe is it blocking downfield? I mean, where else can he still get better? Because he was so good last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you saw a lot of the signs of him being that guy. And I think one of the ways he can get better is not even in his control. And honestly, it's just getting the ball more, which is a tough task in this offense, right? They go out and get Christian McCaffrey, and now you've got McCaffrey, you've got Kittle, you've got Debo, you've got even Jawan Jennings, Elijah Mitchell, got all these guys. And so he's in an offense that isn't necessarily going to give him the looks that he needs. But what you saw last year was a guy who was starting to kind of maximize the opportunities that he did get. And I think what he's done now is he's established himself in a way that defenses are going to really have to start making tough decisions on who are they going to cover. And that's what Kyle Shanahan wants, right? He wants to exploit the matchup every week. And I think last year you saw a lot of teams are focusing in on slowing down Debo or maybe trying to slow down McCaffrey or Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk was getting more of those favorable matchups. I don't know if that's going to be the case this year, but I just think his route running and we talk about it all the time, and I know people like to compare Ayuk to Debo, but they're such different players. Brandon Ayuk is really more of a pure wide receiver, route running and precision and some of the things he does. And, he really plays with that kind of chip on his shoulder. It seems like he had, since going the JUCO route and some of the things that he did to get to this point. And so I think really it's just a matter of giving him those opportunities, and he's earning those opportunities because he's just always open. And I think Debo Samuel, maybe it got lost in all the interesting things he said about his own performance yesterday, but as he said yesterday, you can't cover that guy in a phone booth right now with Brandon Ayuk, and it's really been true. So he definitely looks like he's poised to take another big step this year.
Awesome. It just goes to show you too, players change. Man, Ayuk was a guy in the doghouse a couple years ago.
Totally.
I mean, yeah. By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Obligatory quarterback question.
You can't avoid it, Nick. It's coming at some point. Yeah.
I appreciate doing a little bit of other stuff first. So at least
we can go to some other stuff too. But any your takeaway from the way the players talked about the quarterback situation, the way Kyle talked about it, just the fact that you guys were down there on the grass, seeing them in person. Anything new come to you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think anything, I'll give you a little tidbit that I think is interesting, and we talked about this last time I was on, guys, just kind of the path that Brock Purdy takes here in his recovery and how he gets back to being on the field. And so he's at a point now in his throwing program, which started last week, where he's throwing 3 times a week. And within that throwing program, he has prescribed distances that he can throw at each day. So, when he starts out 5 to 10 yards, whatever it is, and then effort level. Like, so he's just kind of lobbing it or, whatever. He's not going out and throwing it at 100%. And so he'll do that for a few weeks. But one of the interesting things is I know this sounds ridiculous, guys, but he's actually throwing a regulation-size NFL football. And you're like, okay, yeah, of course he is, right? That's what he's supposed to do. But part of the ramp-up process is you start with a tennis ball, and you're bouncing it off of a wall or you're bouncing it off of a trampoline and you're catching it and you're throwing it. And then you kind of graduate to a half-weighted football, and you do that at a prescribed distance and effort level. And then you graduate to the regulation-sized football. And then from there, the situation he's in now, where he's already throwing a regulation-sized football, it's really just a matter of continuing to build up that distance and effort level. And so unless, Kyle Shanahan kind of alluded to this yesterday, unless Brock Purdy starts throwing the ball, 100% and throwing the ball 50 yards when he's not supposed to be, there's very little chance there's going to be a setback here. This is a prescribed, throwing program that takes him over the next couple of months. And so I think that when you see, talking about the optimism that he could be available at some point in training camp to be ready for week 1, it's not outrageous. And I know people have been hung up on the 6-month time frame, 6 months from September. Well, the range has always been 5 to 7 months. And the first person who ever had the UCL surgery that Brock Purdy had was cleared to play baseball again in 5 months and 3 days. So it wouldn't be rushing him. It's just the timeline that he's on right now.
Nick Wagner, the voice you hear, ESPN.com. And until we got to get Purdy on the practice field if we stop asking these darn questions. My gosh. I don't know, to your eye, as Eric Spoelstra would say, to your trained or untrained eye, is there a difference in Trey Lance? I mean, sometimes these things are so subtle, it's kind of hard to see with the naked eye, but is it a release? Is it a footwork? Is it does he look different in his body?
Attitude,
Is the ball leaving his hand? To me, I just look to see how the ball travels out of his hand.
Yeah, guys, to me, I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like I'm one of these private quarterbacks coaches or whatever, or even a Twitter quarterbacks coach, which there seems to be a lot of those these days.
This is true.
But I think the ball is coming out a little quicker. That's one thing that I've noticed. And, Kyle Shanahan has talked about this, so I'll take his word for it because he is an expert on this. Just talking about the idea of him really working on his lower base, his feet, and connecting his eyes with his feet and being able to get the ball out quicker. Just the idea essentially being that if your feet are in position, you can always get the ball out at a snap of your fingers, So I think that is a little bit more clear. Like you can see it's coming out quicker, and I'm assuming that's because of that he's improved in that regard. He had some good throws yesterday. There were a couple that he put into some tight windows over the middle and things like that. But again, I'm just so kind of out on making any sort of like big conclusions from these OTAs when they're not in pads. There's no offensive line, defensive line stuff. Hardly any of the defensive starters are even on the field. But I will say the one thing you can definitely tell, and his teammates talk about it, is he said it himself, is he's having fun playing football again. And there does seem to be a little extra bounce in his step that maybe wasn't there. Even a year ago when he was about to become the starter, there was a lot of pressure there. There was a lot of things going on. He was still kind of recovering from that finger injury and trying to get his release back and his mechanics back and all that stuff. And so he does seem to be a lot looser and kind of, having more fun, as George Kittle and Trey Lance himself said.
All right, Nick Wagner here, ESPN.com 49ers writer, going through all the stories here. We talk Debo, we talk a little quarterbacks. Nick Bosa showed up. He doesn't frequently. Rare time that you guys get him in the offseason in Santa Clara. And it just seems like, just keep breathing, son, right? Everything's great. His health is fantastic. His attitude's good. He's ready to go. I guess he talked about two things. One, like Javon Hargrave and the new depth of the D-line, and his contract, which seems to be very little acrimony. He didn't scrub his Instagram like Debo did a year ago and all that. I guess the question I'm asking is, in the way they manipulate the cap, I'm supposing the answer is everything will be fine. But is his big contract going to put the 49ers in any kind of financial bind?
No, I don't think so. And yeah, it really is, it's interesting because we talked to Debo yesterday. He talked about what a distraction it was, right, as last year as part of the reason that he didn't have such a good season because his off-season work took a hit because he was distracted by the contract stuff. And then Bosa comes in right afterward and is just like, yeah, with contract, though, it'll get done. It's fine. It's just kind of interesting. But, when you're a player of Nick Bosa's caliber, the 49ers have made it very clear they want to keep him. I don't think there's any doubt that something's going to get done, and it'll probably be right before training camp or early in training camp, like they have done with Fred Warner and Debo and George Kittle here in recent years. But, yeah, I think the thing with Bosa is just a matter of time and patience, and he's kind of said that from the very beginning that's what he was going to be willing to be patient and get this thing done. And as far as coming back this year, duplicating what he did last year, I think there's opportunities for him to continue. I know it's crazy to say because he had 18.5 sacks last year, but adding Javon Hargrave was a big deal. And Kyle Shanahan has said this offseason. I think John Lynch has alluded to it as well. As for as good as their defensive line is considered league-wide, the way it's reviewed. A lot of people say that's one of the best defensive lines in football, and that's probably true, but they really felt like they've taken a little bit of a drop-off since that 2019 season, which was, again, guys, when they had DeForest Buckner at 3-technique defensive tackle, and they haven't had that guy. And Bosa talked extensively yesterday about just kind of the revolving door they had, particularly on the interior. So kind of stabilizing that, and not just stabilizing it, but adding a difference maker in Hargrave, they think should give them an opportunity to get back to that level of dominance, and it should create more one-on-one opportunities for Nick Bosa because, offenses are going to have to kind of pick and choose who they double-team between him and Hargrave.
I'm looking at his Insta, and he has not scrubbed anything. It still says Buckeyes, Niners, football emoji, Italy flag emoji, surf emoji, sun emoji, and U.S. flag emoji.
Well,
there it is.
There it is.
He's got it all summed up.
It's not consistent. Right.
All right. Well, listen, it sounds like the Niners are gearing up for another run, man. Gearing up for another run, doing their thing. Anything on George Kittle? Is there? What's his contract status, by the way? Where are we? Is he due or?
No, he's still got a couple of years on that extension. One thing that I think is interesting about Kittle is after the season, guys, he said that this is the best he's felt physically at the end of a season in a long time. And, he's always had kind of nagging things, or there's been things that he hasn't gotten repaired, and he's just kind of had to rehab and prehab things in the early part of the offseason. And so he was talking yesterday just about the idea that, he's been able to kind of attack this offseason earlier and in a way where he can just work on getting better at football. And maybe that's a scary thought for other teams. But if Debo Samuel comes back in the shape that he says he wants to come back in, gets back to that 2021 level, and you have George Kittle feeling as healthy as he ever has, and Christian McCaffrey has a full offseason to learn the offense and the intricacies, and then you got Brandon Ayuk doing what he's doing. There's a lot of reasons to believe this offense can take off, but I will add this caveat, guys.
Yeah.
We don't know about the offensive line. I think there's still a lot of questions on that offensive line, and I know everyone said last year that was going to be a big concern, and then they played pretty well, but I don't know if they were good enough, especially when you get into the playoffs. So I still think that's going to be a big question mark that could potentially, maybe hold them back a little bit. But from a skill position standpoint, I don't know if there's a team in the league that is more locked and loaded than this group is right now.
Colton McKivitz, our next conversation. So, all right, Nick. I appreciate all the
good stuff, Nick. Thanks, man.
Good observations and just Niner chit-chat, man. So go do your thing. We'll catch up down the road.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Paulie, Niner chit-chat.
Bro, you just read my mind because this is the kind of morning I'm talking about. I got, earlier in the show, I had some Tim Ryan sound bites. Now I got Wagner with his chit-chat.
Yeah.
We got Ayuk updates happening. I'm starting to feel it, man. I'm starting to get into that Niner, state of mind. Oh, we get chimes.
Just in time for your Niner state of mind?
Yeah. What do you got for me?
A different kind of football, Paulie Mac. The global game. Big news, Lionel Messi some would say the greatest of all time. Not me.
Would you
Not
say?
me. I go with Pele.
Okay.
I would say one of the greatest of all time.
A lot of people think Pele is the Ted William of soccer. A lot of people say that.
Coming to Miami, Major League Soccer scores Messi. How about that? Major League Soccer gets Messi. Enter Miami. Does that mean, and I'm an idiot here, do they come to San Jose? We going to get a chance to see Messi in San Ho? That'd be pretty awesome. So we'll check the schedule. Anyway, it's a huge, huge, huge deal. As the Men in Blazers tweet, one of the most transcendent, indelible players to ever play the game will now do so in the United States.
You know what I mean?
Boy, talk about the MLS, man. Getting a little stamp of authenticity.
I'm still working to that one day where somebody says, like, hey, have you ever heard the Murph and Mac show? And then the guy or girl says, yeah, no, I've heard it. Those guys, they're transcendent. Like, I don't think...
Paulie, that's it. And on the day Saudi Arabia is winning everything, he actually turned down Saudi Arabia for Miami.
That's what I'm talking about, see?
So Miami is the pesto of 2020, of the 2020s, right?
I'm only half kidding when I say, was Pat Riley involved in any of these decisions?
Yeah,
because
actually,
he might have been.
I mean,
I'm kidding, but not really kidding.
Might have been at some point he did a Zoom with him or something. You know what I mean?
He was like, you know what, give me Pat Riley's number. Let me talk this over.
And then Riley just stone-faced said to him, listen, if you're not coming here to win, then I want to end this conversation right now.
If you want to come to Miami, you're going to need to work.
Listen, I'm not here to... Riley said, I'm not here for chit-chat. Are you coming here to win or not?
Totally.
So
you find me roaming the halls.
So he turned down Barcelona. He turned down Saudi Arabia to come to Miami. Paulie, do you get my dated, once again, another dated reference? Oh, they do not play the Quakes. They say, wait, where are we in the schedule right now? Here it is June. The season's coming up, isn't it? Didn't they already have the cup? June 10th. Listen, why don't I take this out of his hand? Why don't I take the keys out of take the keys away from the kid who doesn't have his driver's license yet?
Who's that, Walter back there?
I'll answer that question in just a sec.
All right.
But anyway, another dated reference, Paulie. Do you remember when Harry Met Sally?
Sure.
They talk about Seattle as the pesto of cities.
You know what I mean? Okay.
Because it was 1989 when everybody was going to Seattle.
But it hadn't yet blown up into like Nirvana proportion.
Seattle is to cities in the 90s as pesto was to because pesto was
pesto
a big thing
had its day. It had its day. Yeah.
So is Miami now the pesto of cities?
I'll buy it. I'll buy that.
Because all the tech people are moving down there.
I will buy what you're selling.
You got
they just had a big thing in the Chronicle about that. How many people? Yeah, it's nuts. It's
Miami.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the Seattle of the 2020s.
But don't go to Miami if you're not willing to work for Pat Riley because he's watching. Yeah.
Messi to Miami. Congratulations to the United States soccer community. All right. Andy Baggerly. He won't be talking Messi. He'll be talking Giants next on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our very own Greg Papa threw out the possibility of trading Joey Bart for a starting pitcher. That's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Alert, major bag alert.
Bags alert, bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a work in progress. I feel like I'm still battling it. It's some of those days where it feels good some days, feels good some others, and, it's just part of, coming back after 19 months of not being out there. So I'm learning as I go, and hopefully the results keep getting better and keep finding my stride.
Praise Dale or raise hail.
There it is. Luke Jackson last night after his appearance. He's easing back into the Giants picture. And then Luke Jackson from Scottsdale when he was wearing an old sort of a ragged Dale Earnhardt T-shirt. I said, what you got there, man? I said, Dale Earnhardt? He said, praise Dale or raise hail. That's what he said. So this guy's an instant favorite. One of the many things we could talk about with Andy Bagley of The Athletic and our weekly hit talking about the Giants. Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Bags.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're good. Luke Jackson's a fun dude. Have you had a chance to talk to him?
I have. And I before I even met him, I think I got a good impression because when he signed with the Giants, he tweeted something like, hey, I need a new, main photo in a Giants uniform. Can someone Photoshop me into a Giants cap and also make me handsome and jacked? And then somebody did this really, really bad clip art thing where they Drew muscles on him and stuff. And so he immediately made that his new profile picture. I'm like, I think we're going to like this guy.
Yeah, between him and John Brebbia,
some personality out there.
I mean, the wacky relievers.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually where you find a lot of personality in the clubhouse. I mean, relievers are usually a little bit different. They say lefties are different, but I think it's relievers just in general who can be a little bit different. I mean, they got a lot of downtime together, right, watching these games, and I think it can be tough if you don't have a little personality and make it fun. So I think it's almost a learned act for them. They're not stressing about their next at bat, the entire game or making a play in the field. They kind of have a little bit more downtime and I think they kind of lend themselves to having some personality down there.
Yeah, Giants get that win yesterday, 10-4. They sort of knock off the boogeyman of Coors Field. Of course, two more there where they're going to have to go through today. Logan Webb today, and then the TBD Thursday. And I guess that's kind of where we'll start, Andy, is this whole situation with the rotation where you got three guys. You got Webb, you got Cobb, you got DeSclafani, and then you got two open spots until Alex Wood comes back.
Yeah.
And sort of how long you can stitch together these bullpen games. Worked out yesterday, but, is that sort of the plan for the foreseeable future?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit different than just your regular bullpen games because you've got, multiple guys who can throw, as many as 5 innings, probably even more than that if you really needed them to. And that's Sean Manaea, who, even though he gave up some runs, pitched really well in a tough environment. Tristan Beck did not deserve to be optioned when he was optioned. It was really a numbers game, and so he's back. Now that Alex Wood needs to call timeout there because of his back, and you got Jacob Junis who can go multiple innings too. So it's not quite as dire as they've got a whole bunch of 1 inning sprinters out there that they try to piece together a game with. But I mean, you're right. It is definitely a little bit in flux, and you don't want to have to overextend guys, especially before you even get to the All-Star break. And here they are moving Logan Webb up to pitch on regular rest. I think normally they'd prefer to give him the extra day, but so I think they'll probably just monitor and see how today's game goes, and if they do have a lot of unused guys that they can use to cobble together Thursday's game. Maybe they'll go that direction and they'll give Alex Cobb the extra day and have him pitch at home on Friday against the Cubs. Or if they feel that they don't have enough coverage behind Webb, maybe Webb has a shorter outing today, then they can have Cobb go. So, but the key is to have pitchers who aren't so stuck in their routines that they can be flexible and they can change as needs warrant. And that's a big ask because a lot of these guys are creatures of habit. And so that's one thing that this coaching staff and front office has been all about is, hey, look, you're going to be more valuable to us if you are willing to really be versatile and roll with the punches a little bit, whether that's playing different positions or being ready, to adjust your routine if necessary. And they've gotten, I think, it's a tough thing to get widespread buy-in, but for the most part, I think they've got players who realize that, hey, they're more valuable if they're willing to do A instead of B, and so far it's worked out okay.
Yeah, well, 30-30, where they are right now, and just kind of in the mix. 500 will get you into September in contention. It will. You'll be in the wild card race, and then you maybe get hot late. That kind of thing that's today's baseball. We're talking Andy Bagley of The Athletic. So, Andy, I'm wondering, I should have done the research before I asked you this question, but I'll throw it out there anyway, and that is yesterday's lineup. How many handful of times have they had all their guys?
Yeah,
I mean, and I guess the only difference would be from the opening day vision, supposed to be David Villar at third instead of J.D. Davis, but that got settled pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So we go, I guess, Pat Bailey instead of Joey Bart, too, but that's the thing. But other than that, around this, Bailey, Bart, Estrada, Crawford, we can talk about that, J.D. Davis, and then Haniger, Conforto, Yaz. I mean, and then Jock as the DH. That was the vision, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of the people that they thought they would have, and I think, it's a totally healthy roster is kind of a mirage. You're never going to have a totally healthy roster. I guarantee you that one of those guys you just mentioned will probably do some time on the injured list before the All-Star break. It's just the way it goes when you have an older team. And the key is when you're missing those pieces that you don't crater and you have other people who can step in. And that certainly has been the case, whether it's been a Casey Schmidt or Bailey, who, as you mentioned, still catching, or whoever the next man up might be. And, maybe for as much as the position player core got a boost from the farm system in May, maybe it'll be the pitching side that'll get that boost in June, whether it's Kyle Harrison or Keaton Wynn. I'll tell you what, I was in Sacramento yesterday and I watched Nick Swinney, and he's got a really nice breaking ball out of the bullpen, lefty. So, they've got some good lefty coverage right now, but he's a guy who looks like he's got a major league breaking ball if he can keep it in the zone. And that was impressive to see. And then, of course, we've talked about Luis Matos and the run that he's been on. But from the pitching side, it'll be interesting to see just how much some of those guys may come up and contribute here in, maybe the foreseeable future.
Right, and that's the other. I mean, so if the story of this, I'd say if you had to have a story of this year going into June, it's the youth movement, right? Schmidt and Bailey, and what's to come. You mentioned Harrison and the Matos and Keaton Wynn and all these guys. So that's kind of been the story. That said, I'll ask you a little bit about Schmidt and Bailey. If we had been doing this interview yesterday before the game, we would have said, "Oh, Schmidt and Bailey are cooling off." Well, Pat Bailey got hot yesterday, but Casey Schmidt has a little bit of cool off, which is to be expected. And does it all come down to his chase? What they call his chase rate is that he needs to become a different hitter and more disciplined at the plate and draw more walks.
I mean, it's not that simple. I think if you look at if you go on Fangraphs and you look at just swing percentage, just how many times he swings the bat, just regardless of where the pitch is in the zone, it's right up with the highest in the major leagues. And I think he may have the highest of anyone with more than 90 plate appearances, although I think like Hanser Alberto was up there, a couple other guys up there, Christopher Morel of the Cubs. And that is something that will be exploited by pitchers over time. And, I think that there's been a lot of testing going on, and I'll tell you what, he's got pretty good plate coverage, and he's very quick to the inside pitch. He can hit the ball that's in and hit it to his pull side. Where he's going to get in trouble is away. And I think he has tried to work some deeper plate appearances, and he's gotten a few calls on him as well. But it's going to be an adjustment. This is not a guy that is going to draw 100 walks a year. It's just he's not that kind of hitter. It's just, make sure that your biggest strength isn't being used to your disadvantage, and major league pitchers will absolutely do that. That's why they're here. That's why they're really good at what they do. So it's just going to be something to monitor going forward, making sure that he kind of tempers that aggressiveness a little bit, but you don't want to take away from what he does really well too. So it's a balance. It's why hitting is one of the hardest things to do, especially at the big league level.
And where do you see Schmidt playing in the new jigsaw puzzle with Tyro back and J.D. Davis raking? And
that's a good question.
Is it? I mean, it was easy to play him when Tyro was out,
right?
But was it? I mean, straight up shortstop, or do we go back to sort of the jigsaw puzzle where he just hops around?
Yeah, I think they'll find a way to hop him around, and whether it's you have a left-handed pitcher on the mound, and maybe JD will DH, or maybe even Schmidt could DH a time or two, or have Tyro DH and get him off his feet and try to use that position against left-handed pitching to kind of keep everybody a little bit fresh. But obviously, for the most part, you're going to be facing right-handers, and that means Jock is going to be the DH. So you're right. There may be a few more times that he takes a start from Crawford, and I think we've already seen that start to happen a little bit. And a lot of it may be just finding ways where he can mix in and play. I don't know, maybe 4 days a week or something, and you give Davis a day here and you give Tyro a day there, and then you sort of do the load management thing for everybody, and you play matchups as well and try to pick good spots and good pitchers that you think his swing plane matches up well against. And if it gets to a point where other guys are performing and Schmidt isn't getting the playing time, then you can always option him out. There's no shame in that, and he goes to AAA and he stays ready and works on stuff. It's not like you're saying that the guy is not a big league player when you send him to AAA. Sometimes you just have to do that, and I think it'll be a good problem to have if that's a problem going forward.
We're talking to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic about the Giants, who got a big 10-4 win last night, tied a San Francisco era record with 8 doubles last night in their 14 hits. They also drew 11 walks How about that? The Rockies do. How about that? By the way, the time of game last night. A little nostalgia. Was it like 320 or something like that? Was there a stat on how many pitches the Rockies threw?
They threw like 230 something, right, Bags?
Yeah, it was like the most the Giants have ever had an opponent throw in a 9-inning game.
That's a hell of a
crazy. Yeah.
I tell you what, though, what I thought was amazing is Lamont Wade Jr. Got on base 6 times.
Yeah.
And he's the first Giant to get on base 6 times in a 9-inning game since Darren Lewis in 1992.
Wow.
Which is just kind of crazy. And then I just looked at it. I said, well, what did that do to jack up his on base percentage? And of course, it's up to like 329 now. So I just looked at the league leaders, and Luis Arias is first because he's batting 401 because he's an absolute freak. So he's at 451 on base. Lamont is 429, and Juan Soto is at 411. And I just had Lamont's stats right next to Soto's stats. And, I know that, there's some differences. Soto's got more RBIs because he doesn't bat leadoff. He bats behind Tatis, obviously. Wade has a couple fewer starts and some fewer plate appearances because, sometimes he won't start against lefties. But for the most part, you go across the board, and it's like the same stats. Wade scored 31 runs. Soto scored 32. They both have 51 hits. They're almost the same player right now. Wade sitting there with 41 walks and 42 strikeouts, and Soto's got 56 walks and 57 strikeouts. It's it's kind of dawned on me. It's like, okay, this is no one's saying that Lamont Wade Jr. is Juan Soto, but to this point in the season, he has been basically.
To be honest, Andy, Soto the Padre. Thumbs down? I mean, not thumbs down, but...
I hear you. Not what people were expecting.
No, not MVP.
No.
I mean, you're right.
Well,
you're right.
Yeah, not making the kind of impact that maybe people thought he would. And, it's he's a guy who draws a lot of walks, and that means he's gonna put a lot of fuel in your offense because he's on base. But it is still dependent on other people being able to drive you in. And that was the problem in Washington when he was, had this insane on base percentage, but just wasn't scoring any runs. And I thought to myself, as I'm filling out my MVP ballot, it's how much value are all those walks for a team where no one can drive you in? And, and maybe he's run into a little bit of that as other guys have either been hurt or haven't really gotten going in San Diego. And clearly that's a situation that, they've been the biggest disappointment in baseball, but it's still, there's a ton of baseball to be played. There's a lot of the season left. I kind of have to almost giggle a little bit when I hear people talk about, who the sellers will be. And it's a team that's got they're 4 games under 500 and maybe 6 games out in the division. I'm like, man, there's a lot of baseball left. I mean, you could be one good week away from being right back in it. So, I think it's still way too early to start talking about that.
It is true. I mean, they're 28 and 33, but you're right. There's a lot. And sellers now, I mean, we'll talk about this more, Andy. I know we got to let you go, but as we get closer to the trade deadline, but with the new extra wild card spot, man, sellers are sure. I mean, it's only going to be like 4 sellers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk already about, what about Shane Bieber of the Guardians? What about, a Stroman of the Cubs? And I'm thinking, okay, some of these teams, probably are going to fall out, but, those teams are still there right now. Pretty much everybody's still in it. Even the Cardinals, who got off to a terrible, terrible start, they're still in it. So, I don't think really there's a whole lot of clarity in the playoff picture, especially in some of those central divisions where everyone just sort of seems to be in a big pig pile right now. So, the Giants have done, I think, what they needed to do at this point in the season. They've weathered some injuries. They weathered the early part of the schedule, which we all knew was going to be really difficult from an opponent standpoint and from a travel standpoint. They need to start winning series against teams that they should beat, whether that's the Royals early in the season or the Nationals. They dropped a series to the Pirates, who were leaking a little bit of oil. They need to start winning series against teams that are, frankly, not expected to contend, and the Rockies are certainly one of them. So, yeah, this is when you go for the series win, and then you try to win today, and then you get greedy and go for the sweep, and that's how you move up in the standings.
I know it's sort of like we're at the end here, but I do want to discuss at some point when we start figuring out what a 500 team is and what a 500 team looks like, because they got to break out of that to shed that label. Right now, 30 and 30. So there you go. All right, Andy, we'll look forward to the writing in The Athletic. We'll always read you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Bags.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.
There he is, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic.
Hey, a couple of notes here real quick. This whole segment brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
Well done.
Great job, brother.
That's what you do. Oh, look at this. I got the Marty stamp. There you go.
Now, I'm hoping that this is okay. I tasked Tripoli and young Greg.
Right. Well, you got to give Greg something to do.
About when would Messi make his debut in Miami. And they're saying August 20th. I'm trusting you guys. There's a lot of,
8/20/23.
Not confirmed potential rumor. That is one date that has been thrown out as a possibility.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's Murph's responsibility now to share the official date with us.
Well,
Murph's on Messi watch.
We're sharing the official potential possible date.
Right.
How's that? August. But they're not coming to San Jose. But he's not. It's also, it's been reported by his biographer.
See, now we got controversy.
The guy's name is I got to give the guy his credit. Guillermo, here, I got to give the guy his flowers, Paulie.
Well, that's what they do now.
Los Flores. Guillaume Balaguer.
Oh.
A contributor to CBS and BBC, wrote a biography, has known him well for years. He's the one who's reported that he's going to Inter Miami.
All right. Again,
So
I still think the whole maneuver is just so we can get closer to Pat Riley and Heat culture. That's probably what's underneath all this.
Josiah Johnson, who's a very, 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 very funny tweeter and a Bruin, by the way, Marcus Johnson's son, already has the image of Frankie Pentangeli's brother sitting in the courtroom.
So good.
Has him sitting at Mike Malone's Game 3 pregame press conference to intimidate him.
See what I say? I love this. By the way, can I get an at KNBR Murph's early read on a you can go, I just don't want to.
Young Greg.
Yeah, you can go over there. It's okay, man.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what's your read on Game 3 tonight? I actually have I don't know, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I actually think Miami can steal this one tonight. I do. And I know Denver's going to be highly motivated. I know. I think every game they take is a steal, though.
I mean, listen, Pop Culture Showdown spoke.
Already told us what's going to happen. But we don't know how many games the series goes, though.
I'm just trying to look for the spread tonight.
Great
Denver
question.
is a 3.5-point favorite.
Well, this is not a surprise now. See?
Yeah, so here it is. This is according to a report from, this is DraftKings. We're going with DraftKings now. I mean, I used to go to Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather.
Yeah.
We're going to DraftKings now.
I miss Cronkite. Kind of settle the waters.
Remember Peter Jennings, Paulie?
Totally.
But anyway.
Peter Jennings, deadhead, by the way.
So one report says that he would probably not debut on the road. And it looks like maybe August 20th when they host Charlotte, when they take the field after an international break midsummer.
Yeah.
How excited are we all for Messi in Miami?
You know what I mean?
Does there need to be a Will Smith, welcome to Miami, bienvenido a Messi to Miami? Anyway, I don't know. All right, hey, on the other side, we can finish it up. We'll go anywhere you want. You go Giants, you go Niners, you go Rory.
I might talk more about that 30 for 30 with Walton, too. Just to
Somebody wrote in and said it's the best they've seen.
I'm trying to help Murph along here. I'm urging/encouraging Murph to get to a 30 for 30 near him as soon as possible so we can get all this Walton UCLA stuff. There's so much great footage in there.
And I would urge everybody to listen to Waterboy Marcus Boucher with Papa to hear Hunter Pence at 10:50 a.m. today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I don't worry, 'cause everything's gonna be alright.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know you and many other golfers were offered substantial amounts of money to join LIV.
I was never offered any money.
My apologies. Should the golfers who maybe stayed loyal and turned down LIV, should they be made whole financially?
I mean, the simple answer is yes. The complex answer is how does that happen? Mm-hmm. Right? And that's all gray area and up in the air at the minute. But yeah, there's, it's hard for me to not sit up here and feel somewhat like a sacrificial lamb and, feeling like I've put myself out there and this is what happens. Again, removing myself from the situation, I see how this is better for the game of golf. There's no denying that. But for me as an individual, there's just going to have to be conversations that are had.
There it is, man. Rory McIlroy saying, he's going Kevin Costner Field of Dreams. Oh. My favorite moment when, at the end, when James Earl Jones is going in the cornfield, and he goes, hey, I did everything you asked. I did it all. Never once did I ask, what's in it for me? And
no.
Shoeless Joe goes, what are you asking? And he goes, I'm asking, what's in it for me? He says, and that's when, of course, Dad appears. But anyway, the point is Rory's like, I did everything. What's in it for me, man? Since this show has gone on, I saw a tweet from Jay Monahan, or a quote from Jay Monahan.
Here we go. He's going to be busy.
Quote, Rory and Tiger will be rewarded for their loyalty.
Look at this now. We're getting more and more like the mafia. You're going to be rewarded in time.
Seriously.
In time. I'll give you your button. Seriously. Only in time.
Seriously.
What are you going to prick a finger with the? We're going to snuff out the St. Anthony card.
Bag.
Yeah.
Drop off a bag with one of those doctor's bags with cash in it.
That's why when Murphy's over here going, I got to give this guy his flowers, I think they'd rather get a bag than flowers.
Exactly.
Most of them.
So anyway, that was Rory saying, man, I did everything you asked. And then you turned around and made this deal.
You know what I memean?
And now what do I get? And now
let me ask you a question.
Saying you will be rewarded for your loyalty.
So
I want to be rewarded for my loyalty, Paulie.
If you're a young golfer today, say you're like a phenom on some high school team and Stanford wants you and you're going to have you can tell I'm going to be a pro golfer. All signs point towards that. This is like the only, or unless I'm wrong, tell me, but is this the only kind of entity?
This will be,
Yeah,
when
so
it takes shape.
So you won't really have a choice. This is the way. If you want to play pro
Unless
golf.
you want to form a new breakout league and form another rivalry.
What, like the AFL of golf? Yeah,
I just did that. The LIV was the AFL of golf.
But this is the only option, really.
This is now. And you would have to, quote unquote, come to peace with the Saudi money. And that gets into a very complex thing, too. You know what I mean? Like, we buy gas from the Saudis, and the NBA does business in China. And what about our own human rights? It gets very weird, man. And, you start following tentacles. And so if you want to watch golf, if you want to watch the PGA Tour, you're going to be somehow, some way supporting the sports washing of this whole thing.
So that's the big term now.
Who made up that phrase, by the way?
I heard Kurtenbach. I want to credit Kurtenbach, even though I don't think he invented it.
Mark used it yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
I stopped him in the middle and said, what is sports washing?
Kurtenbach was all about the sports washing today.
It's a very Kurtenbach
It's another
phrase.
example of sports washing. I'm like, damn, Kurtenbach sounds so official.
I'm just happy when my kids, wash their hair.
Right.
Much less sports washing.
Can we just get some standard hand washing happening?
I also want to tell you, too.
You send your kids to wash their hands before dinner? Tell me the truth.
Of course.
That was a big move in my house. Go wash your hands. It's dinner.
Paulie, did we say coming out of the John? Wash your freaking hands.
Let's hope so. I mean, after that.
That's not an automatic now. Well, you're too busy looking at the iPad.
That's the other thing. Imagine the bacteria that's on that iPad, by the way.
Gosh.
So you might want to wash them up.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. So now
Great job, brother.
Yeah, well, they also say, Monahan speaking this morning, saying, we don't know. There's a lot of unknowns other than and I was reading deeper on this thing. What they mostly did was killed off what appeared to be very threatening lawsuits. That's why. If you want to know the simple thing is why they did this, because there were huge lawsuits that were going to, cost a lot of money.
Now, you're talking about the 9/11 groups?
No, I'm talking about the PGA Tour and LIV were in court, and it was going to cost a lot of money, and PGA sure wasn't sure they wanted to go to war with LIV and
with the bottomless. You got the bottomless pit.
Also, maybe they said opening up the books. Maybe the PGA Tour didn't want the courts to open up the books.
That's another phrase they use in the mafia. I'm telling you, when they make a guy, they open the books for him. This is becoming a mirror image of The Sopranos.
When we also said, keeping the mafia analogy alive, Greg Norman, who was the man who led the whole revolution, he got the Carlo Rizzi treatment. If everything in life comes back to The Godfather.
What are you talking about, the trash can lid?
No, I'm talking about the...
in the car with the strangulation. Boy, that's a tough way to go.
They say, Greg Norman, you won't see him no more. How about
Greg Norman, you right up front. Clemens is going to sit behind you.
Yeah, because he's the guy who led the whole revolution. He was the face. And then the Saudi guy who brought him in just turned around and knifed him in the back.
This is a question mark, but am I wrong when I say... something in me wants to say this. Greg Norman, ... friend of the program?
No.
He wasn't on down at Pebble?
No.
How did we walk away? Didn't we walk away with bottles of his Pinot Noir one year? I swear to God, at Pebble Beach. I'm serious.
Was it Edgewood?
I think we came back with like Greg Norman Pinot at some point.
I think you might be right, actually.
And I remember that, and I'm thinking, like, he had to have come on, right, to do that?
Wow.
If George Lopez said it was okay.
Yeah.
That's back.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The other names are these two guys behind the scenes, Jimmy Dunn and Ed Herlihy. These are the guys who apparently got the deal done behind everybody's back. I don't know, Paulie.
I don't know either.
Could you ever pull off something behind somebody's back?
No, I'm not clever enough. I'm way too obvious.
There are people out there that do this.
They make their living doing that kind of stuff.
Have you met people? I've met people who do this, and they do things behind your back. Like,
shout out Chris Young. I'm just kidding. I know it's a joke, you guys. It's a joke.
I mean, how about people who will go ahead and knife you? You know what I mean?
Chris, I don't mean any harm, by the way. I'm just riffing.
Is our bullpen filled with guys who will knife you?
Probably. It's pretty competitive out there.
I mean, seriously.
Right?
It's funny. I was talking about The Winner Within by Pat Riley, and I'm going to give you a I didn't get a nugget last night.
We still got time?
I was too busy watching the Giants hit doubles off the wall.
Okay.
But somebody wrote in on the text line, said, Pat Riley, all he's doing is biting the art of war. Said nothing that Riley wrote wasn't true in the art of war centuries earlier. I said, well, good writers borrow, great writers steal. You know what I mean? So there is nothing new under the sun. Anyway, we played that Rory sound for you, and we'll continue to see what happens as this story develops 24 hours in the golf world. And we have a U.S. Open next week or the week after. No, next week. We're going to U.S. Open at at historic L.A. Country Club next week. And all anybody's going to talk about, instead of talking about this epic golf course they're playing for the very first time in Los Angeles, right in the heart of Los Angeles, it's going to be all about the...
I'm not even kidding. This is just a question. Do you ever foresee a time in the future where we open the mics and say something like, I don't know if you heard, they got the LIV PG... What's the whole name of the entity going to be called, by the way?
We don't know.
We don't know. Okay. So when they rebranded or whatever...
Blood Tour International?
Will the chickens come home to roost, as they say at some point? Like, will this thing... Is this thing built for the long haul in your eyes?
Well, yeah, because they're going to have all the golfers under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
Only God knows.
Oh, there you
go. That's it. Well...
Bryson DeChambeau went on CNN this morning. He's getting crushed.
Is he?
Well, because they hit him with the question. They're saying, what about the 9/11 families?
Well, that's the
murder of Khashoggi.
There's no way.
He actually said, nobody's perfect, but we're all trying to improve in life.
Yikes. Oh, boy.
I'm not going into that.
No, you can't. It's too much.
Anyway, just wanted to touch on that because I know it's funny. I am actually quite surprised by how many people are interested in this. I thought golf...
because it transcends sports. This is bigger than golf. This is about, like...
Well, as the great Marty Lurie said to me, when I left the A's beat and the Niner beat for golf...
Let me tell you something.
Then I came back and I was pinch hitting and I was covering an A's day game. He sat next to me.
You're back.
He did, pretty much.
Look at you.
He goes, you're doing good with the golf.
Oh, geez.
And then he said...
Thanks, Marty.
He said, but it's a cult. He goes, you know that, right? It's a cult.
Oh, boy.
I said, well, you know, I mean...
Is that accurate? Do you agree?
Well, he said,
it's a cult.
He was saying it's a cult.
What's baseball then? If that's a cult,
it's a bigger cult.
Okay, baseball's like the people's temple, right?
He was telling me that the only people who were reading my There you go.
Just kidding.
I got you. The only people who were reading mine were deranged lunatics.
Okay.
707 says, hey, guys, it's nothing the OJs weren't trying to tell us back in the 70s with their R&B hit Backstabbers.
Yeah.
Oh, they smile in your face all the while. They want to take your pace, the Backstabbers.
They're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm
telling you.
And 707 says everything comes back to The Office, the American Office, and it sounds like when Dunder Mifflin was bought out by Sabre. Run by what's-her-face, Kathy Bates, right? So there, I know you're not an Office guy, but that's for Copes too. 214 says the PGA did not want to open up their books in their lawsuit, so what are they hiding? And then 510 says, geez, the terrorists have won. That's a dramatic statement there too. So anyway, guys, and 530 says Rory and Tiger were already rewarded. That's the way they stayed with the PGA Tour in the first place. 408 says I would argue that golf is a bigger sport globally than baseball.
That's a great... I don't know how to trace that one. You'd have to...
I don't know about that.
Tackle that.
No.
I don't know how golf is around the world. I don't know.
I think Tiger Woods would be better known than Shohei Ohtani, wouldn't he?
No.
Wow.
Look at you.
He's played in every continent, whereas baseball's not.
A lot of people, he's played all over the world.
I've had him all over the world.
Yeah.
It's an argument.
I understand.
Yeah.
Really, they say the world's most popular sport is soccer / football, and Lionel Messi's coming to Miami. So there you go. There's your tie-in.
Basketball getting pretty global
positive,
as well.
bro.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, heck, we'll figure out the golf thing. I'm surprised by everybody's interest, man. The text line blows up when we talk about it.
Did you hear they got golf?
Yeah. I mean, the people are interested in money and power and backstabbing and all that.
Shout out Gordon Gecko once again.
There you go. All right. Hand it over to, ready for this, Marcus and Papa. Is he going to shout again? That's the big question. He made the cooler of the content first time.
Waterboy, do your thing.
That's Steve Young on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's hard for me to not sit up here and feel somewhat like a sacrificial lamb.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. Hey, Waterboy gets the special treatment. He gets his own rejoin and
my guy.
Nicotina.
Look at that.
Look at you, buddy.
A little killer whale. It's Logan Webb Day.
I got to do some troubleshooting live on the air. Murph, may I troubleshoot as we wind up the show today? Wind down.
Yeah, shoot it, Paulie.
Well, here's the thing. So I'm looking at Marcus. The guy's handsome. It's great to have him back in the room. The only problem is if I'm not mistaken right now, the listeners can't see Marcus. They're getting the Triple E cam.
That's correct.
So we got to fix this studio, I think, with a third cam. I'm not even kidding, like a third camera for guests.
Do you want to turn that one around right now?
You're absolutely right. We'll all be on camera in just a few minutes.
You better not
I don't want to mess anything up.
Exactly.
But I know that you were teasing the people earlier this morning because when I woke up at 6 a.m. today, the first thing I hear is Murph and Mac talking about my head of hair.
Well, I went deep on that today.
I appreciate the compliments, boy.
I'm just telling you what I see.
Mac. Yeah, I do throw some pomade in the hair.
I'm not surprised.
You got to go with some products.
I would expect it just as much.
You got to.
Product is everything. By the way, just totally randomly, I'm on Twitter making sure we have everything all tied up with Messi and everything. Waterboy, did you ever participate in college baseball in one of those national anthem standoffs? Because the Pirates and A's did this morning.
Wait, what's this?
Where when the national anthem ends and certain players just stand on the line, they don't leave.
Yeah.
And then you're staring at the other team.
I heard they're trying to outlaw that. Like
they just did it this morning in Pittsburgh.
There was a guy that got ejected last week, I believe.
Wait a minute, wait.
Did you ever do it in college?
Me? No, I never did it. I've seen other guys do it.
What's the thought there behind that?
It's like a... Go ahead. It's like a little inside game. There's one class clown on your team that tries to stand on the field longer than the other class clown from the other team.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not that theatric.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't think for the A's. They scored 6 in the first inning.
Apparently.
Exploded.
Maybe they should just stand out there the entire game, Murph.
Hey, a couple of final notes we didn't get to. One, DeMar Hamlin back on the practice field with the Buffalo Bills.
Great story, man. Tremendous.
Two,
it's like the only story the country can actually get united on. That DeMar Hamlin's doing well.
Austin Wins is a Rocky. Did we know that?
Shout out Winsy with the face.
AustinWins.com.
One of the great mugs. Oh, that face of a Wins.
Yeah. And he said to Susan Slusher, he said, grudge match.
Yeah.
All right, Waterboy, go get him.
It's all yours, kid.
I'll be back with you boys tomorrow.
Cheers, y'all.
Tomorrow.
I'll be looking at that hair.
The family will be back.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. All right. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change student and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Bill, it's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana.
I want the whole charade. I want to be burped. I want to be cradled. I want everything.
And I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
This is bitchin'. This is so much fun.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
1-1. He swings, lines one out to deep right field. Grichuk going back. It's going to sail over his head and one hop against the wall. Rounding third, Bailey heading home. The throw to second. The slide. He's safe. It's a 2-out RBI double, and the Giants take a 1-0 lead.
Now the payoff pitch again to Bailey, swinging a fly ball to center field. Doyle going back, looking up on the track. It's off the wall. Haniger around second. He's going to score easily. The ball ricochets way back toward the infield, and there goes Bailey all the way to third with a triple.
Lambert to the plate. Wade swings at a ground ball. Base hit right past Lambert. Out into center field. Yastrzemski scores. Right behind him, Bailey. He'll score. And Lamont Wade Jr. comes through. Wade dancing off the line at third. The pitch. Davis swings and belts it out to deep center field. A good ride. Doyle back. Looking up. It's off the wall. Scoring Wade. Here comes Peterson. Rounding third. Heading home. He'll score without a throw. A 2-run double. And it's 7-1 Giants.
It's definitely a hitter's park. There's no doubt about that. It was obviously nice at the plate, and then kind of bring some different elements to the game behind the plate. So it's very interesting playing here for sure.
Yes. It's day 2. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher filling in for John Lund on the Papa and Lund Show. Giants get the 10-4 win. It's day 2 of 49ers minicamp. NBA game finals tonight. All things we're going to talk about this morning with the one and only Greg Papa. G-Pop, my man. Good morning. How we doing today?
And you are superstitious like a former ball player. You want to open the show the same way. Was that Patrick Bailey giving us the duh answer of all time? Yes, it's an offensive yard. Not quite like Mexico City, but is Coors Field the most offensive yard in the history of baseball? Marcus, let's do it again. 3, 2, 1.
I love it, Papa. It worked yesterday. Hopefully it works again today for the Giants with Logan Webb on the bump. Hell yeah. I'm back again tomorrow for round 3, Papa. Yeah. Best believe I had the guys out in the bullpen today asking the questions. Are you going to start the show with the John Lund? Oh, yes.
Do it.
Of course. I got to pay tribute to my guy John Lund and Greg Papa, of course.
In typical John Lund fashion, he only texts during the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. hours. He can't find the guy.
Yeah.
So I was looking for him yesterday. I want to make sure he's all right, but no word from John. So I know he just completed his living will, and I was not notified as the number 1 beneficiary. So I think we're good to go. And we got a day game tomorrow. And just right away, we could see it. We talked about it yesterday. You know, getting Thairo Estrada back, Jack Peterson back, getting Michael Conforto back. Yaz only missed 1 game, but getting Yastrzemski back and putting him in the 7 hole. But, you know, we have a kind of a concern on this show for years and years and years, going back to decades ago when we had, you know, Josh Reddick was on the show and Ryan Vogelsong, and for a while we had Casey No Hits McGee. Whoever came on the show with us, we kind of jinxed, and they just didn't do well. But late night Lamont, full count Lamont is so locked in now. First pitch he sees again. Friday night he goes splash number 100. Yesterday, just a nice controlled swing right down the first base line for a 2-base hit. 3 hits, 3 walks. He was 6 for 6 as a leadoff hitter. They did get him out one time on the pickoff that got away at first base, and he tried to take second base. It was really close. The only out he made last night was on the bases. But getting Thairo Estrada back. And Hunter Pence is going to join us at 10:50. And Hunter worked the broadcast last night on TV with Flam, and then came over on the post-game wrap. And I remember him talking to us in spring training about the increased size in Thairo Estrada. He's gotten bigger. He's gotten stronger. We had him as one of our panelists at FanFest, and he was predicting, 30, 40 stolen bases. And I was thinking this guy could go 20-20. He's got the whole package defensively, just in the right spot a lot last night. But they all contributed, obviously. But to get him back after Lamont goes, on base 6 out of 6 times, and Thairo goes 3 for 5 and also draws a walk, plays a clean second base. This team has been up and down a little bit, and we'll get into it, because I think now is the time where they start to take off the way Brandon Ayuk is saying he's going to take off with the 49ers. But how much did the Giants miss the steady and beyond that, energetic, powerful, fast play? I mean, the guy is one of the most complete players on the roster. He was out for 9 games, Marcus. They went 4-5 without Thairo Estrada. He's one of those guys where it doesn't dawn on you until he comes back. Damn, we missed that guy.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. And we talked about it yesterday when we were kind of tossing around whether or not who could be a potential all-star for this Giants roster. And Thairo Estrada was one of the guys at the top of the list for me. And something that stands out is when we had a conversation with Gabe Kapler before the season on the Murph and Mac show, and we asked him, if you're going to the ballpark to watch one player play, who would it be? His answer was Thairo Estrada. And he's in that lineup nearly every day. Yeah, he said he's a bad mofo. Direct quote from Gabe Kapler. I think we have that sound in the system.
Really?
Maybe we'll play.
Cap goes bad mofo? Yeah, I like that.
He called him a bad MFer. He didn't want to swear on air, but we all know what Gabe was saying. But, you look at that lineup yesterday with Thairo back, with Jock back, with Michael Conforto back in the starting lineup. This has got to be the deepest and most complete lineup that the Giants have had all season, Greg.
Without a doubt. Well, and I think they can still get deeper. Hunter's going to join us at 10:50. Rich Aurelia is going to join us at 11:30. And, we call Craw the greatest shortstop in the history of Giant baseball. I mean, I don't know how good Travis Jackson was going back to the New York Giants. There have been some good ones here. I always call Richie the greatest offensive shortstop in Giant history. I mean, the guy, the year that Barry had 73, Richie had 37 and damn near drove in 100. I mean, I'll give Craw defense, the nod there, but Jose Pagan was a good player. Uribe was a good player. Royce Clayton was a good player. It's just Craw's kind of outlasted them all. But Casey Schmidt was not in the lineup last night. Now that you have Thairo Estrada back, he's going to play just about every day at second base. So you don't have that. We can still play Craw and J.D. Davis and move Casey Schmidt over to second base. There'll be some days when you do that. Day game after a night game when you get into a grind and it gets hot. You get a tough weather road trip coming up next week to St. Louis, then to the Dodgers. But you have a day game in St. Louis, then an off day after that next Thursday, Marcus. But by and large, Estrada's going to play a lot of second. How do they divvy up playing time between Schmidt, Brandon Crawford, and J.D. Davis? Well, that's Richie that at 11:30. But the one guy in the lineup, and now you see it. I mean, obviously, Wade, Estrada, Jock is back, and he'll get better. He only had one rehab game in San Jose. J.D. Davis, Michael Conforto, Yaz is back, starting to lock in. You see Bailey, whether it's Craw or Schmidt. The one guy that I'm omitting is Mitch Haniger. And Mitch got hot a little bit, and then he cooled off a little bit. And, one thing that when I watch him play, just because of his size and his jersey number, he reminds me a little of Chris Bryant. I see a little of Chris Bryant, but he's not Chris Bryant in the box. And when Hunter joins us at 10:50, he does have the leg lift. There's no doubt. And that timing of the leg lift is key. He's got to get that foot down in time, and he did in Milwaukee. He did in Mexico City. But by and large, he's still been searching. But one thing that Hunter said about him is, and it's true, where Chris Bryant's the ultimate buggy whipper. He's going low to high, and he's trying to launch and, exit velocity and launch angle and take you out. For that reason, he's vulnerable to wild swings and misses. The one thing, when you watch Haniger, and Hunter mentioned it last night during the broadcast, he does keep his bat in the hitting zone. It's a flat, a stroke through the zone where it's in the zone a long time. So in theory, he should barrel balls. So we'll have Richie talk about Casey a little bit, getting him hot again. How about Patrick Bailey last night? And Hunter called him a slow breather. Is he a slow breather like Buster Posey? Is a slow breather? Maybe his heart rate is elevated a little bit, catching and flying and scoring all those runs, at altitude. But if they can get Mitch Haniger really playing like Mitch Haniger over an extended period of time, right now he's in your 6 hole in the lineup behind Conforto and Davis in the middle. Then this lineup can really take off.
And Greg, I think that's a great point to look at guys like Mitch Haniger, especially with the return of Jock Peterson. Because when we're looking for ways to get Casey Schmidt into the lineup, a big reason why the Giants were able to play him every day was because Jock was on the IL, which opens up that DH spot, which, hey, gives a day off to JD, gives a day off to Thairo, and they're able to mix and match. Now with Jock presumably filling that DH role almost every day, don't think he's going to be in the lineup against lefties a lot. I know the Giants like to do that. But maybe there's a situation where if Mitch is struggling against righties, you can put Jock back in left field. I know he has
Blake Sable.
Yeah,
Blake Sable.
Him too. But that kind of moves it around. It would at least open up the DH role to maybe put Lamont or J.D. Davis to get Casey Schmidt back in that lineup.
Without a doubt. Sable was not in the lineup. Schmidt was not in the lineup last night. And you still, eight doubles to tie a San Francisco Giant record. It's odd. I was looking at the list. Most of those games were on the road. Only one was at Third and King, and 3 of them were in Colorado. So, but the 11 walks on top of that, it's amazing they didn't score more than the 10 runs, Marcus. But 10 is enough, and we didn't even talk about the bullpen game and being able to go through that. And John Brebbia somehow got out of that bottom of the first inning, straining the bases loaded. Ryan Walker really is something. Explain to me why. And Ryan Walker, did a nice job. And the Giants did take the lead in the top of the second. But technically, Brebbia was still in the game at that point. Brebbia cannot get the win because he's the starter, and you got to go at least 5. I think the official scoring in baseball has got to adjust to the adjustment of going to the opener. It's just not fair. here. The Giants are using it a lot. They're using it at least one time through the pitching rotation, if not twice through. What are they going to do tomorrow? It could be Alex Cobb. We'll see how Logan Webb does today. But why does the official score give the win to Ryan Walker, who got 3 outs, as opposed to Sean Manaea, who got 14 outs and went 4 2/3? I know he gave up 4 runs, but that was a little bit deceiving. And also, J.D. Davis probably shouldn't have just gotten the out at first and not go to the plate. But that run would have scored anyway. Why did Ryan Walker get the win over Big Sean?
Yeah, that's a great question, Pop. And I think that's why a lot of the advanced analytics crowd doesn't even look at wins as being an important stat anymore. Because if you want to look at the bulk of the game, it was Sean Manaea going 4 2/3, getting 5 strikeouts, got charged for 4 earned runs. But he was the bulk guy. He's the reason why the Giants were having so much success. He's the guy in the middle. But yeah, Papa, it makes no sense. In this day and age, he should be awarded with the win. I like Ryan Walker. He's a good young arm. But pitching 1 inning gets you a win these days, I guess, when you are following up that opener in the first inning.
Yeah, it's just odd. And, they may not think it's a big deal, but if you are going to award a win in the game, why don't you try to get it right? It just doesn't seem. As a starting pitcher, he damn near went 5.
Yeah.
He went 4 2/3, and of the guys that pitched yesterday in the bullpen game, and those are hard to navigate at altitude. What a job by Patrick Bailey. And then we didn't even mention Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go cycle, but he just missed the home run and the triple that he had. He was gassed. What a performance. But if you are going to reward a win, let's make sure we give it to the right guy. I wonder if they will change that.
Yeah, I think maybe down the road, since this strategy is becoming more popular, but at the end of the day, you're right. It does matter, especially to a guy like Sean Manaea, who maybe can use this win next year for a contract. I know he's got an opt-out next year. We'll get to that later down the road. But to these pitchers, wins mean a lot to them. But in these bullpen games, I think Gabe Kapler will tell you the bottom line is the team got the win, and that's the bigger message, and that's the goal here.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the bottom, and you know what? We're wearing the rally cap, since they got off to the slow start to get to 500. So they were 6 13. They got to 28 and 26. They lost 4 to 5. But now at 30 and 30, now's the time to take off.
Yeah.
Now that you're getting your lineup back and your whole, especially this series, 2 more against Colorado. Cubs come in over the weekend. I think I'm not going to say you're going to win all 6 on this week, but can you go 5 and 1, at least 4 and 2? You already got 1, because next week I know St. Louis is struggling still, but they are the St. Louis Cardinals. Then you got to go to the LA Dodgers. Then San Diego comes in, and then you see who's in first place in the National League West. It's Arizona.
Yeah, how about
they
that?
Come in, then you go see Brandon Belt in Toronto and the Mets. So can you take this 30 and 30? And, can you win the next 5 and get to 35 and 30? I don't know if they can do that, but this is a big week to stack wins against teams you should be able to beat. It's baseball. You don't always beat them. But now's the time to jump on the Rockies and Cubbies.
Yeah, and last night they did a great job of doing that. 10 runs scored, 8 doubles, no home runs, which was interesting to me. A couple balls off the fence. We'll have plenty of Giants baseball to talk about today. Like Papa said, Hunter Pence joining us at 10:50. Rich Arilli is going to join us at 11:30 this morning. We'll talk some 49er football with David Lombardi at 1:15, and also get into these Debo Samuel comments about his performance last year with the 49ers. But on the other side, let's continue this bullpen game talk. The return of Jock Peterson, Tyro Estrada, and Giants sucking down canisters of oxygen like they're out partying on a Friday night. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Marcus filling in for John Lunn on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow joined the Murphy Mac Show earlier this morning to talk about the Giants lineup finally being back at full strength. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
A lot of high fives tonight in that Giants dugout, 8-1.
See just keep getting at bats, getting rhythm. Eventually, innings like this happen.
Yeah, Jock couldn't give a high five. He's still working on the can.
So it's the canisters of
That's
oxygen.
It. That's what he's got in his right hand.
That's the business. I'm going to give you a can of oxygen.
Jock Peterson with the can of oxygen after the San Francisco Giants dropped 10 runs last night on the Colorado Rockies, hit 8 doubles. And I think, Papa, my favorite one was Jock Peterson scoring from first base on the J.D. Davis double in the 5th inning and watching Jock huff and puff all around the bases. He gets back to the dugout, doesn't grab just one, grabs 2 or 3 canisters of oxygen and basically pretends like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin at the top of the ropes, chugging the canisters of oxygen, a little out of breath, but it was good to see Jock Peterson.
A little out of breath?
It was good to see him back in the lineup yesterday.
Yeah, we saw him. He was on our panel at Fan Fest this year as well with Tyro Estrada, and David Villar was on that, and a few other guys as well. Logan Webb, who's going to pitch tonight. And I was checking out Jack to see what kind of shape he's in because he was not in great shape last year, and wound up costing him spot in the outfield. And when he was played in the outfield, he wasn't very good. They used him at first base in spring training, and I thought he slimmed down a little bit. I think he's gained a little bit of weight since he's been hurt a couple of times. But he's a DH. But you'd like to be in better shape just to rotate the hips. Whenever Pablo Sandoval, when they went Camp Pablo and took him up to, in Arizona, having him running Papago and trying to get in shape there. Pablo you didn't want him to be obese and, just coming out of Amicis 2 at a time. When Pablo got really heavy, it was tough to rotate his hips, and it did affect his play. I mean, he was taken off a World Series roster in 2010. He wasn't even on the roster, and then 2012 he's the MVP, and it's 3 homers in Game 1 against Verlander and Albuquerque, who came in behind. But anyway, with Jock, you'd like to see him in better shape. I know we're laughing at it, and then he took a few swills of water, and it looked like he was at Oriole Park in Camden Yards with their bird feeder bits squirting the water out his mouth.
Yeah, he was giving himself a shower, Papa. Yeah,
I'd like to see him in better shape. That oxygen, I got to take that when I go up skiing in Tahoe. Smart. You were saying that works with a hangover or more energy? What could we use the oxygen cans for besides getting over at altitude?
Well, I know it became a big thing out in Las Vegas and like a couple small malls I've seen around where people will have now oxygen bars, Papa, where you can kind of hook up, you put on a mask, and they give you oxygen. You can even get flavored oxygen. Like I went to this one spot. For you? I guess it's supposed to help rehydrate. They tried to tell me some nonsense. Get rid of your hangover, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I'm buying it.
It's like an IV drip, you mean?
But I'm like, I got free oxygen all around me. Why do I need to put this mask on, especially a Red Bull flavored oxygen mask? I don't know if I'm buying into that, Papa. But hey, it was working last night for Jock.
The old days, and I'm watching the A's here. The A's are playing a day game at PNC in Pittsburgh and winning 7-1.
Put it on them early.
After winning last night 11-2, they had lost 15 in a row on the road.
And last night they beat Mitch Keller, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball this year.
We saw him last week pitch against the Giants. Anyway, back when Giambi was a player, greenies were legal then, stimulants. They just take a handful after being out partying all night, play day game after a night game. I saw Eric Chavez do it all the time. So obviously you can't use greenies anymore. Logan Webb is pitching today, and he likes his Red Bulls.
Yeah.
He'll do 2 or 3 Red Bulls. I think he told me he's down to 2 Red Bulls and then a cup of coffee before he pitches. And, the Spro Bro, that is Hunter Pence, is going to join us at 10:50. But with Webb going tonight, Marcus, again, the Giants have been incredibly streaky. I got my rally cap on, trying to get them to 500 and now above 500. When you look at the start, they were 6-13 to begin the year. And then Logan Webb pitches that game against the New York Mets on Fox, April 22nd. Crockett's one in the Bay, splash hit number 99, and they get hot. And Webb begins to shove a little bit. They won 5 in a row, and they won 5 in a row against good teams, the Mets and the Cardinals. Then they lost 4 in a row, and a lot of it was Mexico City. but they also came out of it and played well, against the Astros to get hot again. Then they won 4 in a row. Then they lost 6 out of 8. They won 9 of 11 when they got Schmidt and Bailey up and running. And then after Memorial Day, when they scored 15 against these Pirates, they lost 4 out of 5. They lost 2 out of 3 to Pittsburgh and lost 2 out of 3 to Baltimore. Now you win last night. So now that you got, hashtag David Lee, whole squad here, can they get hot? Because they really haven't had, Haniger and Slater were on the IL to start the year. When they came back, Jock gets hurt, Tyro Estrada gets hurt. Along the way, you bring up Schmidt and Bailey. Now you're starting to get your group going. Can they get hot at this point of the year? And, maybe Webb shoves tonight. We'll see what they do tomorrow. They go opener again for a second time in 3 games. They did that on the last road trip. They had 2 openers in the span of 4 games at Milwaukee and at Minnesota. Do you do it again, or do you roll Alex Cobb? Then you come home and play the Cubs. And St. Louis, is St. Louis that bad? I mean, it'd be nice to go there and take 2 out of 3 or sweep them and bury them behind the Giants. Then you got to go deal with the Dodgers. We mentioned the Padres in Arizona. So at least for this week, Marcus, they're hot and cold all year. You'd like them to get on a hot week this week. 2 more in Denver tonight, and tomorrow the day game. Come home for the Cubs because you got a tough week next week.
And I think when you're looking at this lineup, when you're looking at the return of Jock, Tyro, Michael Conforto in that lineup, they should produce plenty of runs, which has kind of been a problem when Logan Webb has been on the bump this year. So I'm feeling good about tonight, but I think the one thing that could be holding them back from going on this hot streak would be the starting rotation. We talked about it yesterday with Sean Estes, whether or not they're going to go with the bullpen game tomorrow or bring back Alex Cobb. I think the one thing that worked so well yesterday with the bullpen game was the fact that Sean Manaea took up the bulk chunk of that game so that everybody is still available tonight and tomorrow. But to your point, with 4 or 5 games in a row, if they have to use a bullpen game tomorrow in the day in their getaway game in Colorado, that could have a long-lasting effect into the Cubs series, and who knows beyond that.
Well, I think what they could do is just pitch Logan Webb tonight. Alex Cobb goes tomorrow on regular rest because he pitched on Saturday and threw a beauty, and then bring DeSclafani back on Friday for Game 1 against the Cubs because he went Sunday. So if you want to build in some rest time, you could, and then just start it all over again. But you are light, 1 starter anyway, with Alex Wood going on the IL and Stripling on the IL. So, it's one thing to go through a bullpen game once, a turn, but to do it twice in 3 days and to do it at altitude again for a day game tomorrow. I think the bottom line, let's just see how Logan pitches tonight. And the one thing, Logan pitches well, and his sinker, slider, changeup, everything down. He's throwing more 4-seamers, but the sinker is the pitch, obviously, at altitude at 20th and Blake. But I do remember his breakout year in 2021. He got off to a slow start that year. There was a start there, Cinco de Mayo, where he just did not pitch well at all. He got lit up there. And the one thing, you mentioned run support. Logan Webb has the worst run support of any pitcher in the National League. He has a 2.85 earned run average, Marcus, and the Giants and they've lost more than just his 1-loss record. They don't win when he pitches, and he personally is 4-6 with a sub-3 ERA. They don't score for him.
No, they don't, and that's probably been the biggest reason. I mean, we joke about it all the time on the Murph and Mac show. Is he the new Matt Cain?
Yeah, getting caned?
Yeah, I mean,
stylistically, he looks a lot like him, too.
Yeah, and that's one
Cain, when he was younger, rode the 4-seam fastball more, but he looks like him. But at Coors Field, they got to score runs for him tonight.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. And I like the point that you pointed out about Logan Webb kind of mixing in more of the 4-seam fastball this year. That's one thing that I noticed him, since we're talking about the size and athleticism of a Jock Peterson. Logan Webb does look like he put on a little bit of weight this year, but to me, it looks like it's good weight. And when he does switch over to that 4-seam from the 2-seamer, we've seen him get up to 95 miles per hour tonight. But to your point, when you're pitching at Coors Field tonight, maybe he will go back to the 2-seam sinker changeup combination and try to keep those balls on the ground tonight. Something that we can talk to in just a couple minutes now when we hook up with Hunter Pence at 10:50 a.m. this morning. But we'll continue to talk plenty of Giants baseball. Take a look at this bullpen game, the amount of pitchers the Giants used yesterday versus the amount of pitchers the Rockies used yesterday, and what Patrick Bailey is doing behind home plate, controlling this entire pitching staff. We'll talk about that and more next on the Papa and Lund Show. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to fill up the zone. We're always trying to do that, but I feel like here you have a lot of, walks can lead to runs with extra base hits and everything. So everyone tonight did a really good job of pounding the zone. And then, some pitches kind of move differently here. So you kind of get an idea of what guys' stuff are, and then you go from there.
All right, back on the Papa and Lund Show on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund, and by my side is Greg Papa, and the voice you just heard on the rejoin right there was the rookie sensation Patrick Bailey, who not only went 3 for 5 yesterday, hit a couple balls off the wall, but also caught another bullpen game. This one was not a shutout. Rockies do score 4 runs. Kind of interesting the fact that there was 14 total runs, 24 total hits, and no home runs, but maybe some of that credit goes to Patrick Bailey behind home plate, managing this bullpen. I think probably the one thing that stands out the most to me about Patrick Bailey is not his hot start at the plate, but behind home plate, the defensive ability, and how hard it is for a young catcher like Patrick Bailey to manage a pitching staff. I mean, yesterday he caught 5 different pitchers. You're talking about different arm angles. You're going with Ryan Walker throwing across his body. Luke Jackson was back there last night. Sean Manaea from the left side. Scott Alexander. John Brebbia opens it up. And all these guys look really confident pitching right now to Patrick Bailey, Papa.
Well, I mean, offensively, he's much better than we were told he would be. We didn't know. We knew defensively that he was a great defensive catcher, number 1 pick out of North Carolina State. Even during the pandemic 2020 year, they took him to the alternate site just because he was that refined. And as a catcher, you see it. Offensively, we didn't know. You know, he's a natural right-handed hitter that learned to switch hit, and he's become the opposite because you see a lot more right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching. Offensively, he's fine. He seems as though he's serviceable both sides of the plate. Now, is he going to be Buster Posey offensively and win a batting championship and a league MVP?
Yeah.
And a Rookie of the Year? I mean, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, not too many guys are Buster Posey, Papa. Yeah.
No, but I will say, and I made this point last week with Ron Wotus, I think at this stage of his development, Marcus, he is even more further along than Buster. Remember, when Buster was coming out of Florida State, he played a lot of positions. You know, he had one game where Bert Campaneris did and played every single position out there. But he was a catcher, but he didn't call the game at Florida State. So initially, they had to kind of teach him to call the game. And, he came up at the end of 2009 and kind of struggled. When he came up in 2010 in late May, he was ready to go. But Benji Molina was here. And they didn't give him the full-time assignment, so they traded Benji right around the 4th of July before they went to Milwaukee, and then Buster just went off. But at that point, and I never heard guys complain about his game calling, but he was not as refined as Patrick Bailey is right now. And it's amazing because, I mean, just look at the innings in minor league baseball that Bailey has caught. It's not that many. He essentially skipped AAA. And when Joey Bart did that, you just can see Joey's not ready for this. He needs AAA. He may need more AAA. And he's still down there in a rehab assignment. So Bailey offensively has been better than we thought, but you got to give that time.
Yeah.
You got to give that a couple of months, a couple of years before teams really adjust to how they want to pitch a guy. But last night he looked the part. But behind the plate, it's just everything he does. And I don't know if this era of baseball is more difficult on the catcher or not with pitch comm. I don't know. In the old days, Buster had to learn how to catch. But he had Boch to help him. Bochy was a great catcher. And he looked over to the bench and he got, pitch outs and throwovers and, all that from the bench. But Buster had to call the game. And Buster ran the game with the digits, behind the plate. Now, is it more challenging for the pitch comm? Let's watch Logan Webb tonight. Logan Webb was calling his own game. But then late in his last start, he ditched it. And he said, you call it. And Bailey's, and very seldom did he have to shake him off. So, it's his ability behind the plate to do everything, his calm setup. Buster, there was a point very early on in his career, Marcus, where he was just a savant. And I would watch Buster set up every single pitch, and he would wait. He would look at the hitter's feet, he would watch him, and then he would set up accordingly, whether it was in or out, and that'd be the pitch. And it was obvious he was just ahead of everybody. Bailey, at a younger age, has just picked it up. And I don't know if it's easier with this generation or not with pitch comm. There's a lot going on. You got the pitch clock going on. Luke Jackson comes in last night. I don't know what the hell he did wrong, to get that ball 4. He was talking to Joe Rizzo and FP. I listened to the entire broadcast. They did a great job last night. And FP's coming back. You're going to work today and tomorrow with John out, and then FP will be back on Friday. I don't know what Luke did. But the next pitch, he comes back after a walk, he gets an out, and he just settles all the different arms down. I mean, Buster, they weren't doing bullpen games with Buster this much. Were they doing it at all? I mean, to start Brebbia, have him get out of that bases-loaded situation in the bottom of the first to go to Walker, obviously with the crossfire. Manaea, Big Sean is totally different pitcher stylistically to Luke Jackson, and then have, Scott Alexander finish it off. It's just... he's something. Offensively, it's still a work in progress. He's doing great right now. And last night it was all him. But have they found, at least behind the plate, calling games, everything he does, and the way he rocks into a throw. Now he does not have Pudge's arm, but he has Buster's sense and just overall, he's just locked in on the game. And I will ask Hunter, he's a slow breather. The one thing we said about Buster Posey, Marcus, he is a slow breather. Have they found their next slow-breathing catcher for the next decade in Patrick Bailey already?
Well, that's the thing. When you hear the way that the rest of this pitching staff talks about Patrick Bailey, and this is going back to when I watched him play down in San Jose, and it seemed like offensively he wasn't where he needed to be. And maybe to your point, he's still not at the peak of where he could be offensively. But one thing that stood out was his glove behind the plate, him as a receiver, him controlling the game. I mean, this is a guy that won a minor league gold glove behind home plate. So when he comes up to the bigs in his first 3-4 weeks in the season, you've got guys like Logan Webb going away from the pitch calm and letting Patrick Bailey call some of these pitches. That, to me, shows an immense amount of confidence from this pitching staff because, yeah, bottom line is pitchers are always going to call their own games. You'll see pitchers shaking catchers off all the time. But if you have a battery mate that is on the same page as you and is thinking the same way you're thinking and seeing the game differently from behind home plate instead of on the bump, that is a huge part to your roster. Even if you don't get the offensive production, that's a big reason why Patrick Bailey will and should be in the lineup every day.
Well, just look at, how much time he has spent. And we'll skip, his college days at North Carolina State. In minor league baseball, at all levels, he played 193 games is all he played. And you look at it throughout the ranks. You saw him at San Jose. He was there for one season, 47 games, up to, high A. That's probably both combined, another 116. But beyond this year, is this correct? He did not play above high A? So he began the year at Double A at Richmond. Mm-hmm. He caught 14 games this year at 60 plate appearances. He went up to Triple A and caught 14 more games, had 60 more plate appearances. Before this year, the highest level of professional baseball he had played was high A.
Yeah.
Who does that?
That's ridiculous.
Who does that?
And he makes it all the way to
Rodriguez.
The bigs.
I mean, Pudge came up at, 19 or 20?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Who does that?
Yeah,
I mean, even more advanced than Buster at this stage to be on a fast track to essentially skip Double A and Triple A and go out and catch at this level in Major League Baseball and have all these veteran pitchers saying, wow, he's really fun to throw to. He makes it easy back there. Who does that?
Yeah, and that's what I love about this day and age of baseball. We've had the let the kids play movement go on for a couple years, and it does seem like guys are more likely to be fast-tracked to the big leagues, like a Patrick Bailey, like a Casey Schmidt. That's why a lot of people are talking about Carson Whisenhunt right now, who I saw open up the season down in San Jose, and now he's all the way up to Double A. People are talking about maybe him being a bullpen option at some point this year. I mean, look at the Anaheim Angels. I don't know if you've seen Ben Joyce was last year pitching for Tennessee, throwing 104, 105 miles per hour. He got drafted last year in 2022. Now he's in the bullpen for the Anaheim Angels. So to your point, guys are on the fast track more often than ever now in the MLB.
But pitching's a little bit different. For a catcher to get there.
Yeah, true.
And especially after the year he was drafted in 2020 was the pandemic year, he didn't do anything. So he didn't start playing professional baseball until, Eugene in 2021 and then on to San Jose and then back to Eugene and then Richmond and Sacramento. So it's just pretty amazing to watch him overall. But we want to hear from Hunter Pence. We want to go Reverend full throttle with my Spro Bro and find out what he's seeing from Bailey, what he's seeing from Craw. And then, the point of this offense, if Mitch Haniger can really lock in now. Yeah. And I mean really take off. Conforto's got to work his way through the heel injury, but he got hot. They've all gotten hot. Haniger a little bit in Mexico City and then a little bit in Milwaukee on that road trip. But if they can get Haniger really locked in, and Hunter says it's more of a flat swing, he's not buggy whipping and he's not vulnerable. He shouldn't be as vulnerable to these slumps that he's in right now. So if they can get Mitch Haniger going offensively, Marcus, this offense could really take off.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Casey Schmidt back in the lineup today, get him back on that hot streak. Coors Field, a great place to hit, and we'll talk all about it with Hunter Pence coming up next. But I do want to remind you that the Papa and Lunch Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. way. And yes, Hunter Pence is coming up next. Stay locked into your radio. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, and every sports fan has their favorite team. It's territorial, and just like pizza, what's your favorite pizza? Whether you grew up in New York, Detroit, or anywhere around, and you like deep dish, the answer to what your favorite pizza is Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the one and only Tony G, Tony Gemignani in the North Beach. Whether you're a fan of New York style, New Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis pizza, Mr. Gemignani has practically every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes all the traditional pizzas like Neapolitan, Grandma, and Sicilian pies. And he has other restaurants in the North Beach beside Tony G's. He has Capo's for Detroit-style Chicago deep dish or crackered-thin tavern-style pizza. And he has other restaurants as well that have cocktails for you, full bar, artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they make Italian beef sandwiches that are yummy. Fresh house-made pasta and Italian sausages, and always save room for dessert with Tony Gemignani. He has all the Italian specialty desserts like tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. You know, Tony is a 13-time world pizza champion who is known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the entire Bay Area.
Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
He swings away 3-0, and it's all going well for Lamont these days.
Keep going on. Wiggled by him there. I didn't see he was hustling to beat it out. He didn't see it get by.
Don't listen to Hunter, Lamont.
I thought he had a double.
There.
I thought he had a double.
All right, welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund today, and this should be a fun interview having Hunter Pence, a man that was on the broadcast last night for NBC Sports Bay Area, and a man that was put on the Giants Wall of Fame last season, now joining Greg Papa and Marcus Boucher this morning. Hunter, pleasure to have you on. How you doing today?
I'm doing outstanding. Great to hear from you guys. How's everything?
Everything is great, man. You sounded great on the game yesterday, and even trying to egg on Lamont Wade to get to second on that ground ball hit. Tell us what you thought of Lamont Wade's night last night. He came on yesterday with me and Papa, but to get on base 6 times and truly set the table for the Giants, how much does that mean to the Giants lineup?
I mean, that was honestly an extraordinary night at the plate for Lamont Wade Jr. And like the more I thought about it, the more I realized it was like Barry Bonds-esque, because it like swing decision is a thing the Giants are very high on. And he saw there was like the first pitch of the game, fastball down the middle, he rips it down the line for a double, just barrels it up. Then he proceeded the next 2 at bats. He saw 5 balls. They called 1 a strike, took all of them. The next at bat he was like 3-0. Like he saw like maybe 2 strikes in the next 20 pitches, and he only swung at the strikes. It was like the most elite swing decision I've ever seen. And when he did swing, it was pure barrel, besides obviously the one right there, that call you just had where he like caught it off the end of the bat. I think it was a changeup or something. But just everything was going good, so you could be having fun right there. I thought, it bounced by the third baseman, and, it just kind of looking for one more double to break that record.
Yeah, you weren't satisfied with 8. You wanted 9 and 10 doubles. Good to hear your voice, bro. I miss you, man. You were on fire.
Bros. Did you have any Spro yet today, Greg?
I got it right here. I got my big mug. Look at how big my mug is. We're live streaming here, so I got a tumbler like Hunter Pence has. But you were in studio with me last year one Saturday night when we gave him the nickname, and we didn't know if he wanted to go late game or late inning, but it was Late Night Lamont. But I think, and Dave Fleming and Javier Lopez, I think, started that earlier in the year, where we got to change Lamont's nickname from Late Night to Full Count Lamont. Because the first pitch of the game, he doubled, and then the one you're talking about was 3-0. But invariably, he is just seeing so many pitches. He's got his legs under him, which he did not have at the end of that great breakout year in 2021. But, Hunter, he's always had a good eye. But this guy's eye right now, you mentioned Barry Bonds. If it ain't a strike, he's spitting on it. And if it is, he's turning on it. How does someone improve their vision, their being able to see spin, just being able to see the baseball? How has he gotten so much better at that?
There's a lot of things that they work on and you can do to work on it, because the eyes are actually a muscle, and you can do different training techniques, and they do all sorts of stuff with the machines underneath the cage, but you have to have intention. There's also, obviously some people just have a little bit better, genetically, or it's just within them innate feel for that sort of thing. Like Brandon Belt was just naturally gifted at, he only swung at strikes for the most part. But I think Lamont has just a natural gift and also intentional about it, and they talk about it a lot in the meetings and stuff. But you can set up machines to throw balls intentionally and every now and then mix in a strike. So you're actually, working on your swing decision. This is something that I was terrible at, Greg and Marcus. And, like even in BP, like Lamont won't swing at a ball. Like he sits there and takes batting practice pitches, which for me, I felt like I was wasting time, but it was a detriment to me to not be taking those pitches. So it's a disciplined effort, and he is extraordinary at it.
And Hunter, a big talking point the last couple of weeks has obviously been about the prospects, guys like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt, and a lot about how aggressive Casey is at the plate. So when you have a guy like Lamont Wade in your lineup, is there any tips or advice you can give to some of those younger players, or maybe some advice that you got from a veteran to help work on your plate discipline?
Honestly, it was generally just working with different, like with Bam Bam Mullins or, the different hitting coaches. And, if I was swinging at the high one, I would have them start working on flipping me a bunch of high ones and then mix in a strike. So, fast high ones, and you can set up the machines now to do it as well, which I think is a lot better than obviously flips. But you have to be intentional. You have to work on it, and you have to use your imagination to create ways to practice it, think about it, and make it matter to you. So I think anything you focus upon gets better. You can get better at anything. If you want to play the guitar good, go start playing the guitar. So if you want to get better at plate discipline, start working on your eyes. So that would be my one thing. But also, a lot of times when you get sped up, let's say you're trying to create power or you're not feeling good with your swing, it's very difficult to have a swing as well balanced as Lamont. Like, he's locked in right now, like the Mitch Hanigers, the J.D. Davis, their swings are really short and in the zone, and it's been a long dialed in thing. So if a mechanic gets off, you start thinking you have to speed up, then a front shoulder starts opening up, and then all of a sudden you're like having to like try to be faster than you really are, and now the off speed really fools you. So a lot of times you got to slow down, you got to line up your swing so that you're confident and trust that, and then all of it kind of works. It's kind of like an exponential thing. If your swing's right, you have more time, which makes you slow down, and it helps your swing decision. So right now, Lamont's swing is in the zone so long, he feels like he has all day long.
I do remember the time when you struggled, and it was breaking pitches away. That slide ball away from you from a right-hander was tough for you. But I remember watching you in Texas the 2019 year when you made the All-Star team that year, and I'm like, he's not getting eaten up by that pitch anymore. You did work on it, and you overcame it. To me, with it's Casey Schmidt, Hunter, it's similar, where he can handle a fastball in, he's all over it. He can handle a fastball anywhere. He can handle a breaking pitch away. It's that one that is bouncing in the left-handed batter's box that is giving him trouble. And, his numbers are good, but he only has one walk, and he has 20 strikeouts so far. So specifically with that pitch that is moving away from him from a right-hander with Casey Schmidt, what do you want to see him work on and get better at there?
So this is a thing that you have to, realize, like, it looks really bad on TV, but in a game, and once again, this is like, if you're on a fastball, these sliders look like fastballs, and you don't have really time to think and hit. So he's registering in his mind fastball, and then it's a slider, and if he's not ready to swing at that, if he's like, if his swing's a little bit off or he's approaching it, it's a very, very fine line, and your swing has to be really well balanced, and your approach has to be really right. You think of, like, I remember, because I grew up in the Arlington area, my dad always complaining about Juan Gonzalez, and this guy was driving in 140 runs, and he struck out to the slider away. But when you messed up and you threw that fastball, he freaking punished you. So there's a risk reward with regards to baseball, and if you're not completely locked in or approaching the right pitch, for me, that whole off season, all I did, like, I completely changed my swing. The whole thing, like, all of the swing plane stuff was worked off of slider machine. So you think of, like, 6 months of only hitting sliders, it just subconsciously you recognize it a little bit better. And I still, even with that, would swing and miss at sliders away. But I think for Casey, sometimes you got to give up a little. You got to, like, do a little less damage on the fastball in. Maybe try to, they call it fight the good fight would be the thing, and, like, take a single. Good hitters get jammed up the middle to make sure that you're letting the ball get a little deeper and catching the off speed out front, so that then you can react to the fastball. But it's really hard. It's not something that just you immediately switch. It's going to take a little bit of a process, and they're working on it. Casey's going to get there. Casey has the talent, and honestly, I feel like his swing in spring training was so locked in that he had more time, and you weren't seeing that as much as you're seeing it right now. He's maybe a little bit, not quite mechanically in sync, and so it's compounded into, chasing and trying to create power versus just trusting.
And the voice you're hearing right now is, of course, the one and only Hunter Pence on the UMA guest line this morning. And Hunter, to me, it looked like last night the Giants had their healthiest and deepest lineup of the season with the return of Michael Conforto to the starting lineup. Of course, Jock Peterson back at DH and Tyro Estrada at second base. But then that brings up the question of how does Casey Schmidt find playing time with the return of these veterans? And what do you think the plan is going forward for the Giants with some of these young prospects?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Giants have, they have World Series hopes, and I think, the last time we talked, Greg and Marcus, they had the horrible start that they had in the season, and Kapler was talking about, well, we need to get Slater, we need to get Haniger back, and, like, the bullpen wasn't quite doing what it was capable of. And I was like, look, like I was with this team in spring training. I watched us just destroy people. Like we have the arms, we have the pitching. That's number one. We have really good hitters. Like I saw what Lamont was doing. I saw the work of J.D. Davis, Conforto, and I know he had a slow start, but like you could see like Conforto's going to have a great year if he can stay healthy. Lamont's like pass and Haniger, like we have a deep lineup that, you know, it's not a bunch of like superstar names that just jump off, even though I think Tyro and Lamont are pretty soon to be superstars. Tyro Estrada, obviously, I love this guy. I think he's quietly just an absolute gamer, and this dude is going to, you know, I'm hoping the Giants try to lock him up before he blows up too big. But we are really talented, we're athletic, and we have pitching to back it up, and we're going to be a force. So I think that bullpen the last 2 months has been incredible. These guys are really good. Bailey and Bannister are two of the best pitching minds, and we have some really talented arms. So there's a lot in my eyes to be excited about, especially with the depth of the lineup. So Casey's going to have to, you know, wiggle in at short, but then you're battling the Brandon Crawford, and we got to get him going as well. So we need to keep everyone healthy, but, you know, playing time, J.D. Davis and Tyro, I feel like have to play.
Yeah, and they got off to the slow start, obviously, at 6-13, but now they're back to 500 at 30-30. They've been a bit streaky, and part of the reason they got off to a slow start, you know, Austin Slater on the IL and Mitch Haniger. And, you know, Mitch got off to a slow start physically. When he got back, he was searching for his swing. He had the big series in Mexico City where he had a couple of bombs, but everybody was leaving there 1.5 miles above sea level. He had a nice road trip recently when they went to Minnesota and Milwaukee. You know, last night he had a hit. He was 1 for 5. But to me, this lineup could really take off if Mitch Haniger starts being the Mitch Haniger they saw in Seattle. And when I looked at his numbers there, yeah, he had the 39 homer year a couple of years ago, but he also punched out 169 times. He had a season in 2018, Hunter, where he punched out, again, a high amount, 148. When I watch him in the box sometime, maybe it's the 17 number, I see a little Chris Bryant in him. But Chris is more of a strikeout guy because of the low to high, looking for the launch angle. Haniger's got the leg lift, and he's got to get that down in time. But something you said last night, and you broke it down, he has a flat swing throughout the hitting zone. So to me, he should not be as vulnerable to the ups and downs in a 169 strikeout year. So what do you see now with the swing of Mitch Haniger, and what can he be for this lineup, Hunter?
Oh, I mean, he's pretty, you know, just solid everywhere. And I really do think that his swing is really short to the zone, and it's extraordinarily long through the zone. The high fastball is going to be kind of in my opinion, the challenge where the strikeouts will come in mastering that. But you got to remember, like, the oblique is one of the hardest things to come back from because you literally can't do anything. And then he's got to, like, you know, re-get his swing in order, re-get his timing. His swing is something that he's methodically built for a long, long time. But the rest is just a little bit of timing. And that's going to come with just keep getting him in there and every day at bats and keeping him healthy. But he's going to play good defense. He's going to be a team guy. He's going to, you know, like, play the game the right way, which happens to, like, leak into everyone around you. You know, you see Haniger, he's impacts the clubhouse with his methodical discipline and his work ethic. And so for me, Haniger's just this guy. He's just the gamer. He's the team first guy. He gives you a solid at bat. He can battle anybody, and he's going to play good defense. So I think if you just keep putting him out there, he may strike out, but that path, he has a high percentage chance of connecting with the ball and doing damage. So you're going to see some good extra base hits. You're going to see some RBIs, and you're going to get some great defense. I think he's a guy, but it's tough to jump into a new team battling an oblique where you had to sit and be stagnant and then get the body back going and then try to you're playing catch up the whole way. So, you know, you got to give him a little bit of a window here. And I think a couple weeks he's going to catch stride. We saw a couple games where he really changed the game and had big games. And I think a lot more of that is coming soon.
And Hunter, since we're talking about defense, I did want to ask you about Patrick Bailey, who had a big night last night at the plate, going 3 for 5, hit his first career triple. But I'm more impressed about what he's doing behind home plate, especially in a bullpen game like we've seen multiple times this year, managing a pitching staff that had 5 different guys go out there and throw last night. We're talking about different angles, different velocities, different pitch movement. How impressive is that for a rookie catcher to be able to manage a pitching staff in last night's bullpen game?
Yeah, if you ask me, this is the X factor that we needed in a big way, and you know, Bailey it's just natural. It's easy. It's effortless. The pitchers have confidence in him. He does his homework, but his defensive skill, and I think he's going to be a great hitter. I think his poise is elite for how young he is. But to have that kind of catcher, that that wit, that knowledge, that work, that knowingness, that confidence, and obviously like physically, he's gifted as well. Like he has, crazy, like we saw him pull some balls that were way off the plate and caught them like they looked like strikes. Like we see the box, but you don't see that in real time. And he got a call that was like maybe 3 inches, 4 inches off the plate and caught it like it was right there. And he almost got another one that was way off the box and he caught it perfectly. So he's got that physical receiving framing that's like elite. But to me, it's more of the little subconscious things of like, slowing the game down, holding runners, like knowing all the different ways of, just keeping the rhythm and the pace of the game and like feeling what the hitter's trying to do, game planning properly. It's just a complete package. And I think this is a very special talent. And for me, I don't think, obviously Buster was an offensive monster. But the reason that he changed the whole franchise is because of his wit behind the plate, how he worked the game. They're the quarterbacks. I don't care. If you don't have a good quarterback, it's really tough to win a Super Bowl. And if you don't have a good catcher, it's going to be extraordinarily hard to win a World Series. And I think Bailey is someone that can anchor a whole staff and can change a franchise.
And when Buster came into pro baseball at Florida State, he played all over the diamond at Florida State. He played literally every position one game, played some short, and they called the whole game from the bench. So Benji Molina kind of taught him that. It's amazing to watch Patrick Bailey, who above high A has played 14 games at AA baseball this year at Richmond, 14 games at AAA baseball at Sacramento. That's it. And now he's catching this way in the major leagues. And you used a term last night that we used to always use with Buster, slow breather. Slow breather, calms everybody down, doesn't get rattled by the moment. Have they found their next slow breathing catcher right away in Patrick Bailey, Hunter?
I really do think we have. There's no anxiety, there's no stress. And I don't know if you watched Air. I didn't even watch it, but I did catch the clip of like what they saw in Michael Jordan. And I'm not comparing Bailey to Jordan just yet, but like they were like how relaxed he was in the big moments and like the slow heartbeat. Bailey has that relaxed. The greatest competitors, and I wasn't great at this, are extremely relaxed. You have to be calm and cool within amidst violent chaos is kind of the thing that you say. And you imagine, the baseball field, there's a lot of chaos going on. And he is gifted in knowing how to slow that down, stay clear-minded, clear-focused, and just, the confidence because he puts in the work, he game plans well, and he believes in what he's doing and how he's attacking each of these hitters. And all of that has to be actually dynamic as well. You can't just follow what's on a piece of paper because the game and is happening real time, and if hitters are changing approaches, they're changing how they're standing in the box, and you have to be aware of all of these things. And I think Bailey and also Buster were really in tune with the dynamics that's happening and staying fluid in the moment.
Wrapping it up here with Hunter Pence on the UMA guest line this morning, and yeah, you guys are absolutely correct. Patrick Bailey looked like a slow breather last night, but Jock Peterson looked like a bit of a heavy breather after scoring from first base on that RBI double from J.D. Davis. Hunter, as a man that has played up in Colorado before, I mean, you and Flem had me cracking up talking about Jock and the oxygen canisters. What's it like playing at Coors Field, and how much of an impact does that elevation have?
Look, I don't care what you say. Jock was flying around the bags, and I don't care who you are. You need oxygen after that every single time. And I mean, I was in as the best shape of my life, and I would hit a double, and I would think, and normally I'm just totally fine, and I would just get dizzy and kind of worry about passing out. So running first to home in Colorado, that is a beatdown, and Jock was hustling. It was good to see. He can move, he can hit. It's great to have Jock back. He's funny, he's fun. I mean, he's got a lot of character and pizzazz, and you got to have that on a team. And he's another one of those guys that just has that natural confidence. He's a two-time champion. And you need those even keel guys that aren't going to panic, that can keep it loose, that can make you laugh, and Jock's kind of got that. So it was fun to watch him run that out. And he's got the blonde hair, he's got all the things, and give him the oxygen. That was fun to watch.
Great stuff, bro. You are on fire. I know the Guardsman honored you a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to be there for that event. Couldn't quite make it that night, but great to have you back on TV, man. You having fun? Sounded like it last night.
Oh, absolutely. It's baseball. It's, and it's just hanging out with Dave Fleming, one of the best in the world. I just let him do all the real work, and then I just mess around and talk baseball. It's a good time.
100%, Hunter. And you'll be back on the call tonight, right, with Logan Webb on the bump?
Yeah, I got this Rockies series, and then I think I pass it back. I think they head home to Kruk and Kipe, so you're in good hands.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on the Papa and Lunch Show. Me filling in for John Lund this morning. You're the best, Hunter. Thanks for doing it today.
All right, Marcus. All right, my spro, bro. Y'all take it easy. Stay caffeinated.
We always are heavy caffeinated.
There he is.
I thought I drank a lot of coffee. Hunter Pence drinks coffee. I typically, and I got to go in the morning here. But I'll sip it till 2 o'clock.
Oh.
But Hunter, he goes like in the first time we started working together, like in the 7th inning, he's going back for a double espresso. I'm like, seriously, we have hot water in here.
He's going all day.
Coffee. That's why he's full throttle. The Reverend. He is highly caffeinated.
High energy. I should have asked him about the oxygen bar, if he's ever tasted the Red Bull oxygen, like our guy Logan Webb, who will be on the bump tonight. 5:40 first pitch out in Colorado. Plenty of Giants baseball to talk about. We'll make the connection with Rich Aurilia at 11:30 this morning. But on the other side, I do want to ask Papa about something that Hunter Pence brought up there, talking about how it's hard to win a Super Bowl if you don't have a quarterback. Let's talk 49ers quarterbacks on the other side. Day 2 of 49er minicamp live from Levi Stadium. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Debo Samuel spoke to the media yesterday at 49ers minicamp and criticized himself in his quote-unquote awful season in 2022. To read more about Debo's thoughts on his 2022 season, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Great. I think you guys can ask him, but I don't ask him how his mental state is every day. I see him every day, and it's pretty good.
Just normal.
Yeah, everything's normal. I know we want updates. I totally get it, but there are none. So I can make something up, but there are none. It's like just the next day of working out and rehabbing, and I don't get too involved in that. See him in the meetings, talk to him about football and stuff like that. Things will happen when he's healthy, and we're just waiting for him to get healthy.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lunch Show on a Wednesday morning. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa by my side. And just taking a quick break from talking Giants baseball this morning, I will remind you that we will be talking to Rich Riley in about 10 minutes at 11:30 this morning. And if you want more Giants baseball in your life, Susan Slusser joins Tolbert and Copes today at 2:15, and Sean Estes will be joining the Murphy Mac Show tomorrow morning at 7:35 to kick off their Power Hour. But I did want to talk some 49er football, as the Niners have reported to mandatory minicamp, and Greg Papa has officially made the wardrobe change into his 49er gear, a site that you can see on KNBR.com, our YouTube page, and our Twitch page. And I thought that we heard a lot of good comments yesterday from 49ers minicamp. We heard the sound of Kyle Shanahan giving us an update on Brock Purdy, where he's at in his throwing program, and also broke down the back and forth between splitting first team reps between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. Greg, what was your big takeaway from 49ers minicamp yesterday?
Well, they're at it again today. Today's day 2, and it's only going to be 2 of 2. They're going to work out today, and they're on the field right now with a full practice. The media is watching. David Lombardi from The Athletic will join us at 1:15. We'll get an update on what he saw, and Steve Wilkes, the 49er new defensive coordinator, is going to meet the media at noon. We may hear a little bit of that. I mean, my main takeaway, and we're going to play it after we let Rich go. Rich will join us at 11:30, is what Debo Samuel said yesterday about how he was awful and he was distracted, and I was not surprised. His holdout, go back a year ago, he did show up for the mandatory minicamps, but it was more of a hold-in. He didn't do a lot, and with Debo, he's got to come into camp in great shape. He's got to be rock hard the way he was going into the 2021 season, and he balled out, and I was concerned about it. Debo has a lot of soft tissue injuries. A lot of times in practice, he can't get through a whole practice. His body just tightens up. He's so thick. That's what makes him hard to tackle. But he's got to keep his body in great shape the way he did in 21. And there's even some concerns going into this year. He's not been very active. And I was there last week for the start of Phase 3. He wasn't doing a whole lot, and he's not doing a whole lot now. And he comes back in time for training camp in July. He's got to be ready to go. And Brandon Ayuk, I thought last year the MVP of the offseason was Brandon Ayuk. The way he worked with Trey Lance. Remember, Trey was the number 1 quarterback, and going down and living with him in Southern California. And then Brandon followed it up with a very consistent year. And it's not all about catching balls and having 1,000 yards and scoring touchdowns. you play for Kyle Shanahan, you better block your ass off in the run game. Mm-hmm. If you don't block, you're only getting, what's the most you're going to get? 15 targets? The other 50, 60 plays, you got to block. Mm-hmm. Brandon Ayuk is a good blocker. That touchdown Debo had last year against Seattle in the wild card game, the shallow cross coming out left. Mm-hmm. Look at what Brandon Ayuk did to Tariq Woolen on that play, the safety, the corner for Seattle, and took him in. Debo's a willing blocker, but he's got to just play better. So I want to hear what Debo had to say. But as far as the quarterback position, Brock Purdy's throwing. He's progressing well. Trey's made advancements. Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold. He's a human jugs machine. And then Brandon Allen. And what Kyle said about Brandon Allen, and I couldn't quite hear Mayoko's question when we played it on the air yesterday, and I listened back this morning. He was talking about you have 4 quarterbacks on your roster right now that will play in the NFL this year and be on a 53. Not all 4 are going to be on this 53. Mm-hmm. So obviously Brock Purdy, he may have to begin the year on PUP, the physically unable to perform list, but at some point he's going to be on your 53. So is Sam Darnold. And then that leads to Trey Lance and Brandon Allen. And one thing we get in with David Lombardi, David knows football inside and out. I have great respect for his knowledge of the game. But and even John Lynch has complimented David Lombardi in front of me, like how well he knows the cap and money. He as far as a reporter, he researches this as much as anybody. Nick Bosa is going to get paid this offseason. Yeah. What kind of salary is Nick going to get? What kind of contract is he going to get? Is it going to be more like his brother Joey, more like T.J. Watt in Pittsburgh? Or is it going to be the gold standard of defensive players, and it's going to be Aaron Donald money? How are they going to structure that to make it work? And then that leads to Brandon Ayuk is also, they picked up his 5th-year option, but you're going to have to pay Brandon Ayuk at some point. Can you afford to keep? Can you afford to pay Nick Bosa big money beyond this year? This is the final year of his 5th-year contract, the rookie contract. And then do you have to make a decision? Can they afford to give Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel money? And then that also leads to Brandon Allen and how well he is playing. And, we talked about trading Trey Lance earlier in the offseason. I don't think it was really an issue until June. Now you can spread out the cap hit on him. Mm-hmm. You have more of an idea where Brock Purdy is in his rehab from the UCL internal brace surgery. So with David, if Brandon Allen is as impressive as they think he is, would the 49ers be open to trading Trey Lance at some point this offseason that Trey has improved? Do you have to wait a little while? Would you do that more before the deadline? Would you do it at all? The way quarterbacks get hurt around here, you got to be careful because you wind up playing 3 just about every year except for the Super Bowl year of 2019. So Lombardi can get into it all, but we're going to play the entirety of what Debo said, but they asked him, how'd you play last year? Awful. Yeah. He didn't even get the question out. In every regard, he was awful. He was distracted. Where is he at now? Can they afford to give Brandon Ayuk that kind of money? What's the Bosa contract going to be? And then, how they look at it in day 2 of the minicamp for sure. But then, is Brandon Allen, is that the kind of guy you want to cut? And now that you're going to a 3rd QB, emergency QB, if Trey's not one of your top 2, then you can't run the Bison personnel package where he comes in to run like he did, at the end of the first half in the home opener of his rookie year against Green Bay. Only time he could come into if he's QB3 behind Brock and Sam Darnold, then he's not up on game day unless it's an emergency. Then you can't run Bison personnel with him. So, then Allen would be more of a guy you would develop and have as your 3rd quarterback. So a lot of questions with David Lombardi, but Trey's improved. Brock's the guy around here, and then Darnold. How good is Brandon Allen? And Debo Samuel. One thing about Debo, the full Debo experience, Marcus, he is brutally honest about everything, including his own play. And he came right out and said, I was awful last year.
Yeah, and we'll play some of that sound from Debo Samuel after we talk to Rich Aurilia coming up on the other side. And you're absolutely right, Papa. There were a lot of questions that stemmed from yesterday's press conference, whether it was Nick Bosa talking about his contract. Hell, whether it was about Debo Samuel talking about Brandon Ayuk and how nobody can guard that guy in a phone booth right now, which leads to the questions of Brandon Ayuk getting paid after picking up his fifth-year option. If you can afford to pay both Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk at the wideout position. But I think a big reason why it might be possible is because the 49ers have these rookie quarterbacks on these rookie deals. But going back to our last segment with Hunter Pence, he put it out there. The quote from Hunter himself, it's hard to win a Super Bowl if you don't have a quarterback, and it seems like that has been the missing piece the last 3-4 seasons for the 49ers.
And they have one with Brock Purdy, and I like Sam Darnold's skill set, but Sam Darnold has not been able to win in the NFL for whatever reason. Blame it on the Jets, blame it on Kerry. He won last year. He won 4 of his last 5. He lost the last game of the year, but they were already essentially eliminated when they lost that, pretty much a winner-take-all for the NFC South against Tampa Bay. Sam Darnold's got the ability, but, he's seeing ghosts, he said. Yeah. He turns the ball over a lot. Mm-hmm. He gets injured. I mean, the bottom line, to answer your question, they can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt. Mm-hmm. The question is, can you win one with Sam Darnold? And can you win one with Trey Lance? Mm-hmm. Those are ones you have to check. Can the team go to the ultimate highest of highs with those quarterbacks? For Brock, it is clearly yes. Yeah. It's Sam. He has the skill set. Well, you don't know if he can put it all together. And then with Trey, you really don't know.
Some questions that we can ask David Lombardi from The Athletic at 1:15 today. But coming up on the other side, let's get back to some Giants baseball. Talk to Rich Aurilia about the Giants getting a big win last night in Colorado. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning on the Papa and Lund Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Lambert to the plate. Wade swings at a ground ball. Base hit right past Lambert. Out into center field. Yastrzemski scores. Right behind him, Bailey. He'll score. And Lamont Wade Jr. comes through. A 2-run single. And the Giants extend their lead to 5-1.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Wednesday morning. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning with Greg Papa. And joining us right now on the UMA guest line is, of course, former San Francisco Giants shortstop Rich Aurelia. Rich, appreciate you taking a couple minutes to come on with me and Papa this morning. How we doing today, Rich?
Good, man. Good. I didn't know you'd be on, Marcus, and I was like, dude, I get to come on with the guy with the great hockey name. Sounds like a great hockey name, Marcus
Boucher. Yeah, shout out to Brian Boucher, former Shark. I think he's doing some post-game coverage for the Stanley Cup right now, Rich.
Yeah. So good to be on with you guys. How are you guys doing?
Awesome, man. We're doing great, especially after that win last night. Giants put up 10 runs, but Rich, I don't think I've seen too many ball games, especially at Coors Field, where a team has 8 doubles, scores 10 runs, and they don't hit any home runs. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Well, what's their slogan this year? Nothing like it.
Nothing like it. There it is.
Slogan this year. So,
yeah.
Listen, for a team, it's hard not to hit a home run with all those hits at Coors Field. I mean, literally, if you just, get one up in the air. I forget who was. Somebody missed one by, inches last time. Might have been Bailey.
Patrick Bailey. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is really strange. It's a really weird occurrence that I don't know how often you'd see that happen again. But man, the Rockies are not that good, man. They're just not. It's just not a good team. No. It was painful watching them just bring guys in and out of the bullpen. But it could be what the Giants need offensively and as a team as a whole, because they seem to have all their guys back right now. For at least the near future.
Yeah, they're getting so loaded. Getting Tyro Estrada and Jack Peterson and Mike Yastrzemski and Michael Conforto back last night, and Cross starting to swing it well. They didn't even have Casey Schmidt in the lineup last night, and this was after an off day on Monday. And I see you on TV talking about him, but I first time we've had you on radio, Richie. I just want to get your thoughts on what you're seeing from him. First of all, just the throwing arm, and Sean Dunston had one of the great throwing arms we've ever seen from the infield, but he's had a few in the high 93s. But on May 17th, he had a 94.1 miles per hour infield assist, the fastest infield assist in the majors this year. Of all the throwing arms you've seen on the left side of the infield, where do you rank the mighty Casey, Richie?
I mean, it's got to be up there, Pop. I mean, you listen, back in the day, we didn't really have the technology to test the guy's miles per hour across the infield. And just, you could just visibly see it as a former player. You could just visibly see it when you watch it, either live or on TV, just the carry that the ball has. I mean, it's almost like it looks like it's going to start going down, and then it just keeps its height. And, from what I've seen, I mean, he seems to hit Lamont or whoever's over there right in the face every time with the throw. So, I don't think we've been disappointed at all with his play, especially his defense. And the fact that he can move around a little bit, I think right now is going to help him stay in the lineup a little bit longer. And then, hey, who knows? If he throws that hard, Gabe might put him in there as an opener one of these days.
Yeah, Rich, you're right. Going back to his days at San Diego State when he was a closer. But I did want to ask about the glove of Casey Schmidt. You just brought it up because the arm is so great, but the glove might be even better after winning a minor league gold glove down in the minor leagues. We saw this kid make a debut at 3 different positions in his first 7 games at the major league level, playing shortstop, third base, and second base. As a former shortstop yourself, how impressive is that for Casey Schmidt to be doing this at the major league level?
It's very impressive. And the first thing I think about is that he has to be athletic to be doing this, and he has to be young. And he's both. I guess from what I've heard, the head start he had was, I think he was floating around in different positions down in AAA. So it wasn't like they just threw him in there and taught him how to play, short or second or whatever when he got called up. But again, the way that Farhan puts together a roster and in the past, the way Gabe is managed, they really want guys like that. And to see the ability, and I talked about him, it was in spring training, and I forget, I might have been on with FP or something, and I said, listen, it's hard to tell in spring training what a guy can do offensively because that's a bad barometer. We've seen so many guys have great spring trainings and then come up and start the season, and then next thing you know, they're 1 for 25, and then they get sent out. But defense doesn't really slump too much, especially early in the year. And we saw him make some great plays in spring training. We saw him make some great plays right when he got called up. And he's been as consistent as he could be. And what I love about him is he's leaning on the old sage in Brandon Crawford. We've seen it on TV where he comes off the field and talks to him about plays. And, to Craw's credit, from what I've been told, he's really been mentoring Casey really well. And that's got to be a tough thing for Craw because he's taken some of his playing time away from him. But I like what I've seen so far. I think offensively with Casey, we just need to his how do I put this? His strength is probably what's working against him right now, which means his aggressiveness. And he's a first pitch swinger, man. And you get around the league a couple times, and we've seen this. Now he's getting around the league, word's getting out. Starting to throw that slider down and away, that cutter away. So to be a first pitch swinger, I think with time and with experience, you get to be a little more patient at the plate and pick your pitches you want to attack and ambush. So I think, again, work in progress, but I think the Giants can't be anything but happy with what they've seen out of him so far.
No, totally. He has been a revelation. He's a natural third baseman who was playing some short last year when Luciano got hurt in the minors and again this year. And then they moved him over to second right when Tyro got hurt just to get a look at him before they recalled him. But he has started 16 games at the big leagues this year at short, 6 at third and 6 at second. And I think I noticed this more when he plays second base. But he does go into a slide a lot to field a ball. I've even seen him do it at third base in the hole and at shortstop the other way in the hole. He pops up fast, Rich, and he's got, the 94-mile-an-hour fastball to get it to first base. But sometimes I wonder, did he need to go into a slide and leave his feet there? And could he just take it on the backhand side? Is that something he's going to need to adjust, that he does go into that slip and slide move a lot? Should he stay on his feet more?
Well, you would like to say yes. I mean, just, right off the top, I say yes. And that's something that's going to come with, just the experience, the footwork out there. And listen, it is not easy, especially as 23 years old or however old he is. It's not easy to come to the big leagues and be asked to play different positions right away. I mean, it's not, even though you've worked on it, it's not the easiest thing because, these games matter. Every one of them matters. So, I think as time goes on, he'll get the footwork down a little more, and maybe it could be just something as small as like just that first step quickness. Like, I haven't seen him in person, but I'd like to watch him like take ground balls in BP because for me as a shortstop, I always wanted to be on the balls of my feet when the ball hits the hitting zone from the pitcher, because then my balance is good and I have the ability to go in any direction, forward, backwards, left, or right. And it could be something just as small as that where his timing could just be off and he's getting there a little late. I mean, if it's something that's in his repertoire that's how he makes those plays, I'm sure at some point somebody's going to say, hey, you need to change that a little bit. But, again, I think because of the start he's gotten off to, both offensively and defensively, I think we forget that he's only been here for like 5 weeks. I mean, what's he have, 28 hits and 98 at-bats or something like that? So it is a work in progress, and I think fans and people need to understand it that way because, yeah, it's great when a guy comes up and starts off like the two guys they brought up have. But at the same time, there is the learning curve that at some point, it's going to probably pop up for both those guys because it happens to everybody. It happens to the great players, the Hall of Fame players. It happens at some point in their career, and most of the time that happens early on.
Yeah, Rich really kind enough to join us on the UMA Guest Line this morning. And, Rich, I did want to circle back to Brandon Crawford, who you mentioned earlier. Does seem like he's finding himself in a little bit of a mentorship role for Casey Schmidt, which is great. But I think at the same time, Brandon would probably like to be hitting 300 in the lineup every day. He's been struggling a little bit this year. What have you seen from the veteran Brandon Crawford this season?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, as far as we all know, and there's a lot of innings in that guy. That guy has played a huge part in this organization for a really, really long time. And when you play such a athletically demanding position, sometimes you get older. I'm not saying this is. I'm just saying in general. Sometimes you get heavier. Sometimes you lose the first step. Sometimes your arm isn't as strong as it was. And the same offensively. Sometimes, your bat isn't as quick. So I'm not saying this is the issue, but I know I went through it when I hit a certain age where just things started slowing down a little bit. And I always thought that I could do it, like mentally and physically. I always told myself, this is just a rut and, you'll get out of it. So I'm hoping that Craw could get out of it because he is let's just say he's the leader of this ball club. I mean, he's a guy that's won a couple championships and some Gold Gloves and Silver Slugger. I mean, he's been there, done that. So in my mind, I'm hoping he can figure it out and turn the season around because you know this as well as I do. They're a better team when he's playing well and he's in the lineup than when he isn't. And I really hope that he finds something here, really soon and he's is back to the guy that we're used to seeing.
Just when you think, what's his role on this team? Now that Tyro's healthy, you're not going to play Schmidt at second base as much. And you've got Casey and you got J.D. Davis on the left side. You wonder. And there was a stretch against right-handed starting pitching where Craw did not play 3 straight games. But then he plays that Sunday game in Milwaukee and he rakes. Memorial Day Monday, he rakes. He got on a roll. And he's still going to contribute. But I do want to ask you one concept. Because in the offseason, when they were all in on Carlos Correa, he was going to switch positions. And I didn't know if it was going to be third or if it was going to be second, but he was not going to play every day at shortstop, obviously. Right when you got to, San Diego, I think, your age 32 year, you began to play more at third base. And then even a little bit at second base as well. You were not an everyday shortstop. Do you ask Craw to do that? I mean, Luis Aparicio and Derek Jeter are the only 2 guys in the history of baseball that have played more games exclusively at shortstop, no other position but shortstop, than Brandon Crawford. Is there ever a day when you want your best defense out there where Craw maybe is at third base and Casey Schmidt at short? And is he going to have to, if he wants to play beyond this year, that may be another discussion point, but do you see Craw playing anywhere but short, Richie?
Oh, man, that's a tough question to answer because my gut wants me to say no because we're so used to seeing him there and what a great shortstop he's been through the years. But you're right in a sense where they were getting Correa and, we heard all the rumors that he was going to move positions. I don't know if it was second or short, but listen, it's just moving somewhere because you're a good shortstop doesn't mean that it's easy to do. I mean, I'll never forget the first game I played third was back in San Francisco when I got traded from Seattle to San Diego, and I got a ball down the line, and I looked over to first base, and I'm like, geez, that's far. That throw's like far from back behind the bag. And I think I one-hopped it over there and got the out, but I was like, okay, I got to be a little bit better than this. But it's really hard to say. I mean, I was in a different position. I had left the Giants. I had not played well in Seattle. I got traded, and then I actually kind of took it upon myself to kind of learn other positions because I wanted to prolong my career a little bit. And, that mostly happened for me in Cincinnati because I actually went to Cincinnati as a starting shortstop, and I pulled a hamstring, and then the other kid who filled in for me played great, and I was told I wasn't going to play short anymore, which was, now looking back, it was fine because it got me to play other positions. But, I think Craw's probably going to try and do what's best for the team. And if that's them asking him to move around a little bit, maybe he'll do that. But it's again, do you weaken a position by moving a guy out of position? I don't know. And I think right now the focus with this team, because that topic's going to be there all year, guys. I mean, it's going to be brought up all the time. Anytime Casey Schmidt does something, it's going to be brought up. So I hope internally they can handle it quietly. And just kind of figure out what's the best position for the team to be in. And for right now, I just think, they got their guys back and they need to be a little more consistent week to week as opposed to day to day. Because I listened to you guys a little bit with Hunter when I was driving home from the store, and, they go on these runs, but then they, run into a little spell with like 4 games in a row they lose, and then they win 4 in a row. So just consistency. And if Craw could continue to contribute to that, I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah, last couple minutes here with Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line this morning. And Rich, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think consistency has been the big factor for the Giants this season. And here we are 60 games through this year. They're 30-30, a 500 ball club. But last night we saw with the return of Tyro Estrada, Jock Peterson, Michael Conforto into this lineup, it looks like the healthiest and deepest lineup that the Giants have had all season long. Now, I guess my question is, do you think this is a lineup that can get hot enough to maybe push for a postseason spot this year with the Giants?
Well, one, I think they definitely can get hot enough and contend for, for sure, a wild card. They have to get really hot to contend for a division title, I think, in the big scheme of things. But for me, I look back and in my view, when was the best that they played as a team? And for me, it was when there was a stretch of a few games where your starters went 6 or 7 innings. And then you had the bullpen fresh every day, and you could go to different guys. I don't know how long they could sustain this opener thing because, they're not really getting a lot of consistency outside of, Cobb and Webb in the rotation. And, I know I worked a week where they had 2 openers go in like 4 days. But I don't know how long you can sustain that. And that's the thing. I don't worry about the relievers now. I worry about them if you're like 2 games out in August and they're logging 70 appearances already. That's what I worry about. So I think if they could find some consistency in the rotation, maybe make a move at the deadline if they're in it, it makes the bullpen stronger if you got guys that can go a little deeper. And I know we haven't seen them manage that way in the past, except for maybe with Logan Webb the last few years. But I think that's a big thing because the way they use their bullpen, you need those guys fresh.
100%, Rich. You're absolutely right. And just want to say thanks again for coming on this morning. Great breakdown with me and Papa today. Appreciate you taking a couple minutes with us.
Yeah. Hey, Pops, how many hats do you have?
Giants hats or overall hats?
A different one every segment, Rich.
I got maybe 12 Giants hats, and I probably have, I don't know, what do you think? Maybe 70 hats, I would think. I got hats you haven't seen yet, Richie Rich.
I know. I haven't. I just seen it on like social media stuff. I haven't watched it, but I got to watch more closely and lock in for that. And I got to get you some wine when I get back.
I want a red Stitch hat. That's what I want.
I'll see what I can do for you.
And
I'll have a bottle attached to the top of it with a straw out of it, so you can just drink it like the.
I love your Fido.
Yeah,
I love your Fido. I gotta have that. I miss you, Paisano.
Right,
Be well.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, thanks. There he is, Rich Aurelia, the one and only. Great stuff this morning, talking Giants baseball and checking out Greg Papa's hats, which you can see on KNBR.com, the YouTube page, and our Twitch page as well.
The orange top on the SF Giants.
Papa, you're pulling off all the looks. It's one of my favorite things about that first week of shows is your wardrobe changes, and I'm glad
I tell you, I get off the treadmill at 9:45. I have a bad hair day. You see this?
Yeah, which is funny because Murph was talking about this morning about my hair.
You don't want that,
Well, Greg, come on. You've got some of the greatest hair in the business.
I know.
Throw a little bumble in there. You'll be all right, right, Greg?
You know my texture cream.
I know everything, Greg. I know everything. And I know you want to talk some
like that.
And I know you want to talk some 49er football on the other side. Get into some of these Debo Samuel comments about his season last year and how he was highly critical of himself. We'll play some sound from you, from Debo Samuel, taking a look at the man in the mirror on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Wednesday morning. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund today. And I got to say, it's always one of my favorite parts of the show when the Papa and Lund Show transitions into the afternoon delight. And right now we're going to transition from talking some Giants baseball to talking some 49er football because mandatory mini camps are happening right now at Levi Stadium. Yesterday we heard from Kyle Shanahan. We heard from Nick Bosa talking about his contract. But, Papa, I think maybe the biggest story from yesterday was Debo Samuel talking about his contract and how it may have affected his play on the field last year.
Yeah, go back a year ago at this time, and Debo did show up for the mandatory minicamps, and the 49ers are right now on the field. In fact, they're ending in about a minute. Day 2, which is the final day. They'll have a checkout day tomorrow with a barbecue, and Steve Wilkes is going to talk to the media coming up in the noon hour, and then a few of the players. So anything earth-shattering from there news-wise, we'll play it for you. And we are going to talk to David Lombardi, covers the 49ers and the whole league for The Athletic at 1:15. But the big story, obviously, the quarterbacks get all the attention and what Kyle said about the quarterbacks. But, George Kittle spoke yesterday, Nick Bosa spoke, Kyle spoke. But then Debo, in his own way, just dropped a Debo, and just said, I was awful last year. And I wouldn't take it that far. But he wasn't nearly as good as he was the year before. He wasn't as good as he was his rookie year. And a lot of it was the breakout year and the way they used him in 2021. I really hadn't seen a wide receiver be able to transition to play running back in the NFL. Back years ago, Frank Gifford kind of played a little bit of everywhere. He played quarterback, he played wide receiver, he played halfback. Cordero Patterson has made the transformation in the NFL and a few others, but Cordero Patterson is a kickoff returner playing running back. He just runs through guys. Debo Samuel, the way he plays wide receiver, even going back to South Carolina, he's a running back playing wide receiver. And he's not the route runner that Brandon Ayuk is. He never was, and he's gotten better. But his special skill set is just being Debo and just Deboing you, just running over you, those digs, those tough in cuts. He's so fearless. And then let's just run, Tyson personnel, as they call it, when they motion, Tyson Samuel, and Kyle can't pronounce his name, so he goes with Mike Tyson in the backfield, Tyson, and they just give him the ball. And they run him like a running back when they had some injuries. Didn't do it as much last year after they got McCaffrey, but he just did not produce because of the special year he had in 2021 where he really was half wide receiver, half running back, all football player, and just so much. The game in Green Bay, when you're setting up Robbie Gould for that game-winning field goal to break the tie, and they had to get it, inside the 35, and he wound up making a 45-yarder. What's the call they made on the third down? They gave it to Debo Samuel on an inside trap. I mean, he's just unbelievable. And then the whole point last year was did he not want to be a running back? That was not it at all. He gets challenged hard by this coaching staff. Before it was Wes Welker, at wide receiver coach. Now it's Leonard Hankerson, and Kyle, being a former wide receiver, he's legendary for getting on the quarterbacks, but he gets on the wide receivers. Like the way he got on Brandon Ayuk his second year, Marcus. And Debo with the holdout last year, and the asking to be traded, and they weren't going to trade him. I was bracing for, we're not going to get the full Debo Samuel experience this year because Debo Samuel needs to be in rock hard shape. He breaks tackles, but when you look at his body, he's just so thick that he is susceptible to soft tissue injuries. He cramps up a lot. Things get pulled, hamstring, ankles. He's just physically tough that his body just feels things. And then last year he had the MCL injury. And remember when they brought the card out on the field, I thought, oh, man, he's out the year. He's not coming back. And he wound up bouncing back, but not the way he played. That's why, last year the 49ers did conquer the West. They won the NFC West. But they did it with Christian McCaffrey playing half a year. Yeah. George Kittle missed 3 games to start the year, didn't get rolling really until Brock took over. Ayuk had a breakout year. but they did it with Debo Samuel playing what he described yesterday as awful football all through last season.
Yeah, and it sounds like Debo Samuel was maybe his biggest critic yesterday. Here was Debo himself from Levi Stadium, 49ers minicamp, breaking down last year what he put on tape for the 49ers.
I know you always try to build on what you did the year before, things to improve on. What's been your focus?
Just kind of relate to like last off season. Really wasn't really a lot of stuff was going on, and not put myself in the position that I was last year for is not really working hard. But the main focus this year is just to get back to, the summer, what I did in 2021, not even the season, just yet alone the summer of getting back to the groove of things and getting back in the routine.
Looking back on all this stuff going on, was it a distraction at all? Kind of you stayed back?
Yeah, it was kind of a distraction for sure.
Just ask Kyle about Danny Gray, his progress. What are you seeing from him this spring?
Just kind of relating from last year. As any rookie, any wideout in this offense that is asked to play coming in is pretty hard. It's a lot of thinking going on. It's a lot of things thrown at you at once because we drafted him in the third round, so we expected him to play. So it was a lot of pressure on. But just seeing him these past couple of weeks, you can tell that he's learned a lot. He still have little mistakes here and there, but he's done a good job of minimizing those and putting himself in a position to play.
Physically, is he more ready to go through all these practices and whatnot?
Yeah. Being in shape for Danny is not one thing, but his mentality and the way he's approaching practice has been amazing to me.
Did you take him under your wing and offer him any advice after what you've been through with Kyle?
Kind of like last year, just explaining to them how Kyle operates and what it takes to be on the field and what it takes to be a receiver in his offense. It's not all about catching the ball and running. You got to stick your nose in there. You got to put your big boy pants on and just be ready to do whatever Kyle asks you to do.
When all was said and done last year, how would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
Awful?
Yeah.
In what way?
Every aspect.
Do you consider that a little bit? Like what? You just said every aspect, but did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Feel it as the season was going on, or was it not until you went back and watched it?
I was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit for us, being in my routine that I normally be in for us the offseason, getting ready to play because, like I said, a lot of distractions was going on. But, I kind of felt it, but I was just, trying to will my way to help the team in every aspect possible.
Does it affect what your goals are for this season?
Oh, not at all.
Can you talk about how Kyle operates? How does he operate? How long did it take you to kind of navigate?
Go back to my rookie year. It took me a whole year just to see, his standard of the receiver room. I feel like we get coached harder than anybody on the team when it comes to Kyle aspect of how detailed and, how detailed in the run game he is. He's not more so worried about you catching the run. He's like, what are the things you're going to do when you're not getting the ball? And he get real upset and angry when, you miss a block or anything like little details that you'll never know about.
Obviously not hugely important for established veterans to be out there during this time, on the field running plays and stuff. Are you happy with where you are physically right now as far as heading into training camp? Are you going to be, ready to go?
I'm gonna be more than ready to go first day.
For training camp last year, you said you started behind the 8 ball. Did you feel out of shape?
Yeah, for sure.
Were you gassed during practices?
It shows on tape.
He told us that he's ready to take off. You've been watching practice the last couple of days.
Man, you can't cover that boy in a phone booth right now.
What have you seen him do the last year or two?
Just me personally, seeing Brandon from a rookie till now, he's got better day in, day out. Every season he's got better, and just I'm seeing flashes of stuff that I ain't seen him do, how fast he is now, how explosive he is, and the separation that he getting in and out of routes. You can tell he's really detailed this offseason, ready to go.
Debo, there's very few receivers that step out of college and produce right away. Why is that? Is the pro game that much more complex than the college game?
I mean, you ask me, people been in this league for a long time, just like you was in college for 4 years, and as you be a senior, you kind of feel like you got a head start of everybody, but this league, like, it moves so fast, things happen so fast, it's a lot of knowledge, it's a lot of things that you got to take in consideration is going out there, especially, like, in this offense, there's so much knowledge, and, like, you breaking the huddle and still thinking, and it's like, all right, set hut, and it's just stuff, like, flying all over the place. It kind of takes time for the game to slow down for you.
If you really believe that you were awful last year, do you go into this season almost like competing with guys like Brandon, who you said can't cover him in a phone booth, and Christian and Kittle for touches and things like that?
Nah, I'm my own competitor. I'm competing with myself.
What are your goals for this season?
I'm not a guy that set goals. I just go out there and let things happen.
There he is, Debo Samuel, number 19. Talking a lot of self-criticism there and a lot of things that we can dive into on the other side, Papa, talking about his contract extension, how that might have played a factor into last season, and also talking about Brandon Ayuk, who had his fifth-year option picked up by the 49ers, and what their plan is for him moving forward, and if him and Debo can both have a big contract at that wide receiver position for the 49ers. We'll answer those questions on the other side with Greg Papa. It's Marquise Boucher in for John Lunn on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Bill Walton stopped by the Tolburn Cokes yesterday for some radio gold to talk about the NBA Finals and his all-new ESPN 30 for 30 documentary. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. All right, Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lunn once again today on the Papa and Lunn Show. And now joining us on the UMA guest line is our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And Steve is here this morning to talk to us about the ERC. Steve, how you doing today, and what do you got for us?
Doing great, and potentially a lot of money for your listeners. The federal government is rewarding employers who employed people in 2020 and 21 by paying them. And it's a gift, it's a grant, it's not a loan. They give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee they had qualified. How do you qualify? Two different ways, you only need one. First way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But so many CPAs that I've experienced are stopping there and saying, well, if you didn't have that drop, no ERC for you. Wrong. That's not what the law says. The law says there's another method. Why aren't the CPAs doing it? It's a lot more complex. It requires analysis. We treat it very seriously. Multiple licensed professionals in our office go over this, and we all have to agree you qualify. But a lot of people do that were turned away. So if your CPA said you don't qualify, contact us like a medical doctor for that valued second opinion.
Yeah, go ahead and give Steve a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, or visit MoskowitzLLP.com.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
They fake the toss. They roll Purdy to the left. Purdy going to throw back middle. Wide open Debo Samuel. Down the sideline 50, 40. Debo 30. Debo 20. Debo 10. Debo touchdown! San Francisco!
Well, I told you that it may be a breakout game for Debo Samuel, and it's a fake toss keeper. Nobody's at the second level on Debo. He gets a great block from Kittle.
All right, welcome back to the Pop and Lunch Show on a Wednesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund, sitting next to the man who you heard on the touchdown call, the voice of your San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa, breaking down a Debo Samuel touchdown last year in the playoffs against the Seattle Seahawks. But on the other side, we heard from Debo Samuel being a pretty harsh critic about his 2022 season. Greg Papa, as a man that watches every practice, every game, were you surprised by Debo Samuel's evaluation of his performance last season?
Well, that was a little harsh. I wouldn't say awful, but it was not Debo Samuel's standard. And he's had a little bit of the Giants won World Series in 10, 12, 14, the even years, and they weren't so good in the odd years. For Debo, it's been the odd years he's on and the even years he's off. I mean, go to his rookie year, and he was talking about how tough it is to come in as a rookie. His rookie year was solid, though. And then just look at if you ever fire up Super Bowl 54 at the end of the year in the game against Kansas City, look at how much Debo Samuel was on Kyle's openers in that early part of the game. He was all over the call sheet. They either, threw smoke to him or, ran a route with him. He had a very good rookie year. And then the next year, and a lot of guys got hurt in the pandemic year of 2020, including Nick and Jimmy, but he just didn't perform well. And he did have an injury. He went to, throw with George Kittle in Nashville that year. Nick Mullins was there, and he had a little bit of an injury, and it kind of set him back. Came back in tremendous shape. Kyle and Wes Welker challenged him to come into shape. Debo Samuel, the kind of body he has and how thick he is, Debo is a weeble. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. That's Debo. He's just got that low center of gravity. He's built like Javon Hargrave. It's all trunk. It's all big butt, thick legs, tough guy to tackle. Yeah. That's what makes him great, but he's got to be in rock-hard shape. When he came in 2021, he did things that when the combination of catching the ball thrown to him and then running after catch, he had 77 catches that year for over 1,400 yards, over 18 yards a catch, and a lot of that was just Debo, Deboing people and trucking people. But then Kyle used him, when they went Deadpool formation or Tyson personnel where he lines up in the offensive backfield. When the season flipped that year in 2021 was the Veterans Day night game against the Rams when they were 3-5, and they had injuries. Elijah Mitchell was hurt. They just lined up Debo in the backfield, and Debo had a great game running. Remember the fourth down over the middle, the quintessential Debo dig route, caught it, ran for a touchdown on, I think it was 4th and 13, and then he just took off. And, I'm in the touchdown San Francisco business, and Kyle's in the calling up touchdowns. Debo Samuel, as far as just scoring touchdowns, in 2021, he had 8 rushing touchdowns. Yeah. As a wide receiver, who does that? And then on top of what he did as a pass catcher when he had 6, he had 14 touchdowns on top of the yards. Last year, as far as running, and obviously McCaffrey coming here, but Eli got hurt early in the year, but he only had 3 rushing touchdowns, and the yards per catch were down 18.2 to lead the NFL in 2021. Last year, 11.3. So the numbers were not Debo numbers; they were depressed numbers. But and then he's looking at tape with Kyle, which is what I love. And Kyle will call you out. I'm wearing the Shanna hat now. When Kyle's talking to wide receivers, it can get harsh. Yeah. He is on them. Wes Welker was here before. Wes calls you out. He'll fight you in a meeting room. He'll pull you off the practice field and go at you physically. They challenged Brandon Ayuk his second year. Ayuk's had 2 good ones back-to-back, good rookie year. But the first half of his second year was not very productive for Brandon. They got after him. And Kyle, I'd like to be in the meeting room there with Leonard Hankerson and Debo and Kyle, and they're breaking down Debo tape, and the word they're using is sluggish. You can't play for Kyle Shanahan and be sluggish. Talking about in and out of the breaks. And Debo's not a great route runner. He doesn't run routes the way, Cooper Kupp does, or even Brandon Ayuk is a much better route runner. Juwan Jennings is a much better route runner. Juwan Jennings can run away from man coverage on a level of Ayuk or better. Debo's not that kind of guy. He's more like, Jerry Rice versus Tim Brown. Jerry Rice was a very precise, almost like choreographed dance steps route runner. Tim Brown was a punt returner and kick returner. He just, wherever you were, he'd slide off your body. He was more sloppy in the open field. Debo's a little bit like that. So I like it because Debo, and the media was like their mouths were agape. They were like, what are you saying? You were awful last year. You were sluggish. You were terrible. Yeah. And it was all because of the contract holdout. They got the money. And now, you're going to see a very highly motivated Debo Samuel. He's not doing much right now. We'll check in with David Lombardi. It's the second and final day of the mandatory mini camps today. Then they go away for like 7 weeks. What's he going to do in the next 7 weeks to get himself back into 2021 Debo shape when he comes back to training camp, Marcus, in late July?
And I think that's why I love hearing these comments, kind of sounding like Debo Samuel has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder for last season. But we played sound yesterday from Nick Bosa talking about, I had an all right season. There's still things I can work on. And the quote that stood out from Nick Bosa yesterday was him talking about how if you are at the highest level and you're not trying to get better, you're not going to be at that high level for not too much longer. And that's kind of what we're looking at Debo Samuel. Maybe this is a reality check. Maybe the contract did play a bigger issue or a bigger problem leading into last season. But I think heading into this season, you are going to get a more motivated Debo Samuel, which is bad news for defenses across the entire league, Papa.
Yeah, but it can't be every other year. You got to lock in now. And, Jerry Rice, nobody worked harder in practice. That guy was legendary for taking a 7-yard slant in practice and running it the rest of the 73 yards for a touchdown every play. I mean, after a while, I was like, Jerry, you're holding up the next snap. Do you have to do that every play? But that's just the way Jerry Rice worked. Tim Brown didn't practice that way in practice. Jerry Rice did. No one's questioning Nick Bosa. Nick, I told you yesterday, he works harder the 30 to 45 minutes before practice than guys do in game. What Nick's talking about was a couple of jet sweeps that got outside him against Kansas City and one against Carolina. But otherwise, Nick had a great year. Yeah. He doesn't, he's not cutting corners. Debo's got to be a pro. Or you know what? The head coach will take this Shanahan off and put his foot up your butt. I mean, that's the way he challenges guys. And that's a big part of it. And that touchdown that we played against Seattle, that's quintessential Debo, where he takes a shallow cross, running out left, Brock rolls that way, hits him underneath, and then follows the Kittle block. But the block that was key on that play was Brandon Ayuk's block against Tariq Woolen down the sideline. I thought he didn't hold him there, did he? Because he got outside of the framework of his body. Woolen's a big, long corner. But Debo does not take that all the way to the goal line if Ayuk does not make that catch. So that's what you got to do with Kyle. It's not just about catching and running. It's blocking on all, most of the snaps. You're not you're not going to get targeted. How you get a block in the run game to pop McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell and J.P. Mason and all of them. So, but to me, and we'll ask David Lombardi this question, Brandon Ayuk is the quintessential X wide receiver. He's the split end. He's the Jerry Rice. He lines up on the line of scrimmage, typically away from the tight end side, and he's not the move guy. Now, he can do that, and they cross-train him all. But Debo is the quintessential flanker. He's your Tim Brown. He's the Z. He's the move guy. whether you're moving him in a jet sweep underneath or a jet pass, or hell, you just move him and you go Deadpool or Tyson personality lines up next to the quarterback. Then you got McCaffrey, and it's like, whoa, what do you do here? Debo's in the backfield with McCaffrey. You got Kittle here. They're all going different directions. What the hell do you do? So it all works. Brandon Ayuk, young receiver, drafted in 2020. They got Debo in 2019. It all works. But then how do you pay him? I mean, is there going to be a point where it's a little bit DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, where you just can't have all that money in one area of the football team at D-tackle? We'll ask David Lombardi when he joins us at 1:15, but I think you're going to have a better Debo Samuel. He's going to be motivated. For him to tell the world I was awful and sluggish, that's step one. But he's got to lock in, Marcus. It cannot be an every other year Debo gets in shape and ball out. It's got to be every year.
And I'm glad you brought up Brandon Ayuk, because Debo had some great comments about him yesterday also, saying how nobody can guard that guy in a phone booth right now. And to your point, what you're saying, I think they complement each other perfectly with their styles of play. But moving forward, the question is, since Debo got paid last year, Brandon Ayuk had his fifth-year option picked up, can the 49ers afford to pay top price for two wide receivers on this roster, Greg?
You're asking me or David Lombardi?
I'm asking you. Yeah, I don't know. You're not a cap guy.
I don't. I'm not Michael Lombardi. Yeah. I'm not Vince Lombardi, and I'm certainly not David. I don't know. I mean, look at what the Chargers have.
Yeah.
With Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. They both make over $10 million a year. You can do it. And they also have both of their pass rushers, Khalil Mack and Nick's brother Joey, make, actually that's $20 million a year. What am I saying?
Yeah,
I'm showing my age here. 10's nothing. Hell, the kickers make 10. It's $20 million a year for both wide receivers. So we're talking, but then you got to do Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Nick got to get up in that Aaron Donald money and pay over $31 million a year. I don't know.
Yeah.
While you have an inexpensive quarterback room, the answer would be yes.
Yeah.
But at some point, if Brock Purdy keeps balling out like this, right, and he's not a fool.
No.
He's not going to be number 262 forever. He's going to want to get paid.
Yeah.
So then, now you look what the quarterbacks make. It's obscene. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's this or that, or if it can be a bolt. I mean, ideally, like the Warriors, I don't want to trade Jordan Poole.
No.
I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. But I don't want a payroll that's $500 million either for 1 year of basketball. So sometimes these decisions are forced on you by finances. So, I mean, as far as football players, they work. Yeah. Ayuk's your X, Debo's your Z. Put him on the field with McCaffrey and Kittle and Juszczyk, and heaven help the NFL with Shanahan and his head scheming up these plays. But financially, there's a hard cap in the NFL. There's a soft cap in basketball. There's a competitive balance tax in baseball. Rich owners can blow by these tax, whether it's Joe Lacob or Steve Cohen with the New York Mets. In the NFL, you can't be one red cent. Not even Jerry Jones or anybody can be over the cap. And you have to make hard decisions. I don't know.
Yeah.
If Ayuk balls out even bigger, what if Ayuk has the kind of year Debo had in 2021? And, he's going to be a coveted player. Even a franchise tag him to keep him is hard because wide receiver market has gone sky high after what Debo and, some of his guys in that draft class did. So I don't know if they can financially afford it. But as a football team together, you love it because Ayuk is your X and Debo is your Z. Let's go.
Yeah, they're a perfect complement for each other. But how about I'll throw out this hypothetical for you? And I don't want to put you on a spot or anything like that, Greg. But if the 49ers did have to choose between going with Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk, which direction do you think they would go?
Well, Ayuk's still got to play. I mean, they have different skill sets.
Yeah.
I just love Ayuk's mentality. I thought last year he was the MVP of the offseason just because he was around. Debo was holding out. He took the young wide receivers under his wing. He's a young father. And then he really took Trey Lance under his wing as well. He moved in with him, and they spent a lot of time together to get Trey up and running when in theory you thought you were going from Jimmy to Trey. It didn't wind up working out that way. So their skill sets are different. I mean, if you let one go, you got to replace that guy. And that's going to cost you money.
Yeah.
And there isn't anybody on the roster. So my answer would be both. They're very different football players.
Yeah.
Debo with the ability to motion in the backfield. But now that you have McCaffrey, you don't have to ask him to do that as much. But still, because McCaffrey is a running back and a wide receiver, and Debo's a wide receiver and a running back. So you can line them up anywhere where you can put McCaffrey at Z or at F, which is the slot receiver. anywhere. You can line up McCaffrey anywhere and then just motion Debo in the backfield and cross-train them. So it all works so perfectly. I mean, to be where you want to be and to beat these great teams in the NFL, Philadelphia, Seattle, whoever else, the Lions, we'll see who else, Dallas, Giants, whoever's going to be good this year. And mainly, the 49ers wear red and gold. But that team that has won 2 of the last 4 Super Bowls also wear red and gold.
Yeah.
And you got to get into a shootout with them. You got some as good as your defense is, and we saw them when they came in October. And the 49ers were off that day. Charvarius did not play well. Nick did not play well. But still, once they get rolling, you can't stop them. So in theory, if you want to win the Super Bowl and you got to beat Kansas City, you need all these great offensive weapons, Marcus, because you probably have to outscore Mahomes.
Yeah, and I think in a perfect world, you're able to keep all of these guys, but sometimes the world's not perfect, and it's something that me and Walter, our producer here for Pop and Lum, we're talking about off air. If it does come down to that decision, I thought you bring up a great point. Christian McCaffrey can do a lot of what Debo Samuel does. Now, it would benefit them to have both of those talents on the field for the 49ers next season and moving forward. But I guess the question beyond that is who's going to be the guy handing off the ball to Debo and Christian McCaffrey or throwing it downfield to Brandon Ayuk. I do want to get into some discussions about Trey Lance and Sam Darnold on the other side. We've been talking a lot this offseason about quote-unquote arm talent. We'll break it down next with Greg Papa on the Papa and Lund Show with Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
KNBR.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Sam Darnold might be the most, can I say this? The most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Come on.
We can, but let's just put him in the very high echelon of those guys who can just drop back in the pocket and throw the football. I think that he hasn't had really any chance to succeed since his college days are over. I think he's had like 4 head coaches in 5 years, 5 offensive coordinators in 5 years. He's a talented guy.
All right. Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Wednesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa. And the voice you just heard is our own Matty Mayoko, who makes weekly appearances here on the Papa and Lund Show Friday mornings. I know he'll be on tomorrow morning with Murph and Mac also. And it was actually on the Murph and Mac Show where he said those comments that kind of went viral a couple weeks ago, talking about Sam Darnold, his arm talent, and how he might be the best thrower of the football in 49er franchise history. A quote that took off and had a lot of people talking about it. But I've also heard Greg Papa talk a lot about Sam Darnold this offseason and drop a few quotes about maybe the 49ers being able to win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold playing quarterback. Papa, what was your initial reaction to hearing those comments from Matt Mayoko and your breakdown of what you've seen so far from OTAs from Sam Darnold?
Well, we had Matt on the Friday after he said that to Murph and Mac, and we got into it. And I mean, he's talking, all-time history. I mean, Frankie Albert, the first quarterback was kind of a left-handed. He was kind of Steve Young before Steve Young. And then you got into, Y.A. Tittle was a Hall of Fame player. And back then the football was shaped differently. It was more of a running game, the $1 million backfield. And Y.A. had more success going to the New York Giants, but he threw the hell out of the ball. And John Brody had a tremendous throwing arm. Look at John Brody's 1970. He was the NFL most valuable player. The problem John had, he didn't play as well in playoff games and against the Cowboys in 70 and 71 and 72. He did beat the Vikings on the road the week before, the Cowboy game in 70 when they hosted the title game at Kezar. And I told Matt, look at Joe Montana's arm. You think, Joe's not known as a great thrower of the football. Look at the touchdown pass he threw in Super Bowl 19 to Carl Monroe in the Miami game against Marino. I mean, the way he loaded up on that, hit him right in stride. I mean, did he have the arm that Dan Marino had? No. But Dan, Dan was more of a quick release guy. There's been some legendary arms. The NFL Network is replaying the famous Ghost to the Post game. Dave Casper from Kenny Stabler. Mm-hmm. Kenny Stabler did not have a great throwing arm. He was highly accurate. He could read a zone defense. Darryl LaMonica could not. But Al didn't like, he had a hard time with Snake because he was out all night, drinking and chasing, and he did not have a great throwing arm. Mm-hmm. In this game, it's Burt Jones of the Baltimore Colts who had a hose of a throwing arm, one of the best arms, in the history of football. Guys like Jeff George, great throwing arm. Jay Cutler. And Jay had a whippy, special, different angle. But those guys didn't study. Jeff George didn't study. I remember him being in a meeting. John Gruden told me the story where John's, when he came to play for the Raiders at the end of his career, John's in the meeting and, he's on top of the table and we're going to do this and do that. And Jeff said, Coach, it don't matter. I've got $35 million in the bank. And John literally jumped over the table to choke him. And then he got rid of Jeff George and he brought in a guy like, the right-handed version of Kenny Stabler, Rich Gannon, who did not have a great throwing arm, but he knew how to play the quarterback position. So Sam Darnold has a great arm. Where I prefaced it, I didn't go all time in the history of the franchise and bring Y.A. and John Brody and Joe and Steve into it. Just since Kyle Shanahan's been the head coach here, Sam Darnold is the most talented thrower of the football he's had. More than Jimmy. And Jimmy could throw. This guy's just special in how he throws the ball. And it's all platforms. At USC, they ran a lot of the Shanahan offense, the outside zone, and, his ability to throw on the run, and in particular, rolling to his left. Andrew Luck is the best I've ever seen as a right-handed quarterback rolling to his left. and not always being able to, having to have a shoulder square back to the target and get his feet lined up. Andrew Luck was like, how is he doing that? His feet are pointed towards the sideline and his shoulder, and he still just torsos his body back like he's and he's like, how does he do that? And Sam does do that. He had a touchdown pass against the 49ers. I know that blew Kyle away during the pandemic year with the Jets to Braxton Berrios. Similar play, rolling to his left. 49ers already in the game. It was late in the fourth quarter. And it's like, how did he possibly make that throw rolling to his left and hit Berrios for a touchdown? He's a special thrower of the football. But there's more than just being a great... This is not the county fair.
Yeah.
We're not lining it up and we're trying to throw the ball through a hoop. And I wish they would, just in some of these advanced analytics they have, Marcus, I wish they would, put the velocity of the ball. They do that in practice. There are machines that do that. But every pitch in baseball, we can, we see the shape of the pitch and the velo. And why can't they do that in football? Yep. How long does it take to go from point A to point B? And, how hard are they throwing it? And you see Brady, doing it in certain drills. They do it. But, if you were to line up Darnold, Trey, Brock, Brandon Allen, and just we're gonna let it rip. Light up the radar gun. Sam Darnold's winning.
Wow.
There's no doubt. But this is the same guy that his first ever pass in the NFL on Monday Night Football was returned for a touchdown. He threw a pick six in the first pass he ever threw.
Yeah.
He's a guy that was mic'd up during a sideline saying, I'm seeing ghosts. So he's gotta see the field. A lot of these guys like Cutler and George and great throwers of the football, there's been so many of them, Jamarcus Russell, Steve Bartkowski, just didn't reach the full capability because they didn't see it. They didn't study for it properly. So whatever the reason, and Sam has had a lot of weird injuries, mono and, foot injuries, and he's been hurt a lot in his career. But last year he played his best football, there's no doubt. And Steve Wilkes and that Carolina staff, Ben McAdoo was their OC, were able to coach the turnover out of him. He didn't turn over the ball as much. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to avoid the turnover. And Trey's a better thrower of the ball with accuracy. If you were to line him up just on velo, and I haven't seen enough of Brandon Allen, the pure velocity, it would be Sam Darnold 1, Trey Lance 2, and Brock Purdy 3. But that doesn't mean winning decisions. A lot of times you overcome velocity by anticipation, accuracy, throwing a guy open before he's open. We've seen Brock do it time and time again. So Sam Darnold is a great talent. There's no doubt. That's why you go number 3 overall in the draft. That's why Trey goes number 3 overall in the draft, and Brock's number 262. But there's a lot more to playing quarterback than just who can throw the ball the hardest.
100%, Papa. I definitely agree with you there. There's a difference between arm talent and actually playing quarterback. Hell, you had a first-hand view of watching Jamarcus Russell with the Raiders. That guy had all the arm talent in the world. But to your point, that's why Sam Darnold was a top 5 draft pick. But that's also a reason why Trey Lance was a top 5 draft pick. And it's something that I did want to dive deeper into you, talking about if you lined up all these quarterbacks side by side on the field, how would you compare Trey Lance's arm talent to Sam Darnold's?
It's not nearly as accurate. I think Sam's a better thrower of the football. But really, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It is, Coach Walsh, it was hitting a guy in the box, hitting the guy in the right hand. If it was in the, the backside half of the body, it's half of a body. It's, this offense is based on yak. It's yards after catch. You can't have a guy reaching for a ball or jumping for a ball or behind a ball. Ball placement. Why was Rich Gannon so good? And Rich was not accurate when he started his career out, but he became accurate and he hit those guys in stride, whether it was Tim or Jerry or Charlie Garner or whoever they had then. So that's what Brock does. Brock, the one thing about Brock, you could see it right away. He was decisive. He was accurate with the football. He had a command of the offense. And then also the sneaky athleticism to run away from pressure and keep plays alive. Sam Darnold's got that too. Sam is a good athlete. The USC offense was movement-based. Last year in Carolina, they ran zone read with him, and he pulled it and ran for touchdowns. And we know Trey can do that. So Trey's arm is fine. He's got to be accurate and confident, like George Kittle was talking about. Darnold's just got to see the field. We haven't seen enough. When the other team jumps into play, whether it's even the Raiders and going to Henderson to scrimmage with them, you're going to find out more and more. But Brock's got all of that. But so it's not about who can throw the ball the hardest. You know, sometimes in baseball, less is more.
Yeah.
Take a little off here. But it's also, and then the amount they played. Brock just played more college football at Iowa State than Trey obviously played at North Dakota State. And Sam Darnold only played 2 years at USC. He did not play great, but like Mark Sanchez, it was one and done. Mitch Trubisky, one and done. I think Brock entering the NFL was more ready to play. And what the Warriors talk about, not just play, but play winning basketball, winning football, make winning plays over and over and over again. What Brock Purdy blew me away with that first preseason game against Green Bay, and you could say it's only a preseason game. What does it matter? It matters.
Yeah.
The way he managed the clock at the end of that game, with the 49ers leading, to take the play clock down to 5, 4, 3, then snap it. And then when he got into real games, he did the exact same thing. It's the game management. It's all of it. There's so much more to playing quarterback, as we all know here. Dan Marino wound up with no Super Bowl championships and lost to Joe in Super Bowl 19. Joe had 4. If you were to go and just, have him line up in the park and just look at how they throw the ball, you're picking number 13 over number 16, right? But when it's time to play for everything, you're taking the guy with the skinny legs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Papa. And it goes back to our earlier conversation with Hunter Pence, how hard it is to win a Super Bowl if you don't have a quarterback, especially if there is one healthy. We'll continue to give you updates on Brock Purdy's throwing program and where his health is at, and keep you updated on Sam Darnold and Trey Lance right now, splitting first-team reps down at 49ers minicamp. And I should remind the good people from the Papa and Lunch Show that we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. And Papa, we've been talking a lot about the 49ers this morning, but on the other side, we're going to get into a little foreplay and hear from Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs, who were at the White House on Monday, and he also compared the Kansas City Chiefs to the Warriors dynasty. We'll have that sound for you on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Marcus Thompson stopped by the Murph and Mac show yesterday morning to talk about Steve Kerr and Draymond Green's latest comments on the Draymond Green podcast about the Heat winning culture and whether or not it was taking a shot at some of the young players on the Golden State Warriors. Check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You heard me complaining for years. Oh, I hated to wear readers and bifocals and glasses for distance, but those days are long gone. About a year ago, last summer on June 23rd, I had the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement, performed by my good friend Dr. Craig Bindi in the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. The procedure literally took 20 minutes, and they gave me the eyes of a 30-year-old as opposed to an old man. And now I don't need glasses at all. John Lund heard me talking about it, and he had it done in the fall. And John doesn't need glasses. His vision is 20/20 and just perfect. So if you're like us, you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, I suggest you call and schedule your free consultation with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They have taken care of patients for over 25 years, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you as well. So call now and schedule your free consultation. Find out if you're a candidate for the CLR procedure, or any of their modern vision correction procedures. They are the experts. Call 877-GET-2020, or you can visit the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley online at bayarea2020.com.
To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Wednesday afternoon. It is Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund today. I'll be back for one more day tomorrow, but now we're getting into the good stuff. Now we're getting to the afternoon delight portion of the show, one of my favorite hours on the Papa and Lund Show, and I believe it might be time to kick off a little foreplay. Danny Dunn behind the board. Let us know what time it is, Danny.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Papa, ready for some foreplay this afternoon. Caboose Pistol coming up in about half an hour. Greg, my question is, what time do you guys do the Truth Machine these days?
I do like the Truth Machine.
I was a big fan of the Truth Machine.
Years ago. That was the best one.
I remember.
I say we bring it back.
And why not?
We used to do it every Friday. I think right here in this spot of the foreplay, we would do it once a week in the sometimes you should always tell the truth. You just shouldn't always be telling it. And the Truth Machine was hilarious.
Yes.
Sometimes it got us in trouble, though.
Oh,
I gotta
yeah.
say, we got, probably more than any segment we had, we got called into the principal's, or maybe the assistant principal's office.
Yeah, shout out to our guy John Libby, who used to put a lot of those together. I'm actually getting word from the bullpen right now that your son Derek Papa has implemented he's implemented the Truth Machine into the Tolbert and Cope show. How'd you let that bit get away from you?
Derek is the one that came up with the Truth Machine.
Yeah,
that was Derek's genius. He does use that in Tolbert and Copes.
Yeah, he does apparently. Stealing bits from other shows.
I should have signed a waiver on that. Never allowed it to leave.
Yeah,
Pop
right.
and Lund, but
get the intellectual property. Well, I know one
Jonathan
thing.
Libby got us into a lot of trouble, but it was Derek that came up with the truth.
Okay. Well, whoever's responsible for foreplay, which we're about to get into right now, 4 pieces of sound from around the sports world that you need to hear. And our first one comes from Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce, who, took a visit to the White House earlier this week with the Kansas City Chiefs. And earlier this week went on a podcast and compared the quote-unquote Chiefs dynasty to the Golden State Warriors dynasty.
Is KC a dynasty? Do you define it as such? And when it's all said and done, which duo will have more championships? You and Pat or Clay and Steph?
Man, that's a good question. I would say, we're the Kansas City has been a dynasty for quite a while now, and obviously I'm biased. I'm biased to that, but I think that what Coach Reed has done since he's been here, in terms of winning, in terms of the playoff runs and all the division championships, and the AFC title appearances, then obviously the Super Bowls. We're 100% a dynasty, but when you put it up against what the Warriors have done, obviously we don't have as many championships right now. So we got some work to do. We're on an uphill battle, especially when you talk about what the Warriors have been able to do. Unfortunately, I've seen quite a few daggers from the Golden State Warriors, being a Cavs fan throughout my day. But Cavs in 7 anyways. But I think at the end of the day, Patty Mahomes finds a way to overtake. What is it? They got 4 championships.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think Pat Mahomes is definitely going to find a way to get more than 4 championships. Hopefully, I'm still along for the ride by the time he gets there.
All right, so a lot to break down there from Travis Kelce, apparently a big Cleveland Cavaliers fan. But I guess, Papa, my first question I'll ask you, with the Kansas City Chiefs winning 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 seasons, being in 5 straight AFC championship games, do you consider the Kansas City Chiefs a dynasty?
Kelsey's, from Catching Kelsey, his reality TV show when he was the heartthrob bachelor of the NFL, his job, hosting SNL was amazing this year. The best bit was when they went to the White House the other day. He went up to the microphone and Mahomes intercepted him. Yeah. So Kelsey would not embarrass everybody. And you got to fight for your right to party, Mr. Biden.
Yeah.
That's not going to go over well in the East Room. So the Warriors did beat Cleveland, by the way, in 6. They beat him in 5. They beat him in 4.
Yeah.
They did lose to him 1 year in 7. Let's let the record show. We're not talking about winning the AFC West here, no. Travis. We're talking about winning the AFC and winning the championship. They have won 2 Super Bowls the last 4 years. They've been in 3. They beat the 49ers, obviously, in 54 in a game they had to pull out at the end. And they won this last one against Philadelphia in a game they had to pull out at the end. When their offensive line was in tatters, they got obliterated by the front of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Ndamukong Suh and those guys. They're going to have to win a few more. I think it's possible for them to get there and get on that kind of a run. Let's say one thing in particular. They said, are you and Pat going to win as many as Steph and Clay? Well, don't forget about Draymond. Yeah. And Chris Jones is their version of Draymond Green on their defensive line. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to me the way they look at it. But I remember Mitch Holthus, the radio voice of the Chiefs, came on, and it was the year Mahomes just was going off, obviously. I mean, Mahomes' first full year in the NFL, he threw for 50 touchdown passes and 5,000 yards. It was just insane. And Mitch came on, and he's the first one that dropped he is Steph Curry. And I thought, wait, whoa, what are you saying here? And this was the 2018 year, and Steph already had a few championships and a few MVP awards, a few Podoloffs. But what he said is right. He's just changed the geometry of football because of his special arm talent. I mean, go back to the play against the 49ers in Super Bowl 54 and 2-3 chip jet wasp. When I watched the play live, and Bosa was getting held on the play by Eric Fisher, but I thought Mahomes underthrew Tyreek Hill on the wasp play. But when you look back on it, he backpedaled 18 yards. And he was getting wrapped up when he threw it. It's like, who makes that? Like Curry backing up to the logo and beyond. Mahomes' arm talent is, and, Mahomes is a second-generation professional athlete. His dad played a long time, like Steph's dad, Dell, and his mom was a great athlete in college as well. So I see Mahomes' special ability and how he's changed the geometry with his special arm talent. And Steph's a great left-handed passer, and Mahomes goes left-handed and no look and all that. But as far as dynasty, I don't know if you could say winning 2 in 4 years is dynastic. They got to go back to back. And Steph, they went to 5 straight finals, should have won all 5, got 3, came back and won another one after they all got hurt. So let's slow our roll on comparing the red and gold to the blue and gold. They're not there yet.
Yeah, they're still a couple of championship games away, but if you're looking for a matchup between Travis Kelce and Steph Curry, I believe they have a golf match coming up on June 29th. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson versus Patrick and Kelce.
Oh, that's why they were hyping the match?
Yeah,
Is that why they did that?
It must have been. Are you interested in watching that at all, Greg?
Yes, I'll watch all of that. I think my guy Brian Anderson will call it on Turner.
Nice.
We'll do it. We'll promote it. We'll do it all.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Curry's the best golfer of the 4, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say
hands down. How good of a golfer is Klay?
I didn't even know Klay Thompson played golf, to be honest with you.
He didn't play right away when he was coming to the NBA, but he has picked it up the last few summers. But, I mean, can Mahomes hang with Steph? Who's better between Klay and Kelce? Steph's the best of the 4, isn't he?
Yeah, my money's going to be on Steph and Klay in that matchup. And since we're talking Warriors, we actually do have our second piece of foreplay coming to you live from the Draymond Green podcast, where he hosted Steve Kerr earlier this week. And one of the topics they got into was the departure of Bob Myers. Here's Draymond Green pulling back the curtain a little bit, talking about himself, looking at himself in the mirror, kind of like Debo Samuel, and criticizing himself for some heated moment with the Warriors and how big of an impact Bob Myers played in all of it.
I'd be remiss if we got on here and we didn't mention Bob Myers. I know what he's meant to me in my career. I was having a conversation today with someone. I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player. All the that I've caused myself. It's not that like I've gone through something that somebody else caused. And we were speaking about it. And he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of trust me, not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. You, Bob, through things that I've gone through. The camera caught you one time like, I'm sick of Draymond and I had to take a step back like, I'd be sick of Draymond too. So, but I understand what you've done for me. I understand, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
Yeah, great stuff there from Draymond Green. And real quick, I will remind you that you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And Greg, we really haven't had a chance to dive too much into the Bob Myers kind of relationship with the players, with the coaches, and how, to me, I think the biggest thing they're going to be missing from Bob is that bridge between the front office and the actual roster.
I'd forgotten about that. There's so many moments, and I could cite 10 more that Draymond was involved in, and a bunch that the public doesn't even know. It didn't happen during games, but the night where they did have Steve mouthing, I am so sick of Draymond's ass, and you wonder what he was exactly saying, and it was there for everybody to hear, at least, lip read, but that's why it makes Steve so special. So we'll see what the Warriors do. Bob is under contract until a few more weeks here until June 29 turns to 30, which is the same time that Draymond Green has to decide whether to opt out or opt in. I think the perfect thing, because Bob has handled Draymond in so many delicate situations perfectly. He's had to suspend him when he got into it with Durant, and obviously sit with him in the A Stadium when he missed Game 5 against the Cavaliers. Maybe Bob's final act as the head of basketball operations is to re-sign Draymond Green to a contract. Maybe they do one last deal that Bob will do, have Bob handle the negotiation. I know the Warriors have a cap guy they have from San Antonio, but maybe just have Bob, the last act to the very last minute is to get his guy Draymond Green, the guy that he drafted. His first draft class was HB and Festus and Draymond, number 35 overall. Maybe that's the last act. Just have Bob Myers do one last thing. Sign Draymond Green to a long-term contract as he leaves.
Yeah, I know Joe Lacob wants to work him to the bone after these next 13, 14 days, the final days of the Bob Myers contract. And I love the fact that Steve Kerr was on the podcast with him to get his reaction. But, Papa, we only have one more time, or we only have enough time for one more piece of sound from our foreplay. And you brought up the Oakland Coliseum, where the A's are still currently playing. But we know the plans are for them to maybe go to Las Vegas. Well, the Las Vegas vote stalled out the other night. So here was Oakland Mayor Shang Tao last night on ABC 7 News talking about how she still wants to keep the A's in Oakland and how she might be making it more difficult for the A's to move to Vegas.
And I can tell you right here, right now, that I have been doing so much work in the background. I mean, I did not make it easy for them to try to push this legislation through. I've been in contact with legislators out in Nevada, and I've been on the phone, right? Picking up the phone, calling all the different people, calling the different labor unions to really make it so that it's harder for them because we want the Oakland A's here. I'm fighting for the Oakland A's. The fans are fighting for the Oakland A's. And why not here in Oakland, where it's diverse, one of the most diverse cities in the nation? And I know MLB has this great concept of wanting to diversify its fan base. And so we need a baseball team, we deserve a baseball team, and we want the Oakland A's to be rooted here, whether it's with this current ownership or with the new ownership.
Yeah, and listen, we're the flagship station of the San Francisco Giants and the 49ers. But I think we all would prefer if the A's did stay in Oakland. And Papa, as a guy that has called games for the A's, the Raiders, the Warriors, you know how important that market is to the Bay Area, everywhere. So what are your feelings about this entire move? And is there any possibility that Oakland does stay in Oakland?
Well, the new mayor has quite the ego. It's a lot of me and I and what I've done, so great. I mean, publicly she called off negotiations, but privately, it gets a little more tense. I called the A's games for 14 years, and the dynamic in the area was very different because, the ballpark, whether it's Pac Bell Park or SBC or Oracle or whatever you want to call it, wasn't built yet. The Giants moved here in 58, the A's moved here in 68. And the two teams before the park at 3rd and King, 24 Willie Mays Plaza, was built, they coexisted for 32 years. And the A's outdrew them 17 years to 15. The Coliseum was a better baseball ballpark than Candlestick, to be sure. Television ratings was a different story. The Giants got a 10-year head start, and people just like National League Baseball here in the rivalry with the Dodgers throughout the 60s. The A's became the premier team in the Bay Area. But a lot of just things have changed in the Bay Area. The Raiders are gone. Yep. If it wasn't for the A's squatting on that property, I had many conversations with Mark Davis about it and his problems with Lou Wolf and ownership there. Yeah. The Raiders wanted to stay here, but the A's made it difficult for them. They wanted to raise that stadium and build a new one and go to a temporary place, and Lou Wolf just wouldn't do it. The Giants also had a say in blocking San Jose, so they're all contributors to where the A's are. It's a sad situation. It's beyond sad. A's did win today, by the way, in Pittsburgh, 9-6. They've won 2 in a row after the 12-50 start, so they're historically bad. And to watch them just disintegrate like this is terrible. I'm not of a believer as though the Las Vegas situation's a slam dunk. Not just the lawmakers in Vegas. I think the vote that they're going to have to get, Mark, is to allow the A's to relocate. We've not had a baseball team relocate in many, many years. And do you think the L.A. Dodgers want to vote for the A's to leave this market and give the Giants all of this market?
No.
You think the Angels are going to vote that way? You think the Padres are going to vote that way? How does that change the dynamic? Maybe not overnight, but over time, over decades. And the A's will leave and the Giants will take the entire marketplace. The 49ers are rebranding their marketing strategy. The Raiders are gone to Vegas. You think the Mets want that? The Yankees want that? All these teams that have to share their market, like the Cubs and White Sox, they want the Giants to be. Giants would be in the biggest market in the country with one team as opposed to two for all these years. So I think there's obstacles there. The mayor's got a little bravado. Keep that to yourself, but you're always running for re-election as an elected official. But, fight for your city, and we'll see where it all goes. But as far as down the road, I don't think that it's dire that they're going to leave. But they got to improve the now. Yeah. Just what they've become on the field and going to the ballpark. And I go there once a year. They've got to fix that place up. Yeah. It's kind of like Candlestick or, the Coliseum and the Raiders are playing there. It's a dump, but it's our dump. At least make it somewhat, cleaned up when guests come in to watch your baseball team and not just be in disrepair.
Yeah, get rid of the possums at least, Papa. We're talking about the bare minimum here. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but I do want to give a shout out to the Oakland A's fans still in this market and the fans that are planning to attend the boycott on June 13th. I might have to go out to the ballpark to check that out as well and give some support to the local A's fans still here in the Bay Area. But on the other side, let's talk about the team that plays down at Levi Stadium, the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk to David Lombardi about everything going on from 49ers minicamp. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow joined the Murph and Mac Show earlier this morning to talk about the Giants lineup finally being back at full strength. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's been great. I love our guys up front. You're going to hear me say this time and time again. Everything we do starts up front. And we made that commitment with Jed all the way down with John and Kyle to try to assemble the best defensive line in the league. So with him being here, Bosa being here, you talk about Ken Law, you talk about Eric, Drake. I'm excited about what we can do up front this year.
All right. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Wednesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning with the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. And the voice you heard on the rejoin was new 49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks, who spoke live from Levi Stadium today. And now it's time to check in with the man that was down at Levi Stadium, David Lombardi from The Athletic, taking a few minutes to join me and Papa this morning. David, thanks for coming on. How you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I think we're all getting the wheels turning for some 49er football. And I want to start with what Steve Wilks was talking about right there, his defensive line, and the article you wrote for The Athletic on Nick Bosa showing up to camp and aiming for a new contract extension. What have you seen from Nick Bosa, and was there any doubt on whether or not he was going to show up to mandatory minicamp?
No, there was never any doubt. Nothing has gone awry in the contract negotiations, and we all know that Brian Aaron, who is Nick Bosa's agent, is also Joey's agent, and the way that his deals have always worked is that he likes to leverage deadline pressure. I think John Lynch has indicated that he wished he would have had the deal done by now, but Bosa's going to get himself probably a better deal if he waits until the deadline pressure of training camp. And that's when Joey's deal happened with the Chargers in 2020. And I would expect that's when Nick's deal is going to happen with the 49ers here in 2023. So just wait until camp. That's when, the business dynamics of these kinds of things usually force them to happen. Nick, meanwhile, is just doing what he normally does. He works out in Florida, shows up for the mandatory portion of the off-season program. And when he does come for this mandatory portion of the off-season program, he usually just lifts, and he ends up watching the 49ers practice in his street clothes, and that's what happened today.
All right, and then he's going to leave. They're wrapping up day 2 on field. They got some few things on the schedule tomorrow, a barbecue, then they're gone. And they'll be gone like 7 weeks, and when they come back, it's going to be training camp. And over the next 7 weeks, what kind of progress can the 49ers make? So you mentioned, Nick's brother Joey. TJ Watt has gotten a new contract, former Defensive Player of the Year with a sack record. I mean, the yardstick is the 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. And Nick was asked about that. Do you want to get Aaron Donald money and the highest non-quarterback salary? And he said, I think I'll get what's fair. So which contract are you looking at as a comp? Because you're so good at the salary cap and working the numbers. Are we looking at his brother Joey, T.J. Watt, or will this go as high as Aaron Donald, do you think, David?
Ooh, sounds like we're having some technical difficulties real quick. That's how good your question was, Papa. He had to drop off real quick.
It's the Lamont Wade cell phone.
Yeah, exactly. We'll reconnect with David Lombardi in just a few seconds. But, Greg, it really is interesting looking at Nick Bosa showing up to camp. It's a great question of where he's going to get paid, whether or not it is like a guy like Aaron Donald, especially coming off that Defensive Player of the Year season. Greg, I believe we have David back.
David, you're back. How much of the question did you hear? Are we looking at T.J. Watt contract comp for Nick, his brother Joey, or the yardstick, which is Aaron Donald?
So T.J. Watt's at about, I think, $28 million per year. He's at the top of all the edge rushers with his average per year. And normally edge rushers are paid more than defensive tackles, and on average that still is the case. But Aaron Donald broke the scale with his contract a couple years ago. He's at $31.6 million per year. So right now you've got all the top edge rushers. That includes Joey Bosa making more than all of the defensive tackles except for Aaron Donald, who's at 31.6. So we know that Nick is for sure going to break the edge rusher limit right now. That he's going to be more than T.J. Watt. And we, for a long time, even before the Aaron Donald contract was signed, we were talking about $30 million possibly for Nick Bosa. Then when Donald signed his deal after the Rams won the Super Bowl, it became a thing. Whoa, this is an outlier number. At least at the time, it was an outlier number, especially for defensive tackles. So now the talk is, will Bosa's contract not only be at the top of all the edge rushers, but will it also surpass Donald's to be the top paid defensive player in the league? And I think ever since Nick Bosa racked up the Defensive Player of the Year award last year, I think that's very realistic. I think that $31.6 million, when I projected his contract and I made my chart and everything, and I looked at the signing bonus and all that, I think the $31.7 million per year for Bosa is doable for the 49ers. And I think that it's something that might have to be done just because he is the Defensive Player of the Year. I think he's a better player than Aaron Donald now, who obviously regressed a bit there with some injuries last year with the Rams. But Bosa is Bosa, and Nick Bosa right now is the man, and he deserves to be paid as such.
Yeah, and to your point, David, coming off the season he had last year, he deserves to be one of the highest paid non-quarterbacks in the league. So I guess my question is, do you think the 49ers have any buyer regret for not giving him this contract extension prior to him winning Defensive Player of the Year?
No, I think that this is the way the 49ers do business. They're going to continue operating as such. I think that Bosa didn't mind waiting because he wanted to show what he had to earn a few extra $1 million. It was never a consideration, nor should it have been. There's still an extra year of team control, obviously, with that fifth-year option. So with Bosa, they waited to do it a little bit later than with Debo Samuel, who didn't have that extra year of team control.
All right, Debo was pretty outspoken yesterday about how awful he played and he was sluggish. And, this was after he had a contract year. And I think we'd all agree that he didn't play as well. And Brandon Ayuk had a huge year last year, and he's ready to take off this year. And I think like last year, he maybe is the MVP of the offseason, the way he's performed. So we know Debo's going to jump in salary appreciably coming up. The numbers are manageable for this coming year, but in 24, he jumps over $20 million. And the 49ers have time with Brandon Ayuk, David, but the talking point has been, because they did field some calls in the offseason as far as trading for Brandon Ayuk, and they shot that down. But is there going to be a point where Nick Bosa gets his money? Maybe you have to pick one of these quarterbacks. Maybe it's Brock Purdy, and that salary is going to jump appreciably. Can the 49ers afford, as you look at the cap for a few years down the road, to give Brandon Ayuk maybe a contract comparable to Debo Samuel and have not one but two $20 million a year wide receivers on top of a $30 million a year edge rusher?
So the salary cap almost always grows year by year. That's the NFL's revenues go up, the salary cap gets bigger. Obviously, you factor inflation and all that into it, but still, teams theoretically, as the league sees success, teams theoretically should be able to increase their core of star players. And that's the wave that the 49ers are trying to ride. That's their team building philosophy. We've seen their core of star players grow over the years as they've drafted and developed some of these players in the stars. Bosa is going to be the next one to get his money. And, you know, when I look at the 49ers and how they decide to build a team, I think they, you know, I don't know if they actually do this with the same terminology that I'm about to use, but I think it's really, really clear that they classify guys as either A-listers, B-listers, C-listers, so on and so forth. And if you are an A-list star that the 49ers have either acquired through a trade like Christian McCaffrey or drafted and developed into such, they will pay and they will keep you. And the only A-list player so far that they haven't paid and kept has been DeForest Buckner, and that wasn't the player that this regime drafted. He came under the previous regime. Trent Baalke drafted him in 2016. But everybody else that has been an A-list star that's been acquired under this regime, they have made it a point to keep those players. The way they can afford it is because the cap does increase annually, and then they don't spend on the B-listers. When the B-listers and the C-listers, their contracts are up, the 49ers let those guys go, and they replenish those positions, the depth of the roster, with either draft capital, which is much cheaper on the salary cap, or through bargain bin deals in free agency. So to answer your question, this is going to be the determining year as to whether or not Brandon Ayuk falls into that A-list category. I think he's on trajectory for that. 1,000-yard year last year. He's looking awesome this season. And if, by the time the dust settles in 2023, if Brandon Ayuk is on that A-list for the 49ers, I do think that they absolutely have it within their plans, within their budget to pay him. It's just so important to continue being efficient through the draft. Because, listen, this year they had a 10 or 11 player draft class. It's only going to cost them like $2 million on the cap here in the off season. Not even that. And during the season, maybe a little bit more after the top 51 rule is no longer in effect. But that shows you how inexpensive it is to build through the draft when you're trying to fill out those depth spots. And when you can so efficiently fill out depth with your roster, then you could pay your A-listers the big money. And that's what the 49ers roster building philosophy is.
And now the 49ers will have a little bit of extra time to figure out what they're going to do with Brandon Ayuk moving forward after picking up his fifth-year option this year. But, David, I want to talk about someone who did not have their fifth-year option picked up, and that, of course, is Javon Kinlaw. I want to ask how big this offseason is for him, especially when you bring in Javon Hargrave.
Well, I mean, Javon Kinlaw, it's a contract year for him. I think you just have to look at it simply. And with Javon Hargrave on the team, Javon Kinlaw doesn't project to be a starter on this team anymore. I think, that could be a good thing for all parties involved, because what Javon Kinlaw really needs right now is a smooth landing spot to really integrate himself into a flow of a season and stay healthy. I mean, in past years, that's just been the issue with the knee. He had terrible luck, obviously, in 2020 with that severe knee injury against the Cowboys. And then they didn't really go and clean that up with an ACL reconstruction surgery until after he had played a few games in 2021. And then that rehab dragged through into 2022. So for the first time in his career, Javon Kinlaw is going to have a full NFL offseason that has started healthy, that hasn't started in the rehab room, right? So he's got to carry over that health into the regular season. And maybe the way to do it is to not have the pressure of being a first-string 40-plus snap a game kind of guy. Maybe if he's a 15 to 25 snap guy as a rotational piece that doesn't have to bear the brunt of being a frontliner that Javon Hargrave is now going to be, maybe Javon Kinlaw is going to be in a much better spot to succeed. So that's what the 49ers are hoping. He's going to be a rotational guy this year. And I think that Chris Kasarik is excited because, again, this is the first offseason that he's entered fully healthy for the 49ers. It was 2020. They're not counting that because that was the COVID offseason. So they didn't see him until training camp there. So now it's finally a chance for the 49ers to actually work with a healthy Javon Kinlaw.
Coming into our chat, David, we heard from the new D.C. defensive coordinator, Steve Wilks. I know Diamador Lenore hit the podium today, and he has been playing so well physically and covering. Trent Williams, another one of those A-listers, obviously trading for him and giving him the big contract. So they all spoke today. Final day of a 2-day mandatory mini camp. Just what happened today, David? What's the news?
Today, the biggest play of camp, and I think the most exciting one, it got the 49ers defensive sideline going. Trey Lance got overwhelmed by pressure immediately. I'm not really sure what happened on the protection, but Kerry Hyder was coming right up the middle and was right in Trey Lance's face. And Lance just panicked and for whatever reason just threw the ball right into Kerry Hyder's chest. And I mean, normally for a defensive lineman, those guys aren't trained to catch the football. You'd see that ball just kind of bounce off of them, especially at point-blank range. But somehow Kerry Hyder ate it up, gobbled up the football, then took and sprinted with it the other way and outran everybody for a pick six. And I mean, it was just one of those big guy touchdowns, and there was a lot of good energy on the field today. Kyle Shanahan, I heard he was really happy. I was walking off the field, and I heard Kyle Shanahan talking to the huddle there. He was really, really happy. And there are days when Kyle Shanahan is not happy with practice. Today was definitely not one of them. So it seemed to be a spirited day, a good ending. You can knock on wood. I'm not sure what the injury report's going to be. Sometimes there are some dings that you don't hear of right coming off the practice field. But it seems to me that these OTAs and this mini camp, as far as the health record went better, much better than previous seasons for the 49ers. So that's, I think, priority number one. This is just a setup for training camp. And now Kyle Shanahan has really emphasized the importance of the next 40 days or so. He knows the players are going to be away from the facility, and he knows that they need to apply whatever they've been taught here over OTAs and come back in shape, ready to go for training camp, because then the real competitions will begin.
Last few minutes here with David Lombardi from The Athletic on the UMA guest line, who's down at Levi Stadium for 49ers minicamp. And David, I can't believe we've gone 15 minutes without asking you a question about the quarterbacks. We know Kyle Shanahan gave a little bit of an update on Brock Purdy and his throwing program that he's going through right now, but I would love to hear your initial reaction to Trey Lance's improved mechanics and him and Sam Darnold splitting first-team reps with this 49er offense.
Well, we'll see if Trey can carry over the improved mechanics to live action, right? When we've seen, I guess, a little bit of live action, but not really at OTA and minicamp. I mean, they're in shorts. Nobody can touch the quarterback, and it's just not the same thing. The pads are going to come on in training camp. That's going to add another layer of difficulty to, as far as when you're trying to take what you learned in the lab, which Trey Lance did with under Jeff Christensen, the quarterback's coach, and you're trying to port it into actual gameplay, you're going to be faced with these incrementally more difficult challenges. And the next challenge is going to be training camp, and then it's going to be preseason. So, what I've seen from Trey Lance so far, when I'm watching him throw against the air or throw with shorts on, the release has been a little bit quicker. I also still have seen some inaccuracy. It's just going to be a long journey, and I feel a lot of people are trying to judge Trey Lance's accuracy by one throw here and one throw there, but the truth is that we're not going to be able to judge it with one throw here or one throw there. It's going to be something that needs to be judged on the aggregate. So it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And this is just the very first part of it, this offseason program. We're going to show back up here at the facility in 40 days, and we're going to start to write the meat of this story, right, with training camp and whatever happens beyond that.
Yeah, well, what he's got to apply, and there's no question, he's gripping the ball better, his base is better. Jeff Christensen did good work with him, but he's got to apply all that. And then it's got to be muscle memory, where a situation like you described earlier today, Kerry Hyder Jr., busting protection comes through. You can't make that mistake. You can't throw the pick six, and I didn't see the video, but that doesn't sound good. So my question is, Brandon Allen is impressive, and I'm trying to learn more about him. He was the number 2 to a team that, went to the AFC title game or the Super Bowl the last couple of years, and Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Is Brandon Allen enough of a factor as we go to training camp where he eventually could be someone you don't want to cut, and he could be the third quarterback, and then you do revisit what we talked about leading up to the draft, and then more you and I got into the post-June spreading of the salary cap hit if you traded Trey. But is Brandon Allen becoming enough of a factor where the 49ers would consider trading Trey Lance, David?
It's funny you asked that today. I think he went 1 of 8, Brandon Allen. But
he did.
I'm kidding. Yeah, but
all right, scratch that. Put him on the practice squad.
I'm laughing at the timing because he hadn't thrown an incompletion yet in front of us until today. But anyway, I do think that Brandon Allen is more impressive than your typical number 4 QB. Normally you fill that spot up with a rookie because that's the best you can get. But Brandon Allen was the number 2 to Joe Burrow last year, so it's a really fair question. The thing, the 1 of 8, toss out all these stupid numbers that are coming out of OTAs. I typically start tracking it in training camp. I just read a tweet today. Even in training camp, you got to take these accuracy numbers with a big grain of salt. I think that the pedigree, the experience that Brandon Allen does bring to the table absolutely makes him a contender in that 49ers quarterback room. Obviously, he's further down the pecking order right now than these other guys. And obviously, we don't have a firm, prognosis on the exact return of Brock Purdy yet. It's becoming clearer and clearer as time goes by that the 49ers are very optimistic about a training camp return and week 1 availability. But until they're absolutely sure about that, I don't think they're going to be making any decisions. And I think that the overarching thought process that they're going to be continuing to invoke with this quarterback room is the more the merrier. And, I'm almost certain they're going to carry 3 on the 53-man roster. And then, 4 seems far-fetched, but you never know who they think they can, sneak to the practice squad and do this and that with. So I think that they're going to cross all these decision bridges when they have to, and that's not going to be until very close to the 53-man roster cut down.
Well, David, great stuff as always. We'll continue to follow your work at The Athletic, leading all the way up to training camp and the start of the 49ers season. Appreciate you taking a couple minutes out of your busy schedule to come on with me and Greg Papa today. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Perfect. There he is, David Lombardi from The Athletic. You can follow him on Twitter at Lombardi himself. And Greg, I guess my follow-up question would be, is the media invited to the barbecue at the end of mandatory minicamp?
Hell no.
No?
Not invited.
Oh, man, because I know.
You know what? We could go there because it starts at noon and goes till 2.
Ooh.
And we only work till 11:10 tomorrow.
Oh, so we break
So if
into
you
the
bring your
building.
appetite, I may be able to put you right next to Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave.
Ooh, I like to sit next to them. And I know back in the day, Guy Fieri used to go and cater for the Raiders. Do the 49ers have any celebrity chef fans out there?
Michael Mina.
There he is.
Come on.
Perfect.
You've been to his smokehouse? You've been to the bungalow in Tiburon?
Ooh, I have not.
Killer stuff.
I got to get out there. I love me some smoked barbecue.
You waited. I have to say, we opened the show yesterday talking about Garoppolo and the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
You waited until 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes to drop silver and black.
Hey, I just wanted to give some love to Guy Fieri, all right? He's a Northern California
guy. I like
guy.
the way you say that. Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri. I know he gets annoyed when people call him Guy Fieri. He's Italian, Pop. You know this.
I know. I actually hung with him. He was the starter at the Toyota Save Mart 350 up in Infineon, Sonoma Raceway years ago. And we hung and got we got after it all weekend. I don't know what I did. I had to announce all 33 drivers before the race after drinking with Guy all weekend.
Nice.
So that was a chore.
Nice.
All he had to say was, "Gentlemen, start your engines."
Start them up.
That's all he's got to say. I'm going for like 33 hours here.
Perfect, man. I'm a big Guy Fieri fan. Shout out Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. And shout out to the Caboose Pistol, how we're going to wrap up the show on the other side. It's Papa and Lund with Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on a Wednesday afternoon on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the Papa and Lund show on a Wednesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund. And now it's time to maybe get into my favorite part of the Papa and Lund show, the Caboose Pistol. And Greg, I feel like since you invited me onto your show, almost into your home, I got to kind of treat this like a picnic, like a potluck, like I'm bringing something of my own to the barbecue.
Potpourri?
Exactly. So I went out and I found...
A poo-poo platter, you might say?
Exactly. The whole smorgasbord.
Yeah.
And so I went out and I saw this article yesterday and I thought, you know what? This would be perfect for the Caboose Pistol. And we were talking about the Kansas City Chiefs earlier today. Papa, I don't know if you're familiar with their super fan, Chiefaholic.
Chiefaholic?
Yeah. So this is a guy that dresses up in a wolf costume, and he's a die-hard Chiefs fan. I'm sure you've probably seen him at millions of Chiefs and Raiders games back in the day, but now this is a super fan.
He's kind of like their version of Barrel Man from Denver?
Yes, but get this. Apparently, Chiefaholic has been robbing some banks in his spare time.
Oh, I know this guy.
In the Chiefaholic's costume.
In the Chief costume?
Yeah, in the costume. Apparently, I was just talking to Copes and the guys out in the bullpen. There was a case where he got in trouble, had an anklet bracelet on. He cuts off the ankle bracelet to get off house arrest, goes and robs a bank, and then shows up to Arrowhead to go watch the Kansas City Chiefs. Papa, crazy story. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, my God.
Like, could you imagine, like, Darth Raider going into a bank? No.
The Annihilator, the Violator, the Terminator,
yeah, exactly.
Raider Mort,
no.
Skullman.
None of them.
They're not robbing banks.
They're not robbing anything. Not at all. And now this guy, I don't know if he's like the unofficial team mascot of the Kansas City Chiefs, but he's now found himself on the most wanted list after apparently holding up a couple banks.
Costume with the mugshot is a classic.
Yeah, hilarious.
With him and the slammer.
Yeah, that's why he keeps the mask on.
I think the Chiefs should have to give back their 2 Super Bowls they've won the last 4.
Yeah, I'm saying some of that Patrick Mahomes contract money.
But this is null and void. They're criminals.
That's how they give that $500 million contract to Patrick Mahomes, because Chiefaholic was out here robbing banks, Greg.
Chiefaholic?
Yeah.
I think I've hung with this guy at a few barbecues at Gates Barbecue in KC.
I wouldn't be surprised, Pop. I would not be surprised.
You just did that. The Raider and you just came out there.
Yeah, I had to. Anytime I get a chance to stomp on the Chiefs after watching them dominate the AFC West, I'm going to take advantage of that. And it's something that I was thinking about, talking about mascots and stuff like that. Al Davis never really put any thought into having a mascot for the Raiders, did he?
Well, the whole stadium was. You kidding me? The
Annihilator,
the Violator, the Terminator, all the Aiders, Gladiator, all of them were there. Just insane.
Nicely
so,
done.
In all honesty, you've gone from Derek Carr and Jimmy's got the bad foot and addendum G, and the Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Raider fan right now, Marcus, how much are you being challenged? This is one of the greatest rivalries. Giants-Dodgers is a great rivalry, but, from the AFL days, to me, they were the Hatfields and the McCoys. Yeah. And we lost Norma Hunt the other day, and, it was quite a contentious relationship between Al and Lamar Hunt, and they were even for years. The Raiders were ahead. How you dealing with Jimmy's foot is hurt? You know who could be your starting quarterback this year? Brian Hoyer.
Or Aiden O'Connell from Purdue, maybe.
Brian Hoyer just slinging out with Mahomes.
You're preaching to the choir.
How you dealing with this?
And that's not even mentioning Justin Herbert and the Chargers, Papa. I wish I could.
Justin Herbert, how you dealing with him?
Come on. And then you got Russell Wilson, Broncos
Who's
country.
Better, Russell Wilson or Brian Hoyer?
Oh, come on. That's not a real question, Pop. And that's the kind of stuff I'm dealing with now.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. Things aren't going very good out in Raiderland. Of course, you know that. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, at least he looks good in that photo you sent me in the silver and black the other day.
He does. He should play with his helmet on.
Yeah, he should.
He is going to be ready for training camp. I just want him to take part in the joint practices against the 49ers. How fun would that be?
That would be fantastic. And you're going to be out there, I would assume, right?
We'll be there. 10th and the 11th August and we play him on Sunday the 13th, you got to come. But Chiefaholic.
Chiefaholic.
Dear God.
What a story. Maybe I'll dress up as Chiefaholic for Halloween this year, but then I might get arrested. Someone might stop me on the street, Pop.
He went in and what did he rob, a bank?
Yeah, apparently multiple banks. Like, I didn't even know people.
Costume?
I didn't even know
How
people
did he expect to get away with it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, you're the most notorious Chiefs super fan, and you just thought you could walk into a bank? Like, maybe he was like, this is hiding in plain sight, Papa. If I'm in this costume, they'll think it's him, but then they won't really blame him because he's on national TV every weekend.
Lucille would never do that.
No, never.
The great San Diego Chicken, Ted Giannoulis would never do that.
No, Thunder from the Golden State Warriors would not. No, exactly.
Well, rest in peace, Thunder.
Yeah, that's my guy. The guy that used to give me...
Ted Giannoulis just retired recently.
Yeah,
the great San Diego Chicken.
Yeah, but, oh, man, what a story this morning with the workaholic. I think that's all we got time for in today's Caboose Pistol. We'll wrap up the Papa and Lunch Show on the other side. Get you ready for Tolbert and Copes in the afternoon show. And I'm sure they'll be talking about Bill Walton some more after his legendary hit yesterday. That podcast is available on KNBR.com, just like all the podcasts we had today with Hunter Pence, Rich Aurelia, David Lombardi. We'll put a bow on the Papa and Lunch Show on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Debo Samuel spoke to the media yesterday at 49ers minicamp and criticized himself in his quote-unquote awful season in 2022. To read more about Debo's thoughts on his 2022 season, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun show today, filling in for John Lund. It's Marcus Boucher wrapping up the Papa and Lund show with Greg Papa. Shout out to my guys, Danny Dunn, Walter Icabosetta behind the scenes today.
Nicely done.
And how about my guy?
John Miller can't even get his
Look
name.
at that. And Danny Dunn now giving me some Andre Nicotina Killer Whale rejoin. That means one thing and one thing only. Logan Webb is taking the bump tonight. Another Raider fan, Greg Papa, a guy I like to say after he pitches, just Webb, baby. Papa,
Wow.
It's been a fun 2 days, man. I appreciate you letting me hang
You've been
out.
great. So the first thing I'm checking, because we got a day game tomorrow, is the weather in Denver.
Oh, please don't talk about
and
the
it is
weather.
volatile. Is it raining in Denver right now?
I heard there's a chance it might rain tonight and tomorrow.
Tonight.
Yeah, which means me and you might be hanging out for a while.
And tomorrow?
Yeah, and tomorrow, possibly. I saw it's a 44% chance of rain tomorrow in Colorado, but I don't even want to put that into the universe, Papa.
Well, they are going to go back to Denver later in the year. I mean, is it raining there right now? They're talking about thunderstorms there. You never know in Denver. It was supposed to rain last night, and it was a beautiful night, so you don't know. So there's a possibility tomorrow they could play a doubleheader. They don't get through both games today. We don't have any show. It could rain tomorrow. We have a full 4-hour show. You have done a terrific job today and yesterday. And we got a short show tomorrow, maybe a full show. Then FP will come in on Friday. But I was wishing John would join us tomorrow because when the 49ers, with the 99th overall pick in the 2023 NFL draft, drafted Jake Moody, John went crazy. You know who's going to join us tomorrow. Rain or shine at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Jake Money Moody, the 49ers' new place kicker. So you and I will have a great chat with him, but I'd like to have John be there. And I wanted you the whole time. I wanted the kicker at 99.
Yeah, to watch John backpedal a little bit. I heard some of those takes. And shout out to all you guys doing the draft show that Friday night with you, Lund, Copes, all you guys.
Dante Whitner.
I love breakdown.
He wasn't on board
Whitner
either, but his Ohio State came out. That's why I didn't like Jake the Wolverine.
But hey, you know how important a kicker is, and you've been with a couple organizations that have taken some kickers pretty early in the draft as well.
Number 1 first-round draft pick, Sebastian Janikowski.
My guy, the Polish cannon, baby.
And it's points, it's field position.
Yeah, it's important.
I mean, we could say it's 1/3 of the game. I could say it's more than 1/3 of the game.
Yeah.
But one thing about Jake Money Mooney, and I watched every kick he took throughout his career, or last year at Michigan. I think he was a soccer player. I mean, his extension on his follow-through looks like somebody feeding a set piece or a corner kick. I mean, it's just impressive. But he's going to have big-time pressure here.
Yeah.
When you take over for good as gold, you better not miss a kick, especially in January and February.
100%.
Around here.
Because when you are the 49ers,
they are going to miss kicks. But anyway, tomorrow at 10:30 we'll have Jake. And Giants, do you roll out the same lineup tonight? You got to kick Casey Schmidt.
I think Casey's got to be in there. I think that's because when you are looking at that lineup top to bottom, what we talked about earlier is I think this is the deepest, healthiest lineup that the Giants have had all season. I think the only switch you might make is putting in Casey Schmidt for Brandon Crawford.
Without a doubt. Otherwise, roll the same hitters out there, right? Leave Jake, and that means play. And then you got a day game after a night game as well tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a day game after a night game, and we play without rain. But
did you say glad I ate her? Is that what you said?
I did say that. Glad
with the
Terminator, Violator, the Annihilator, the Terminator.
I like people who say what their crime is in their name. The Violator. What'd you do? What are you in for?
Surprise, surprise! Violated somebody.
What's your name? The Violator. What are you in for?
Oh man. Well, that's
I remember
rough.
going to a Raider party right when I first started working for him. My wife was there, and I introduced her to, honey, I want you to meet the Terminator, the Violator, the Annihilator, all the Haters are here. It's like, who are these guys?
All the haters. I don't think there's any as famous.
But they're not
49er
chiefaholic.
fans,
They do
are
not
there?
break the law, guys. They don't do that.
They're not on the most wanted list. What
They're
did you
not,
say?
they're not here robbing
No.
banks, but I don't think there's like a notorious like 49er fan that dresses up these days, is there?
There's the Banjo Man, of course. But you see him.
Is that Crazy George?
Is that his name?
I think so, yeah. Huh? He's all over the place.
You'll see him around, yeah. You see, he just latches on to different fan
That's what
bases.
I need Adam Copeland out there next year. Red face.
How about Sourdough Sam?
Post.
You forget Sourdough Sam?
Yeah, I don't think Sourdough Sam is holding up any banks, though.
He's like sourdough starter Sam. He's like panning on sourdough starter.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like. I'd like my guy to provide for the fan base. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a face paint guy. I'm not a. You'll see me in the bleachers at Giant Dodger games. Talking smack. That's about as far as it goes.
Real quick, you know who is a big face paint guy? Our guy Overnight Dave.
Overnight Dave, I imagine, is a face paint guy.
A huge Raider fan. He's a big fan of yours too.
You rock the
Papa.
piano key face paint too.
I gotta give a shout out to my guy Overnight Dave, who does a great job running the leadoff spot. And hey, I want to give a shout out to my guys Danny, Dunn, and Walter behind the scenes once again. Pop, we got to run. The Tolbert and Cope show is about to start.
I'm a Zane Gonzalez guy, to be honest with you.
Copes, have a great show today. Looking forward to what you and Tolbert have to talk about.
Craig, I just wanted Craig to laugh.
Jake Money Moody tomorrow at 10:30.
Tomorrow, 10:30. I'll be back with Papa
Get on the
for
Zane
one more
plane.
day.
Yeah.
The Water Boy running the marathon tomorrow, kind of like Copes used to do. 5 a.m. the leadoff spot. I'm back. Then I'm with Murph and
Are you
Mac.
doing both tomorrow?
Then I'm with Papa.
It's a little too
then
much
I'm
Water
doing
Boy.
Giants
Better not rain.
pregame.
Better not
I'll
rain.
do it.
If it
If it
too much
rains,
Water
It'll be
Boy.
a 70-minute show tomorrow, not a 4-hour show.
Yeah, if it rains tomorrow, you're looking at 9 hours straight of Marquise Boucher. Like you said, that's a little bit too much Water
Too
Boy,
much Marcus,
even
yeah.
for myself. But appreciate everybody tuning in and listening this morning. Great show today with Hunter Pence, Rich Rillia, Debo Samuel at his presser, and David Lombardi. All those podcasts are available on the brand new KNBR app. And I should tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes starts right now.
I didn't know you'd be on, Marcus, and I was like, dude, I get to come on with the guy with the great hockey name.
Boucher!
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Getting you ready for the Rockies and the Giants. Speaking of Rockies, Susan Slusser is going to be joining us, Copes, right off the bat here.
I like that. 2:15. Get it out of the way. Get it in, get it out.
Boom.
Get into some Giants talk, yeah.
We'll talk a little basketball with Jeff Van Gundy, who'll be calling the action tonight in Miami. Heat and Nuggets, Game 3. 5:30 local. So we'll get a little basketball for you and a little baseball, and then get you ready for the Rockies and the Giants, who looked pretty good last night.
Dude, it feels like the year, Tom. You know? It feels like the year.
For what?
I'll tell you what, it feels like a team capable of a playoff run. I mean, what they did last night, we were talking about how they were living and dying by the homer that first month. 10 runs yesterday, 8 doubles, a San Francisco-era record for the Giants. They also had a triple in the game. They have 14 hits. I think they drew 10 walks. The Rockies threw 240 pitches yesterday, which in the first game of a 3-game series, and I don't know how many more in a row they have in Colorado. It's always funny when you talk about getting chewed up as a bullpen, going to Colorado or taking care of your pitching staff, and you're like, there's a team that plays there permanently. You've got to deal with this. Like, how does an organization never produce a stud pitcher? It's incredible, but they're not good. You got to take advantage of these. Giants beat up on them last year, and you know the rest of the division will. So this was a good start to this series.
Yeah, who's the best pitcher they've ever had?
Well, Ubaldo Jimenez had like the best, I think maybe the best season anybody's ever had, at least to start for them. Remember, he started a year like 10-1 or something and went to the All-Star game.
15-3.
He was really, really good, but he came back to earth in the second half. Like, he wasn't the same guy. But for like a long tenured Rocky, like who's had the best career in Colorado?
Denny Nagel?
Yeah, Aaron Cook, like somebody like that. You know what I mean? Where's Sam Houston when you need him to tell us about some 4.5 ERA sinker baller that had like a good 4-year run? Yeah, 808 KNBR, the best Rocky pitcher. I don't know. Because there's guys who have like, Todd Helton I don't think gets the love he deserves, and I think he should probably be in the Hall of Fame. Because he, like Arenado, like hit away from Colorado. Larry Walker, same thing, but he proved it before he went there. But I feel like we don't give Todd Helton the credit because he hit in Colorado, whereas other guys sort of get the love. Pitchers, though, they've never, like Aaron Cook one year. I'm looking at him here. 2008, he was an All-Star one time, 16-9 with a 3.96 ERA. Pretty good year in Colorado. Yeah. Also gave up more hits than any pitcher in baseball that season.
Did he really?
236 and 211 innings.
Wow.
Which is incredible. But yeah, a 4.6 career ERA. Pitched his whole career in Colorado and one season in Boston. So yeah, Denny Nagel might be one. How did Mike Hampton fare? I know he liked the schools.
He'd love the school system. I don't know that he was good when he was there. I knew he could hit.
Yeah,
he was a really good hitter. I don't know as far as pitching is concerned, and I don't even know about Nagel. I just
that's just a name. Yeah, 2 years.
I remember him being halfway decent there, but I don't know how good he was.
Denny Nagel, 2 years for Mike Hampton in Colorado, 21 and 28, a 5.75 ERA.
Yeah, I didn't think so. He probably hit better than he pitched.
He probably did. Yeah, I think he had a year where he hit like 10 bombs or something like that. Denny Nagel in Colorado, and yeah, Tim in my ear says Kyle Freeland has been pretty good for them, and he's right about that.
Yeah.
Denny Nagel only pitched 3 years in Colorado, the very end of his career. 5.57 ERA in 3 seasons. So, yeah, it's crazy. They have never really produced in however many years it's been. And I know that they're at one point, it may still be there. I think their AAA team is in Colorado Springs, so they're close, which is a good idea to have your hitters and pitchers working at the altitude in which they're going to be playing at the professional level in, because you don't want to have guys the numbers could be deceiving, right? If you're pitching in a different altitude before you come to Colorado. But Giants hammered him last night. Lamont Wade reached base 6 times, becomes just the 5th Giant ever in the leadoff spot to reach 6 different times. I mean, he's an on-base wizard right now, and he's putting together quality at-bats every single day. Like, I don't know that we've seen a guy with this type of eye at the plate for this. And I say, I'm not forgetting Brandon Belt. I'm not going recency bias. But Belt, it just seemed like we were frustrated with Belt because we didn't want him to walk. We wanted him to have power. He looked like he should be hitting 25, 30 homers a year. Lamont Wade is like, if he hits you 15 bombs and he's doing this at first base and drawing walks like this at the top of the lineup, that's as good as anybody can ask for a leadoff hitter. He's not going to put up the first base power numbers. You were talking all-star yesterday, but his OBP is through the roof, and he's doing stuff that we haven't seen a leadoff hitter do since literally like Brett Butler here.
He's been spectacular. Yeah, absolutely. He did, and especially when you look at what is required of a leadoff hitter in today's baseball. It's not what you used to think of a leadoff hitter. You don't have to have blazing speed. You can strike out a little bit. You got to be able to walk, though. On-base percentage is the key. That's the key to being a good leadoff hitter. Real quick, I got the This Great Game online book of baseball, so it must be knowledgeable. Top 5 pitchers, Rockies history. Ubaldo Jimenez.
Okay, there you go.
Jorge De La Rosa.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Number 2.
Was he a lefty, maybe?
Yeah, I believe he was.
I think it was like a soft toss and lefty.
He was. I wouldn't have thought about this guy, but it makes sense. The closer, Brian Fuentes.
Oh, yeah, Fuentes for sure. But he's
really
a reliever.
Good there.
Yeah.
He was terrible with the Angels.
Yeah.
Oh, awful.
Soft toss and closer.
Yes. There's your Aaron Cook, number 4.
Dude, he's their 4th best starter. His career ERA was over 4.
And number 5, Tim, Kyle Freeland.
There you go.
So there you go.
Dude,
pretty much got them all.
De La Rosa was solid. 9 seasons with the Rockies, 86 and 61. Jorge De La Rosa. Wow.
Nice.
He had a nice career with them. A 4.35 ERA, started 200 games exactly. He was pretty good for them. 985 strikeouts and 1,100 innings, and had a whip of one, not great, 1.38, but you're in Colorado. So De La Rosa was there for a long time. He was pretty good. He was just one of those solid. This is the variance that I feel like we don't get in baseball as much anymore. Like the 3 and 4 and 5 starters are things that existed for a long time that you weren't supposed to all be 97 and striking out, 200 guys in 200 innings or 150 guys in 155 innings. Whatever these guys now, their innings cap is at. But you used to have soft toss and lefties and have guys who were sinker ballers and different types of starters. And now even with starting pitching, there's so little variance. You've got to be a mid to high 90s guy with either a sinker or the ability to get strikeouts or you're not really going to survive in today's game.
No, that's just the way it is. And then it's exactly what it is when you get to the bullpen. I mean, bullpen, these guys, just about everyone's, 95.
They're all gas cans, yeah.
Yeah, that's just like minimum. They don't have hardly guys. They do, but not really. Guys coming out of the bullpen that are throwing 91, 92 that are getting you out with contact. They don't like variance. That's why they love the 3 outcomes. It's strike them out. Don't let them put the ball in play. They want to walk them, but don't let them put the ball in play because then bad things could happen. But yeah, it used to be much different back then. It was funny because I was thinking. Because the one thing I always think of when I think of Rockies is Blake Street Bombers. That was one of the more incredible offensive squads.
Was it 93, their first team?
Yeah, I want to say it was right around that era.
It was like Galarraga. Dude. Was Caminetti there then?
God, I don't think Caminetti was there, but you could be right. I just remember him. I remember at certain times, I'm not sure when they were all there. Ellis Burks was there.
He was there, yeah.
Vinny Casilla
was a
played
third. Yeah,
Helton was there. Walker was there. Eric Young was a center fielder. But they were incredible, and I can't remember one pitcher off that team. Like that era, I just can't. They
didn't make the playoffs. I think they might have led the league in homers or hit almost as many. Here we go. Galarraga, 31 homers, 106 ribs. Vinny Castilla, 32 homers, 90 ribs. Dante Bichette.
Beef Bichette.
40
Dante
homers.
Beef Bichette.
40 homers, 128 ribs. Larry Walker, 36 homers, 101 ribs. They led. They went to the wild card in their first postseason ever. Eric Young had 36 steals. Ellis Burks was there. John Vanderwall. They were a monstrous team. We can talk more about them on the other side with Susan Slusser.
Bro, their OPS or team OPS at home, was like 1,100. It was a joke. It was like that's why I still to this day I say Hideo Nomo's no hitter.
It's one of the greatest accomplishments.
The greatest no hitters in the history of no hitters. You're basically facing like 9 Hall of Famers. Like an OPS of 1,100 at home is insane. Insane.
Yeah, so that was the 95 Rockies. The 2023 Rockies, not the same team. Far different teams. The Giants hammered them 10-4 last night. Again, the Rockies threw 204 pitches. Lamont Wade Jr. reached base 6 times, 3 walks, had 3 hits. Was fantastic at the top of the lineup. They got healthy, and they didn't even have the young guys in there. Pat Bailey, the only rookie to start yesterday, was kind of nice to have some of the veterans carry the load. We'll talk more about that with Susan Slusser. On the other side, still to come, Jeff Van Gundy at 3:50 and Giants pregame against the Rockies at 4:40. It's Logan Webb Day. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Got back to 530-30, beating the Rockies 10-4 last night thanks to Lamont Wade Jr. reaching base 6 times. More on that story. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. You have tax issues? Any tax issues whatsoever? Are they just nagging at you? Like, oh, you know how those things go. You just can't seem to let it go. Everything you look at reminds you of, I owe taxes. I need to get my taxes done. And it doesn't matter for what reason. If you're late, you're late. and you got to get on it because the IRS does not forget. They will hound you. They will find you. They will, well, in worst case scenarios, you've heard of people going to prison for avoiding taxes. It's just not something you want to mess around with at all. You don't want to be the person that's afraid to go to your mailbox and open up your mail because, what about that phone call? What about that knock on the door? Let Alex Kogelman take care of it. All right? You need a game plan is what you need. You need a blueprint. You need a clear and concise plan on where you're going, how to take care of your tax issues, whether it's unfiled tax return, audits, back taxes, cryptocurrency reporting, even criminal tax investigations. He can help you through it. He can give you the plan to get you through, and you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. And trust me, you're going to feel so much better knowing that you have a plan and seeing the end date. Like, I can take care of this. How? By scheduling a consultation with Alex. He's going to lay it all out for you. You'll feel good about going forward and how it's going to be handled, and knowing that that's your first step into getting it handled. Take drop in the bag. Got rid of that bag. I can move on. So schedule that consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just go to Kugelman Law, or you can Google Kugelman Law, Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Temple Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right, we do it every Wednesday. Catch up with Susan Slosser. A lot of times it's after a Giants Day game. Today we're getting it before a Giants game, but after a fun one last night. 10-4 win over the Rockies. They are looking like a far superior team, which is good. You don't want to be playing down to the level of your opponent, and you should hammer the Rockies the way they did last night. 14 hits. They get 8 doubles. Here to talk about it, Susan Slosser. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Susan, 14 hits last night, and you had a great line in your game story where you said Giants were able to frolic over the Rockies. I thought that was a good usage of the word frolic because that was kind of how it went. They just sort of rounded the bases over and over and over. How you doing today?
I'm great, and it could have been worse. They struck out 16 times. They had loads more runners in scoring position with all the walks, 11 walks, 240 pitches thrown by the Rockies. Are you kidding me?
Wild.
So I can't imagine their bullpen's in great shakes today. It's that was something else. I mean, it's kind of what you deal with when you're the Rockies and you play in this ballpark, I think.
When's the last time you went to a game in Coors or there wasn't a home run by either side?
You know what? I can't remember at least one without at least one. It's just it doesn't happen. Patrick Bailey came very close. Thought he did. Then he had to turn on the Jets, and then he hits a triple later. Two doubles and a triple for the rookie, the only rookie in the lineup, which has been unusual for them lately. But it just shows how much better that the lineup is when they're as deep as they expect it to be.
How big is it for them to be able to take a break? Because you mentioned that in your story, too. And it was nice yesterday to not have to go to Blake Sabol. Like, these guys, it's a nice asset to have when you have a guy like Blake Sabol who's got the power that he has and the versatility. And you have Casey Schmidt who's playing a Gold Glove caliber short or third whenever he's out there in his bat. Makes the lineup better. But now they're not relying on these guys to carry him because they have this depth. I just think when you can sprinkle in that mix of talent and you can go through stretches where the young guys can support the vets, but the vets can carry the lineup, it makes you a dangerous team. And I'm only now looking at the middle part of the rotation as the biggest question mark of this team.
Yeah, which is funny because it's kind of a switch from what we thought earlier in the season. The one concern is you do want to keep those rookies sharp. And how do you do that when you have, a more complete lineup with veterans? Sable's going to do some catching, but, if he's playing twice a week, that's tough for a guy who's basically played every day his entire life. You can't expect that the average is going to be what it was. And Casey Schmidt obviously has to play. And, then you run into what are you doing with Brandon Crawford? How are you working everybody back in? Because that DH spot is now filled by Jock Peterson when they're facing right-handers. So that takes away kind of the ability to maybe be quite as, liberal with using some of the rookies in different spots. But you also don't want them sitting all the time. They're here for a reason.
That one, we talked about that one yesterday with Joe.
I think Tom cut out there for a second. You got us, Tom?
Yeah, I got you.
You've got it. You said we're talking about something with Joe Rizzo.
Yeah, we're talking about the Brandon Crawford, Casey Schmidt thing, and he's the guy, right, that's going to have to sit some. I mean, Casey Schmidt can play third, can play second, but short more often, I would think. And Crawford's the one that's probably...
We knew what he was going to say.
Yeah, we know where he's going. Crawford, sorry, Tom, you cut out a little bit at the end, but we got you to Crawford's probably the... Yeah, he's probably the... That we were all feeling the same thing. We all knew it.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'm not... look, that's how it's weighted. And Crawford gets it. He knows Casey Schmidt has to play. I'm not speaking for him, but the times that kind of jumped out to me when Crawford wasn't in the lineup was when Brett Wisely was, when he was at second, because Schmidt can also play second very well. So, but when you got Tyro Estrada, you got Casey Schmidt, and then you got J.D. Davis at third, I think those are the days that Crawford's going to be like, yeah, I do get it. He's showing signs of turning things around at the plate a little bit. And he needs time, too, to do that. It's just impossible to hit your way out of a slump from the bench. So it's really going to be interesting. I think it's going to take some really good juggling. I think it's going to take a lot of looking at opponents and the way, who matches up against which pitcher the best, who's coming up on the schedule, getting guys enough rest, maybe sitting Peterson a little bit more against some right-handers, if you've got a spot or a guy that maybe has reverse splits or more even splits, I think it's going to be fast. They line up every single day. Could be really interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. Last night especially. Again, 5:40 tonight. You got first pitch Giants and the Rockies from Coors Field. Logan Webb on the hill tonight. Have they made a decision on where they're going to go tomorrow? Is Alex Cobb going to get moved up?
They just will not say until they absolutely have to.
Love it. I love the secrecy.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Tristan Beck is here if he's not needed. It's he probably gets some bulk innings if they use an opener. Maybe they move up Cobb, but I do think they like to give guys the extra day when they can. So again, that's going to be some interesting decisions. That's one of the fun things I think about this sort of front office and coaching staff is they do sometimes think out of the box and they don't do the obvious thing. I think a lot of teams would just automatically go, well, we'll just move up Cobb. That's the easiest thing. But then you're taking away the extra day of rest from all your starters. And, I think that they really would like to be able to get these guys the extra day when they can. Now, they did have 2 days off recently, so maybe that counts. But, Alex Cobb's 35. I get him the day.
Slater and Flores going to be the guys that are playing against the lefties, I would imagine. Slater in the outfield and Flores at DH.
Yeah, I mean that's the plan. I think we'll TBD, but they do love Slater's numbers obviously are just off the charts against left-handers, and Flores, we know what he can do. It's just tough to leave Lamont Wade out of the lineup at any point now. Yeah. And it's not just the offense, which is staggeringly good. It's he's playing so well defensively, too, and really under the radar. But he's well on the plus side in defensive runs saved at first. And I think everybody got a little bit spoiled watching Brandon Belt there he could pick it as well as just about anyone. Lamont Wade's not bad picking it. And I think the rest of the infield really likes having him in there for every reason, including the defense.
That's funny because he's not a traditional-looking first baseman. Like, he's not a big dude. He's not like an imposing guy, but he's got some pop in the bat, and he's done an incredible job at the top of the lineup. 6 times he reaches base last night. Joins like Darren Lewis and Brett Butler as the most times a leadoff hitter had reached base in a single game. The other two were Dick Bartell and Dave Bancroft. Do you think a guy like Luis Matos can force his way onto this team, or do you think it's going to take somebody going down for him to
I think somebody would have to be down, and I think for like an extended stretch. I don't think he's a guy that they're going to bring up just for, a few days if needed. I think that's probably Bryce Johnson. But Matos has got to play. He's got to play every day, and he has very little time at AAA. I know everybody was excited about Schmidt with very little time at AAA, and he's here. Same thing with Patrick Bailey, and he's here. I think Matos probably, also given last year where he had such a bad first half and didn't really kind of put it together until late in the season, I think they probably like him to spend more time at AAA. But, hey, if there's a huge need and an everyday spot or basically every day, I mean, at this point, that does look like the way they're going is right. It's like, hey, let's just call up all the top prospects. But at some point, you look kind of like we were saying earlier, do you want 4 or 5 rookies in the lineup every day? If they're all performing, great. But you're always going to have a few that are maybe, we saw Schmidt go into a little bit of a funk. We saw Bailey in a little bit of a funk, not hardly at all, and then he comes out of it yesterday. But, Schmidt he's slipped under 300, and he's so aggressive, which everyone loves, but other teams are seeing what he's doing. He got 2 first pitch fastballs in his last game, and they were both so high up out of the zone. I think the word is out. He's aggressive. He's going to be swinging early. Throw him junk or throw him stuff way out of the zone.
Anything you've noticed at all with Haniger? I know he got a late start because of the injury, but he has 137 plate appearances in now, and he hasn't swung the bat all that well. Is it still? Can we say it's early? Is it beyond early? Or do you make anything of it?
For him, it's early because of the late start. His track record is good. I don't think they're worried about him. He does chip in here and there. He's to the point where it seems like he kind of gets like a big double, almost a game, or a big single here or there. That works. That's going to work out to 250. It's just not. We're not kind of seeing the power that he's certainly had in some years. This would be the really nice place for that to kind of show itself in the next couple of days, that could get him off on a nice little streak, especially tomorrow, the day game at Coors Field. So you heard it here first. That's my call if Mitch Haniger goes off.
Okay, Mitch Haniger going off. Yeah, I like banking on guys at Coors too, because it really could happen. Like you could hit like 40.
It's really a tough call.
Might hit like 5 tonight. Yeah. You know what I mean? Talking to Susan Slesser on the UMA guest line. There was a report earlier this week from Jim Bowden saying that Farhan had told him that the Giants plan to be aggressive. We were talking about it with Kerry Crowley the other day, and he was saying, it might be a good idea to strike early because everybody needs starting pitching. You're always going to overpay for it at the trade deadline. And there's some guys out there. Eduardo Rodriguez, who's got a sort of a beefy contract, 5 years, $77 million, but he's in year 3 of that contract with the Tigers. He's having a great year from the left side. That'd be a good one, a good contract to take on. Not too expensive. Marcus Stroman is out there. He's got an opt-out after this year, or an opt-in, I believe, after this year. Could you see the Giants getting aggressive and maybe trying to go and get somebody maybe this month before the stove heats up come July?
Just say what you're thinking. Say Shohei Ohtani, okay?
I mean, he wasn't what I was thinking. I was thinking about him this offseason, but if you gotta get him, you may as well just pay for him.
Yeah, do it early and then sign him.
Sure,
look, yeah, I think both Rodriguez and Stroman are really good possibilities. Obviously, Scott Harris is in Detroit, so that's an easy phone call or two. If the Giants, look, he's not going to give them away, but the Giants obviously have a better farm system than I think people had been ranking it in the past few years. They've got some very nice pieces they could offer for a guy in that kind of contract situation. And Stroman, is pals with Logan Webb already. He ruffles feathers sometimes in different places.
I like that.
But I think, I like it too. And I think that the Bay Area is a place that will be really on board with that. And, Gabe Kapler is very much like, hey, come here and be yourself. Yeah. We love that. We don't want to stifle anyone. And I think, Marcus Stroman, especially with the Giants' expertise with pitchers who are sort of mid-career, wow, that could be really. I love either one of those. I
want Stroman at Dodger Stadium. That's what I want. I think he'd be good for the rivalry. I think he'd be a good fiery guy. Yeah.
Oh, he's very fiery. Yeah, it'd be fun. I like it.
It'd be pretty cool. All right, Logan Webb tonight against the Rockies. Giants trying to get above 500. Rockies are 26-36. Giants have a chance to create a little space here between them and the bottom of the division. Susan, great catching up with you. We'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. We hope it doesn't rain too much tonight.
I hope not, for your case. I don't mind if it rains tomorrow, though. It's day game. I know you got getaway day, but Tom and I
are just hanging out. Man.
Yeah, well, sorry, Susan. Tough deal. We'll catch you later, Susan. Have a good night.
All right, bye, guys.
Good stuff from Susan Slesser. We will get back into the Giants here on the other side briefly, but should let you know. Forgot to remind you at the top of the show, tune in all week long between 2 and 6 when we give you the cue to call, and you can win 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair, furnished by the Alameda County Fair. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair, plus reserved horse racing seats. The Alameda County Fair runs June 16th through July 9th, happening at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. There's live horse racing, and it returns with one of the biggest stakes. Tom, what's the Pleasanton Mile?
It's a horse race.
Plus, there's delicious fair food favorites and nightly Big O Tire concert series. What's the cue to call, Tim?
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
That's me every day, dude. When you hear that, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win that 4-pack of tickets. You can find out more and buy tickets now at alameda-county-fair.com. On the other side, Giants got the win last night. We'll put a bow on this thing before we get you ready for tonight's game. Did we get a sense of what the Giants could be at full strength? What's their ceiling when they play the way they did last night? I still think they need some pitching. But the way they looked yesterday, they look like a dangerous team in the National League West. We'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll get into some more basketball before tonight's finals. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lambert to the plate. Wade swings at a ground ball. Base hit right past Lambert. Out into center field. Yastrzemski scores. Right behind him, Bailey. He'll score. And Lamont Wade Jr. comes through. A 2-run single. And the Giants extend their lead to 5-1.
Obviously, Lamont led the way. He's just become so knowledgeable when it comes to the strike zone, makes such good decisions. He's so stubborn about not swinging at pitches outside the zone, and even in the zone if he can't drive them. So it's really the ideal approach at the plate for us, and I think up and down the lineup we were able to execute that tonight.
Always catches me off guard hearing Gabe's voice, dude. The pipes on Gabe Kapler. I saw an Instagram video from him earlier today. He wasn't cooking, Tom. He was like showing around. I bought this new camping van. I'm going to take it camping.
That sounds pretty gross.
He's like showing you around. He's got this big like Mercedes van. He's like, I love music when I travel. I'm looking for the right sound system. So any recommendations you can send me. He's like got this big like souped up van. He's going to remember last year he was like driving across Canada?
Yes.
I did a hit with him for a podcast I was doing for the Giants website right at the end of the season. And he was like, yeah, I'm up in Canada. I'm going to visit my son. Then he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to drive through Canada this summer or this off season. And then he was just like posting videos of him like camping out by little lakes and like grilling steak on like a like a hot plate. I was like, damn, Gabe's getting it done, dude. Getting away from the game and living it up. So Giants are playing good ball right now. Well, they weren't coming into this game, but they got right yesterday. 13-15 now on the road. Not bad. It's where you kind of want to be, right around 500 and hold serve at home. They had a nice little test against the Orioles and fell short in that one, but it's good to see him beat up on a team that they should. Now, they got everybody back yesterday. Tyro came back, and he gets 3 hits. That was awesome. He's still up over 300, hitting 308. Jock comes back. He goes 1 for 2, drew a walk and struck out. Conforto was back in the lineup, and he was 1 for 3 and drew a walk as well. Had a big knock for them yesterday, and then Slater came in for him later in the game. At full strength, do they look and feel like a playoff team to you?
Yeah, I mean, they do when compared to everybody else in the National League. Again, there's 7 spots available now. And, 4, because they're not winning the West, Pacific, or whatever the hell it's called nowadays.
The Pacific.
It's the West. Yes. Who cares? Nobody cares about divisions anymore. Although baseball cares more about divisions than other sports care about divisions. Although I will say this.
It's the auto berth, so it is important in baseball because it's an auto berth.
I'm talking to you, Sacramento Kings.
Uh-oh.
No Pacific Division banners, okay? Just
did they do that? Were they like hyped on that?
I don't know. I thought maybe they had a Pacific Division banner.
They had to put something in the rafters,
I could be wrong.
What do you have rafters for if you can't?
Rafters are for championships. Period.
Or retired jerseys.
Yeah, or that's yes, but not divisions. So they're not winning the West. So you got 4 spots available. Who's out there that you look at and say they're in? They're in. I mean, the Diamondbacks are better right now. I don't think they're that much better. So yeah, they look like and I'm with you. They need another starting pitcher to go at the top with Webb. A guy you hand the ball to.
Webb and Cobb, yeah.
Yeah, and I like Cobb, but I would like to get somebody even better than Cobb if I could, and I do. I like Cobb. I was upset when the Angels let him go. I was like, this guy's pretty damn good. I don't know why they're letting him go. The Angels need pitching and they let him go. And sure enough, he came here and he's pitched really, really well. But yeah, I mean, I can go with that. Those two guys at the top of the order, and then get one more at the top of the order. And I think you got a nice threesome right there that you can go to. And then maybe you can actually start 5 guys and not have to go to a bullpen game. Although the bullpen game's been working, so I will give him that. The bullpen game's actually been but. I mean, that's
not fun to watch
through the whole season with.
No, remember, like the Dodgers were doing it a couple of years ago, and that's part of why they burned out when they beat the Giants in the playoffs. Was they were going like twice through their rotation every single time they were going bullpen games. It was like trying to get 3 out of David Price, and that's kind of what the Giants are doing with Minaya. I guess it works better if you've got Stripling too, but you don't. It's not why you're paying these guys.
Yeah,
it's not why you went and got them to eat three innings every. Come on. I'm like,
I'm with you though. I think
you need a starter.
I like Stroman.
So do I.
I think he'd be good here. I think he'd fit here. This is probably the best year he's had in the last few. He's been really good this year for the Cubs. So I guess it kind of depends on which way they're going. It looks like they're heading the opposite way, so maybe they will be sellers. That's the hardest thing with the trade deadline. With so many spots available now, more teams think they're in it, so they might not want to.
It's only June 7th. That's what I mean. Is like if the Giants want to be aggressive, you've got to be really aggressive with a team that you know. It's why Rodriguez seems to be maybe the best fit for something like this, being aggressive. One, it's Scott Harris, so he knows the system. He knows what value he's getting. He understands what the offer is, and he understands the relationship in what you're trying to do. You'd also be taking on a contract, which is something they could do, and it's a contract that I don't believe Scott Harris handed out.
I want to say it's like 3 more years, right, after this year?
So he has an opt-out after this season, and he's having a great year. And now he's making it looks like he's making $14 million this year. And it's he has an opt-out after this season, but if he doesn't opt out, he's got 3 more years at 15, at 18, 16, and then 15. So it's actually not a bad contract at all.
No.
It's a pretty damn good contract. It's what's funny is it's basically what you would have given Kevin Gausman, right? 5 for 85 or whatever. So he's unrestricted in 2027 unless he opts out. He's having a really good year. Eduardo Rodriguez, he's 4-4 with a 2.13, 67 strikeouts in 67 and 2/3 innings. He's got a whip under 1. So he's been fantastic. Wow. And so he's a guy who, if you went and got him, he might opt out because of the season he's having and hit the free agent market again. So I don't know how you'd work that out with Scott Harris. You might be able to work out a good value deal there, where you can get him. Stroman, I'm looking at his. I'll pull up his contract details right now. But it's funny. I was thinking these two guys. I think I have a mental block where I can't even bring myself to the Giants approaching Shohei Ohtani.
Well, that's not going to happen anyway.
Because Susan, like, just say what you were thinking. I know she was joking. Yeah. And I still think it's on the table he gets moved, except the issue is they're right in the middle of their division, too. They're like 500, right? Or right about there.
Artie doesn't want to move him.
He's not going to move him, so he's going to hold on to him until the end of the year.
I doubt it, even though it'll be stupid not to. But maybe they'll change, and maybe they're just playing that game that they're not going to. We're not going to trade him at all. Period. And then they end up trading him because they want leverage. But every respected writer you hear from is like they're just not going to trade him.
You got to get something though. It's like if he's not telling you he's going to stay. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm like, think about the prospects you could get from. You'd have Luis Matos there right now, and whatever else. You know what I mean?
Do you think they'd give up Matos, Harrison, and somebody else?
I don't know how close. If this is the issue with a guy like that, and so I wonder this: like, would Giants fans want to go all in on a guy like Shohei this season, where you're giving up prospects and you still would maybe try to have to hand him $500 million this offseason to keep him? Or would you say, you know what, just try to get him this offseason?
Yeah, because that's what I would do.
I would just wait. I would rather not give up the prospects. And if you got like 2 years of him, it'd be different. Like Juan Soto with the Padres. It's a little bit different because you already have him for a couple of years now. You're getting more out of that trade. But if it's a half a season, we're kind of gone are the days are the big-time blue-chip prospect for a rent-a-player. Basically, since Aroldis Chapman to the Cubs. That was kind of the last time we saw that for Gleyber Torres.
You feel like if you were to get someone like or get him and you make the playoffs, that's what you don't want to do. Get him and then not make the playoffs, and he goes, I've had enough of this not making the playoffs.
He doesn't even make it,
Yeah, if you do make the playoffs, though, you'd feel pretty good with Ohtani and Webb at the top of your rotation, and then Cobb, but those three, you feel like, hey, we got a chance against anybody, period. And that's the one thing about this offense that I really like. they don't have numbers in any part of the order that really jump out at you like, wow. Like, it's tough to get through this part of the order.
They're just all grinders, kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They got guys that could hurt you. Top of the order, bottom of the order, middle of the order. I mean, it really could be anybody. There's not a soft spot. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, it's like the old Red Sox team where you just couldn't get through the order. No, those were bangers all the way through the order. Like, those were guys that, like, struck fear in your heart. I'm not sure these guys strike fear in you, but they're not to be trifled with. Like, you mess around with them, these guys can all hurt you. It wouldn't be a surprise to see the bottom of the order have 4 RBIs one game, and top of the order do it the next game. Middle of the that's who they are.
And Wade's getting on base like 100% of the time. Then you're creating pressure every single inning, it seems.
Yeah. There's no part of the order you're like, oh, man, thank goodness. Now, maybe there's not a part of the order that you're, like, deathly afraid of, but there's no part of the order you're trying to get to. Like, oh, man, if I could just get to the 8 hole, we're good. I got a couple outs there.
Right.
I could work my way around it.
Like who do you want up in a big spot? Because there's not a guy I think about where I'm like, I need, like, you're waiting to get to Kenton Bonds to drive in the big runs here. The middle part of your order, RBI guys. I don't, in a crucial situation in the 9th inning with runners on first and second, you're down by a run with 2 outs. Who do you want up to drive that run in? Like, who do you have the most confidence in?
Probably Estrada.
Like, maybe, yeah. It might be Tyro. To get on base, I want Wade up there. To hit a home run, it might be J.D. Davis or Conforto. But I also have faith in Jock to drive in a run there. I got faith in Wilmer Flores in RBI. To that point, there's nobody that comes up, sans like, when Brett Wisely was in there. There's a few of those guys who are still working their way up to the big league level. But Bryce Johnson, guys like that. But for the most part, the everyday guys or the bulk of the lineup, I'm pretty confident in almost anybody in most situations. I feel pretty good about that. I don't want to have to put Pat Bailey up there to drive in the winning run, but I don't hate his approach. I don't hate Casey Schmidt in that spot. You kind of like to see these guys do that. So, and I also wonder, when these young guys keep coming up to the big league level like this and the Giants have success and you're showing that, I wonder if for free agents like a guy, they missed out on some this offseason. I wonder if that makes the Giants an attractive spot. If it makes them look more like a sustainable team where if I'm going to sign there and sign a 5, 6 year, 7 year deal, this team is capable of being competitive throughout that instead of, the teams we saw over the last couple of years, which were kind of one-off, one-and-done teams without sustainable young talent.
No, absolutely. I think if you're a free agent, you look at that and say, well, they got these guys for another 4 or 5 years.
They locked up Logan Webb. He's here,
Yeah, so we're good for a while, and we're going to be good for a while. And you also think that a lot of these guys aren't going to cost a bunch of money, so they're going to be able to go out there and add. So, yeah, I would think that would be very enticing to prospective free agents, knowing that, if Bailey's going to be there and Schmidt's going to be there and who knows, maybe Mato's going to be there. And I got to think that absolutely is enticing to guys that want to come here. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think they're a playoff team. I think looking
so too.
at them right now, I think they're a playoff team. I think I said that last week. They started to kind of have that look of a playoff team when Bailey and Schmidt came up, and they look like, hey, these guys can play. They make the team better defensively automatically, and they've been contributing with the bat. So that's when it started like, okay, you got the best closer in the National League. He's been just absolutely nails. They might not be done. Maybe Harrison comes up at some point, and
I think we're going to see him at the end.
Heck,
of the year.
If you get him and he's good, then or at least he's better than you expect a rookie to be.
Can he be a 4 for you? Can he be a 4 or a 5 and give you 5 innings out? Yeah, that's what I mean.
If you go out and get a guy like Stroman, now you're like, damn.
Now you're cooking.
Okay. Now the starting rotation's starting to look really good because then you could have either Wood or DeSclafani be the 5. You don't got to do that bullpen game. You have another guy who could be a swing guy or a spot starter if you need that. So you're good there. Yeah. I mean, they're not a powerhouse. They don't have probably the top-end pitching that the Braves have. They don't have the lineup that the Braves have.
They're like the 0-2 A's. That's what they remind me of, like the 0-2 Oakland A's. Like in terms of grinding out at bats, they've got a handful of guys who can hit you 20 or 25. I know Tejada won the MVP that year, but I think he did it hitting 30-something homers. They had Eric Chavez.
I would say Giambi and Tejada, though, are much more formidable.
Giambi was gone by 0-2.
Was he gone by 0-2?
He left after 0-1. 0-2 was the 20 straight wins.
Tricked me.
So I'm talking.
You son of a.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're bullpen arms. They had the big three. Obviously, their big three. They had the Cy Young winner in Barry Zito that year, and Hudson and Mulder. So their big three starting pitching different. But the lineup itself is kind of what I'm talking about, where they had some thumpers. They had guys like Terrence Long and Eric Burns and Bobby Kilty and, Jack Custis out there. And he was like off the scrap heap. That was one of those like Billy Bean finds. But in terms of how they would grind starting pitchers out of games and how they would reach base and then just beat you with doubles and then pop one over the fence, it was like everybody in that lineup up and down could beat you. But you're right in that there wasn't some big, huge, scary part. Sure, Tejada and Chavez were your guys, but they had multiple guys, I think, that could have hit 20 or 15, 20 homers in that lineup. So just got to remind me.
Canseco still there?
Canseco might have been there. Yeah, no, too.
And look that up.
Yeah, look that up. Ran through the wall.
Dave Parker?
Dave Parker was there. Yeah, Smoke was there. I think he was part of the big three. Joe Rudy, I think he was there.
Piazza?
Yeah. But speaking of the A's, they got a win today and yesterday. 20 runs in the last 2 games. How about the A's?
Go figure.
How about the A's? Are they They I think, are going to be the worst team of my lifetime. I think that's they'd have to win fewer than 43. I think the 03 Tigers are the worst team of my life.
God, can you imagine if you're sitting on an A's under right now, like season win? You're just like,
yeah.
When can I catch this?
You're feeling good. You're feeling
When's
good.
the last game of the season?
It is October. Well, for the A's, it could be tomorrow. All right, we'll jump off some baseball. We'll get back to it at 4:40. We've got Giants pregame coming your way. Logan Webb on the hill tonight. Giants playing some better baseball. On the other side, so Draymond and Steve Kerr did that podcast together on on Draymond's pod. They actually did talk about Bob Myers' departure, and we have not heard it. We'll react to that. We'll tell you what Steve Kerr and Draymond had to say about Bob Myers leaving next. That's coming up on Tolbert and Copes right here on the Sports Leader. Debo Samuel called his 2022 season awful after not being in shape for the start of the season. That story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I'd be remiss if we got on here and we didn't mention Bob Myers. I know what he's meant to me in my career. I was having a conversation today with someone. I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player. You know, all the that I've caused myself. It's not that like I've gone through something that somebody else caused. And we were speaking about it and he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of trust me, not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. You, Bob, through things that I've gone through. The camera caught you one time like, I'm sick of Draymond and I had to take a step back like, I'd be sick of Draymond too. So, like, but I understand what you've done for me. I understand, you know, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
I love Draymond saying, you guys are sick of my crap. I have to live with me. It's basically what
I would have
Draymond
said I was sick of my bleep, too.
Yeah, I felt the same way you guys did. I'm sick of me, but I like winning, so I'm going to keep doing it. Yeah, they're there on the podcast. That was sort of funny to hear it in those terms because that's kind of how, one, the tone of Steve Kerr is just so different. You know this. It's just so different from, it's honestly, and I think listeners might agree with this, it's kind of the way you are with radio, man. It's like, it's just so natural and it flows. It's like you're just having a conversation. Steve Kerr, that way with how he speaks to the media, how he talks about his players, how he talks to his players, he just gets it. It's something about, well, it's understanding what a player's psyche is and mentality is. It maybe comes from, it's sort of like in sports where, I always think this in baseball, like the best managers are the guys who weren't the best players because they had to work twice as hard to get half as far. Steve wasn't a superstar, but he lived in that world, on those fringes as a part of those teams. And so he just gets it differently, I think, than anybody else does. But it's interesting to hear those guys have that dynamic. It's like it's a partnership with these guys more than it's a coach superior to his player relationship. And that goes to Bob and that goes to Steve for creating that culture. It's incredible.
No doubt about it. Look, that's the way. I've said it over and over again. That is his greatest strength. His X's and O's, not his coaching, his communication skills, his relatability. He's been there. He's seen it. He's played on those type of teams. He knows what it takes to win. But he also can relate to what it's like going through those struggles and how tough an NBA season. He's never forgot that as a coach, like how tough this is and how hard it is to win. And it's just easy to talk to. Like, he's down to earth. He has no airs about him. He's not pretentious. Yep. He doesn't think he's a big deal because he's an NBA head coach that's won titles. He's just a regular guy. There's a lot of guys that just aren't regular guys. He's just a regular guy. He's a guy you will go hang out with and drink a beer with. That's the guy. Go play golf with him, hang out. tell jokes, watch sports. That's who he is.
He's a fan. He likes baseball. He likes, you know what I mean? He's just easy.
Yes.
Like you say, he's come on your trips with your buddies before.
Yep.
You were telling me stories about that where he's just one of the guys where if somebody's snoring, he'll have to sleep in a closet. Like it'll go down, you know? Like he's one of the guys. It's one of the coolest things. We're lucky to have him. But also it plays to the success of this team. And I don't know that Bob is that way. Bob seems more measured, but he's a real person in a way that I think a lot of executives don't show that type of emotion because we get the business of it. And it's funny that coming from being an agent that he's that guy. You know, like it makes sense for Steve to be that guy, but agents always are like, you know, the dude in Air who's Michael Jordan's agent. They just seem to be that guy, the smarmy sort of want to pull one over on Jerry Maguire type stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's who agents are. So when Bob becomes this type of, when he jumps from private practice to public defense, when he's going from one side of the aisle to the other, it's interesting that he was able to have that impact personally with some of these guys.
Well, it's because you talk to them, you communicate with them, you make them feel like they're more than just commodities. And I know a lot of people in Bob's position don't like to do that. And in fact, there was a very, I don't know if it's famous or not, but a scene that resonated with me in Moneyball, where Billy Beane didn't want to get close to the players because he has to cut them.
Right.
He says, I got to be able to move them. I can't think about personal relationships when I'm doing that. And some guys can't do that. And I understand that part of it too. Like it'd be very hard, or it'd be harder to move guys, cut guys, do what you have to do with guys when you do have a personal relationship with them because you become friends with them. So to be able to do that and pull it off and still be able to kind of discipline these guys and mostly Draymond, take them to task for certain things and still have that type of respect from Draymond, I mean, says a lot about him too.
Yeah.
I don't know him as well as I know Steve, but I think he's very similar in that he'd be very happy just kind of hanging out, watching sports, shooting the bleep with his buddy, friends, stuff like that. So it's a realness about him. Yeah. Again, it's not like you feel like you're looking at a coach or hanging out with the executive. It's Bob Myers, Steve Kerr. They just happen to be really. They do. The other thing they have in common is they're really smart. I mean, both of those guys are really smart, and they're good listeners. I think you got to be a good listener if you're going to be a coach. If you're going to be a really good coach, I guess you don't have to be, but I think it's helpful to be able to listen to people and take it in. And you don't necessarily have to act on it, but I think getting different points of view, which is one of Steve's strongest suits as a coach. He's not afraid to get ideas from anywhere. He doesn't care where it comes from, just as long as it's a good idea. Let's use it and let's go with it.
And the more information you have gives you more scope on what makes a guy tick and why a guy is.
He's able to kind of decide, like, okay, which way do we want to go? I mean, he's ultimately going to take take the barbs for that one way or the other. Either he's going to get recognized for coaching a hell of a game or making a great tactical move, or lambasted for doing the opposite. But it doesn't matter where it comes from. It's his decision to do it, and he'll live with the consequences of that, as long as it's it's been well reasoned, thought out, and he thinks, okay, let's go with this, and this sounds good to me. But in speaking about his relationship with Draymond and all those guys, I think he's enhanced all their careers. Now, not as much as they've enhanced his. Let's be honest. You got to have talent to win in the NBA. You don't. That's why all that.
But he will tell you that. Like not every coach.
Oh,
says,
absolutely,
you know what I mean?
He'll tell you that.
Is Bill Belichick going to go? Well, I've had great talent around me.
Yeah,
I don't know that Bill Belichick would say that. I don't think he'd ever even acknowledge it. He'd be like, I don't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, Steve knows. Well, like we said about Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson, maybe outside of Red Auerbach, greatest coach in NBA history. And everybody talks about the Zen stuff and the books and that doesn't work in Vancouver. Like you take that Zen stuff up north, see how that works.
Yeah,
how many
right.
championships you win in Vancouver? So he won
Vancouver, bro.
in part because he had Jordan, Pippen, Grant, Jordan, Pippen, Rodman. Now they had some other players that were able to fit in, and the system worked really well, and he got the right players for that system. But there's still Jordan. I mean, Jordan, the trapezoid offense looked good with Jordan in it, right? It didn't matter. You got Jordan, okay? Now, did that enhance maybe Jordan and the rest of the team? Yeah, absolutely. Did his Zen philosophies and the way he coached maybe get people to buy in? Absolutely. Like, I give him credit for being a great coach. He was handling the personalities he handled. My goodness. But it's still, at the end of the day, the two things can be equally true here. You can be a great coach, and you need talent to win. Because he didn't do all the things he could have done if he did it somewhere else. They're not winning all those championships. You still got to have the horses.
That's the Roy Wood Jr. joke that Phil Jackson came up with the best basketball strategy ever. Pass it to the bald black guy was the was the play, and it's worked for many coaches for many years.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got some it's like real therapy here. Draymond and Steve are talking real about the void they're already feeling about the exit of Bob Myers.
I mentioned early the fact that it's a collaboration, and Bob is a huge part of the collaboration. He and I have been partners in this thing for 9 years. He hired me. He was here before I was. I don't know what it's going to be like without him. There's already like a really hollow feeling just knowing he's not going to be in the building every day. There's an incredible friendship there, an incredible sense of gratitude. There's so much more that goes into being a general manager than making draft picks and signing free agents. You're literally managing everybody in the organization from day to day. He has an incredible way of making people feel good about themselves and yet making people feel accountable at the same time, and wanting people, making people want to do their best, not for him, but for the group and for yourself. He's constantly challenging all of us to be our best, but without sort of putting pressure on us, if that makes sense.
Man, comprehensive sort of look into who Bob Myers is and the impact he has, even on Steve Kerr. I think we oftentimes look at it from a player standpoint and how he's handled Draymond and things like that, but that was cool honesty from Steve about the impact he's had on him.
I would have told Steve that made no sense. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You didn't think so?
No, I mean, I know what he was trying to get at. I don't know. I would have liked an example of how you get somebody to be accountable without feeling like you're being accountable. Yeah, exactly. Without making them feel like you're accountable.
Well, I wonder if it's about Bob's actions himself, about when Bob would take ownership for things that were not things he needed to take ownership for. That to me is doing that by example. When he took ownership for Kevin Durant getting hurt, and everyone's like, Bob, come on, man. You know what I mean? When he's like, I blame myself and all that. We're like, dude, nobody's like, people are trying to blame Kyle Shanahan for running Trey Lance up the middle. You know what I mean? And getting hurt. Whereas Bob is out here taking ownership. It's like he had nothing to do with any of this. It's maybe an example thing. And maybe that's something Steve wasn't going to, maybe he's saving it for his own pod,
Maybe.
On the Steve Kerr podcast.
No, I know what he meant. It made sense to me, but usually when people say if that makes sense, it doesn't make sense. You're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Because he's beating around the bush. It's like when he was talking.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
When he's talking Kuminga and Poole the other day without having
But
to
I
say
think
their
that
name.
probably has something to do with how hard Bob worked and goes about his business, and the fact that he could be a guy who sticks out his chest a little bit more from what he's accomplished, but didn't, and continued to work his butt off. He said that if he was going to do this job, he had to give it his all, which means all go all the time and always on call, always ready to do Warrior business. And he just couldn't do that anymore. So he didn't want to do it anymore because he knew if he couldn't do it that way, he wouldn't really want to do it. But I think a lot of it is him and his success that he's had, but he's never a guy that wanted the spotlight. Never a guy that says, "Look at me, look what I've accomplished," in any regard, whether it be low key or not. He just hasn't. He just does what he does and then goes about his business and is happy that the team succeeds. And that's another thing him and Steve have in common. They're all about the team. Like, dude, don't care. Don't care about credit. Who cares about the credit? We'll all get enough credit. Let's just win. Let's just figure out a way to go out there and win. And I think when the players see that, they're more apt to buy into that as well. Hey, don't worry about stuff. Let's try to pull this rope one direction, and everyone will get taken care of. Everyone will get the accolades they need. But in the end, who really cares? All we want to do is win and win a championship, and they've done that 4 times.
And we'll see if they can continue it without Bob Myers. That's they're talking about the void that's already there. It's going to be a much different culture. At least, well, it'll be in some aspects. It will be for sure because Bob Myers isn't there. It may not be way different because they're,
something we talked about already, but everybody seems to be making a huge deal what Steve said about the Heat bench, right?
Yeah.
That he's pointing out Kuminga and Poole. And people are so concerned with how, that he did it publicly and how that makes Kuminga and Poole feel and what that means for the future. 2 quick things. One, I don't think Steve thought about it that deeply. He was asked about the Heat, and this is what he player himself. So he knows what it's like for everyone to be pulling in the same direction and not worried about petty stuff. Like, just go out there and play and do what's best for the team and try to win basketball games. He's seen it up close as a coach, as a player. So if he's pointing out Poole and Kuminga in particular, I just think that it's something that they've talked about already. It wouldn't come as a surprise to those two. I'm sure he's had conversations with them. I don't think he intended to do that just to single them out. I think he did it because that's the affection he has for the way the Heat are playing right now. And lastly, you're in the NBA. I mean, if you can't take that kind of stuff, then move on. I mean, if the truth hurts, then sorry. You get over it. You go somewhere else and play if you want to. You could probably ask for a trade, and who knows? Maybe they would or they wouldn't. I don't know. But that's like lightweight stuff. If you're concerned that that's going to hurt feelings and crush egos and crush career,
you're in the wrong business, dude.
Come on, CNBA, man. This is big boy stuff.
Sports writers are meaner than that. We're meaner than that.
Yeah, this isn't AYP. I'm sorry.
We made fun of Jordan Poole with his name the whole time. So if you want to get upset at us.
Yeah, I thought they made way too big a deal. I thought people made way too big a deal.
He was talking about it, but it also wasn't a direct
I don't think
call out.
It means anything. It doesn't mean they're trading him. It means that he likes how the Heat are playing for one another. No doubt. I don't think he meant it, but yeah. I'm sure they've talked about it, and Kuminga and Poole need to do a better job of that. Mostly Kuminga. Poole knows what it's like. He just had a bad year last year, had a rough year last year, and it's hard not to give him a little bit of a pass based on he was the one that ate a punch before the season started.
Yeah.
So, I could see where I'd be a little upset throughout the course of the year, and maybe I wouldn't be as bought in as I wanted to be because I don't know who has my back, who doesn't have my back. So, yeah, there are many things about his game that I wish he would, tighten up a little bit. There's no doubt about it. Got to be better defensively. Sometimes the effort on defense is just non-existent, and he's got to find a way to be more of a fighter on defense. He's got to find a way to be more efficient offensively without dribble all the time. So there are some things.
Dribble.
Thank you. But as far as because I know they had the Kings highlight at the end of the year where he shirked off Draymond, and then Steph had to go talk to him, stuff like that. I mean, that's not a good look.
No,
and you can't have that. That can't happen. But, I don't know what his feelings were all year. This young guy that wasn't a part of that core. He won a championship, but he wasn't a part of that core. So I don't know if he felt like maybe a little abandoned. I have no idea how he felt. But if he did, it's probably understandable that, look, I'm the one that ate the punch, and what the hell's going on around here? Why? Why? All right, so, but it's definitely, that's something, though, that fence has to get mended. Hopefully at some point this year, him and Draymond get together and just sit down and see if they can work it out and say, this is what happened. Or I don't know if they're too far gone. I don't know if it's just look, I'm not going down that road again, but it certainly would be better for the team if those guys found a way to mend fences if possible.
Everybody's got a plan until Draymond punches you in the face at practice.
This is true, yeah. Then the plan goes to hell.
We'll get more into the to those Miami Heat and the Denver Nuggets for Game 3 tonight. Jeff Van Gundy joins us at 3:50. I think Jordan Poole cared. Don't forget, keep listening for that cue to call. Win yourself 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair and be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear it. On the other side, we got some stuff to get to, some business to attend to. A nice big NBA grab bag is coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Greg Papa and the Waterboy today to discuss the Giants' 10-4 win over the Rockies last night. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Now we live in Northern California where a lot of us care about preserving the environment, right? Gonna go green as much as possible. That's why Honda Hybrid is a smart way to go. It's electrified driving for the way you live today. You want to go green and in style? There's a Honda Accord Hybrid. If you want to go green in a rugged, versatile SUV, there's a Honda CR-V Hybrid. Both hybrids deliver awesome fuel economy and range with minimal emissions. You can travel every mile of this great state and beyond eco-consciously without having to plug in or waste time charging up or worrying about getting stranded in the middle of nowhere. That would be loser, right? You have the technology, the Honda sensing safety features so you and your friends can ride in comfort, style, and safety mile after mile. And with this year's best lease and financing offers on Accord and CR-V hybrids happening now, going green saves you extra green, which is nice. So see your NorCal Honda dealer to buy or reserve yours today. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealer.com.
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
All right, about once a week we get our NBA grab bag delivered full of sports stories for us to dive into, always featured around the NBA, of course. It is the NBA grab bag. Plenty to get to today. Short show today, by the way, 4:40 pregame coming up. And in about 25 minutes, we will catch up with Jeff Van Gundy, who's going to be on the call tonight for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. And, of course, NBA grab bag, that's where we will start in the NBA, specifically in Phoenix, where Chris Haynes is reporting Chris Paul is being waived by the Phoenix Suns and will become a free agent this offseason. How about that? They've moved on officially from Chris Paul.
Wow, I didn't even try to trade him.
Surprising?
A little bit. Maybe they just figured no one's taking that contract anyway.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to eat the whole thing, even though they waived him. I'm guessing it had to be a guaranteed contract. Yeah. He wouldn't be a bad guy to pick up, though, just as, like, if you already have a point guard, you want someone to come in and play 15, 20 minutes. Like, you don't count on him. Like, you don't have to have him, but he'd be a nice guy to have coming off the bench.
Great vet to have in your locker room.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can trust him at the end of games. You want to do a 2-for-1? Go for it. Put him on the court. I mean,
you think Lakers immediately, because you're trying to think of teams that, like, okay, who wants to win now? That would, because he'll take a minimum deal.
He's a fit.
He'll get a minimum deal, because I don't think double dipping is allowed. So, and by double dipping, I mean if he's making $20 million, he can't go somewhere and make $10 million and get 30. What happens is 10 gets taken off that 20.
Right.
So he still gets paid 20. It's just whoever gives him 10 would pay him 10, and then the Suns would pay him 10. So trust me, the Suns would be very happy for him to sign a lucrative deal. But I would imagine it'll be minimum, and then he'll just get what he gets from the Suns, the rest of it.
Yeah. So he signed a 4-year, $120 million contract, and with the release, I guess the dead cap hit is 15.8. So they're not eating all of it.
Okay.
But they do have to take a big chunk out of there. Anyway, Chris Paul now a free agent this offseason, and he's been doing the media rounds and talking about his daughter taking hits at school now because he's not winning championships. I was like, damn, dude, all right.
That's brutal, man.
He's like, kids are coming up to her and saying crazy stuff like, your dad will never win a title. I was like, I don't think that's that crazy. I was like, since when is saying Chris Paul won't win a title all that crazy? It's pretty tame for what they could be saying to her.
Yeah, exactly.
More from the NBA. How about this?
NBA grab bag.
Damian Lillard appeared on Showtime's The Last Stand with Brian Custer, and he pulled a DeAndre Hopkins. He's asked which NBA team he'd like to be traded to.
What?
We get the Damian Lillard audio here? Oh, we don't have the audio of Damian Lillard. So what teams did he name? Do we know which? He named the Miami Heat, the Brooklyn Nets. So he said those are the two teams he'd be interested in. So he just outright was asked, which team would you want to be traded to? The guy who was never leaving Portland is now like, yeah, one of those two. After they didn't get Wembanyama, he's like, yeah, I'll go to the Heat, to the Brooklyn Nets and play in New York and Brooklyn. That'd be a good fit for Dame. Or the Miami Heat, where who doesn't want to go to Miami and play for Eric Spoelstra, who's competitive every year? How about Dame in Miami? That would be. I mean, the series that we could end up with in the Eastern Conference. If Dame were there, Dame, Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero. I mean, I don't know what you'd have to give up to get him, but that would be a hell of a that might be like the coldest-blooded duo to ever step on the floor together. Dame and Jimmy Butler playing side by side would be wild. More from the NBA grab bag here.
NBA grab bag.
This one is huge global news. We were talking yesterday about Saudi Arabia as it related to the world of golf. And you were mentioning how guys like Cristiano Ronaldo have gone over there and taken tons of money. Lionel Messi joins the MLS, is going to join Inter Miami. How about that? Lionel Messi is leaving European soccer and is coming to the MLS. That's kind of what happens now with these big-time players in England and in Europe and Spain. They oftentimes will then sign a lucrative deal to come play for an MLS team. And it's kind of cool that the MLS has latched onto that as sort of part of their branding, where you're getting big-time worldly talent coming to your organization, and they're still some of the best players in the world and better than a lot of the talent that's over here. So how about that? Messi goes to Miami, and that'll be a fun match to go see. Go see Messi come to San Jose next year.
Would they just give him the team?
Yeah, basically. I mean,
how much?
Pay Messi any? You know what I mean? You could. There'd be nothing to pay him. You know, like. How do you
would they pay him? I saw where Kareem Benzema got $200 million for going to Saudi Arabia. $200.
Isn't that what
Ronaldo probably gets $200 million. I guess Conte went over there. He's getting $100 a year for going over there. I mean, they're just giving away money. They don't even that oil money, man. They're just like, whatever. How much you want? 100? Yeah, take it. 100 mil. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, 200 mil. You're good too.
So how much are they making off of these? Because it just seems like you're to your point, they're just throwing money at everything, like insane amounts of money. So
I don't think it's so much about.
You've got to be getting something back. It's just power.
Yeah, well,
and
I'll tell you what they're
it?
getting back. What they're getting back is the old Gilbert Godfrey trick. What do I have in this hand?
What do I have in
to
this
make
hand?
you forget about what I have in this hand? It's like, this is the hand we have over here with the human rights violations.
These are the human rights violations.
Anti-LGBTQ, that kind of stuff over here. But what we have over here is some really good golf league.
and soccer.
And we got Ronaldo, and we got Kareem Benzema. That's what we got over here.
Yeah, that's
so we got this, so you'll forget about this over here.
You expect us to go Godfrey today talking to Lionel Messi. That's the beauty of the grab bag, dude. That's what happens in the grab bag. Yeah, people are like, how much is it going to take to get him there? I guess it's going to be a 2-year deal. I'm looking for dollar amounts on what Messi's going to get.
It's got to be an ownership stake too, I would think.
He must be getting part ownership.
I mean, a little bit. That's the one Beckham owns, right?
Yeah, that's right.
In Miami?
Yeah, and his highest paid, or is it Miami FC?
I thought he was Inter Miami. You could be right. I don't know that much about the inner workings of MLS.
There have been more teams popping up left and right. It's one of the faster growing leagues in the world. It's kind of cool, but I do like this as a sort of a thing that the MLS has become, where a lot of these big time players come over here. Their highest paid player right now, Inter Miami is making, or MLS's highest paid player for the Chicago Fire is making $8.15 million this year. $8 million is the highest paid player.
Wow.
In MLS. They're saying he signed a 2-year deal with PSG in 2021 where he made $41 million a year is what Messi made.
I don't think he's getting that, but who knows?
Yeah, that's wild. So this contract is including a $30 million signing bonus and a cut of profits from image rights, including jersey sales, could bump his salary to about $75 million is what he's looking at. That's pretty incredible. They have a salary cap that limits the team to $5.21 million.
My God.
So I don't know.
My God is right.
Yeah, it's gonna resort, and he was getting offered $1 billion to go to Saudi.
Holy crap!
He was offered $1 billion.
$1 billion?
Yeah.
For how many years?
Probably one. I don't know. Yeah, we'll give you $1 billion for the year.
Just come over for $1 billion. We'll give you a bill for 1 year.
I'll go to Miami for image rights instead.
Wow.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
So Zion Williamson, I don't know if you've seen this story today. Zion Williamson announced today that he's having a baby with his girlfriend Akima. It was a beautiful, nice story. That is until adult actress, porn star Mariah Mills started posting a series of tweets, including some graphic ones with messages for her between she and Zion over the last several weeks, where Zion's trying to move her out to him. She then tweeted, quote, "I let you spit in my mouth last week when we blanked.
That's classy.
You could have told me you had another blank pregnant. How was that going to work, moving us both out to New Orleans?"
NBA grab bag.
You think I would have found out? She tagged him at Zion Williamson, and then she's posted dozens and dozens and dozens. We're going to have to come back to this story tomorrow because, as you know, I love Stephen A. Stephen A. decided to break this down on his podcast. I'm very disappointed because Zion Williamson only played 29 games. He brought it back to basketball, which was hysterical. I was like, yeah, what, NBA players aren't playing few games and still getting busy on the outside? So, anyway.
Wow, that is rough, boy. Ouch.
Oh, man. Tough deal. So, yeah, Mariah Mills is letting it all hang out, for lack of a better term. More here.
Matter of fact.
We got to break down the Stephen A. tomorrow because it's funny. He got real upset. People are wondering where I'm going with this. I'm very upset.
I've never been inclined to taste breast milk.
Thank you, Stephen A. One more here. We're going to end this one on a little bit of a sad note, dude. I saw this morning. I'm surprised you hadn't brought it up yet. R.I.P. to the Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik passed away. He was over 80 years old. Was he 83 years old? I saw he passed away. One of your all-time favorites, right, Tom?
Love the Iron Sheik. Love when he did the interviews with Mean Gene and called him Gene Mean. Listen, Gene Mean. We don't go to Hulk Hogan. No, he was incredible. One of the great rivalries ever in WWF, WWE history.
Gene Mean,
him and Hulk Hogan.
Absolutely right.
America, two. Loading up the boot, the camel clutch. And let's remember, this was during the Cold War time.
Yeah.
This was during the time of the Iran hostage crisis.
He's an Iranian-American wrestler, yeah.
These hostilities were real.
Yeah.
Like, they were real. Now, we know wrestling's fake. Far fewer people back in the 80s knew that wrestling was fake or wanted to believe wrestling was fake. So this was a dude that dressed up as the Iron Sheik. He was, I mean, now he's from Iran. But he fought against, like, the all-American hero and Hulk Hogan, and everybody loved
Sergeant
him.
Slaughter.
Sergeant Slaughter. And here's a guy from Iran going out there and spitting on the American flag. Like, I don't know what kind of security he needed to get to the hotel and back. But, I mean, even today, you know what? Today, that'd be like being... God, what would they
You was lucky, punk.
Yeah, going out there.
I say today would be like spitting on the American flag. or into Mariah Mills' mouth when you've already got another woman pregnant.
But thank you very much. Appreciate that. End it there.
Yeah.
Well done.
We'll end it there. That's it. 707 simply text. I let you spit in my mouth. And then somebody else.
Rich is back. Make him humble.
Anyway, the Iron Sheik, we remember him today, passes away at the age of 81, one of the all-time greats. Yeah, you said it was, more people didn't want to believe that it was real. It sort of makes you think of who was the guy in American Gladiators who got to fight the cop? Remember, he was like really happy.
Was that Gemini?
It might have been Gemini. I think it was the other guy. It was the other dude who was like, "Yeah, I'm a gangster."
That dude. Yeah,
get that audio.
Forget that guy's name. Yeah.
Because at one point he's like, I brought a gun to church. I was like, damn, dude, we got to get this audio for the show. This guy's wild. That guy was hysterical. Anyway, he's like, yeah, you grow up and do it the right way. You can be just like me. You could fight a cop. And he was like, yeah, I got to really get after it after some stuff on the streets back when. But the Iron Sheik, same thing. He brought it to the ring, man. Anyway, it's Opening Cup, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance. And your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. On the other side, a quick thought on what's going on with the NBA Finals Game 3 tonight and Nikola Jokic as they try to regain control of this series in Miami, tipping off at 5:30. At 3:50, we'll catch up with Jeff Van Gundy. He'll be on the call tonight. Giants pregame 4:40. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Gentlemen, you absolutely right.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nicola, you had a playoff low 4 assists tonight. Was that because of something Miami was doing defensively, or were your teammates just missing shots?
I don't know. I don't think about assist or whatever. To be honest, I don't know the answer. I was just playing, and I don't think when I'm playing about the stats or whatever.
Nikola Jokic, 4 assists in Game 2. He had a big scoring night 2 times in this postseason. They've lost games where he's gone over 40. He had a 53-point performance earlier this postseason, and they lost. A lot of people were making it about Nikola Jokic, like making him the scorer. And really, like you said, Tom, you were explaining this the other day, that you had a game, I think the example you gave was against the Jazz and Karl Malone, where he went for like 45 or 47 or something on you, but he was the only guy who got it done. You said it didn't matter if he went for that on you if you guys get the win. It's about keeping other guys from going off when you know one guy is going to do that anyway. You know Jokic is capable of going for 40 or 50 any time out. But if Jamal Murray's going for 25 and 30, or you get other guys working, that's where it becomes a problem, especially when they can work him, make the offense work through him, which is when they're at their best. What kind of Jokic do you think we see tonight? What's the counter to what we saw from last game? Because I thought, they had a shot to win that game still at the end.
Yeah, look, Jokic is going to do with Jokic things. No, he didn't have as many assists, but they didn't shoot as well either. And so it wasn't like they didn't have shots. They just missed some of them. But I thought they did single him more in that game than they did. They didn't double him a lot in Game 1, but they went at him a little bit more than they went at him in Game 2. I think they'll do the same thing. Now, I think what the Nuggets can do, like, same thing, right, for Jokic is he's going to get the ball, high post, low post, mid post, top of the key, 3-point extend. He's going to get the ball everywhere. Yeah. Because that's who he is. That's what he does. So nothing changes there. I would look for, it'll be curious if they try and get Porter Jr. some shots. And we're going to have an interview coming out that we recorded with Jeff Van Gundy. And he talked about, I asked him, how do you get someone going? And he took it to, it was more broader. I was talking about how do you get him going shooting.
In the game, right.
And he was like, he just needs to get, basically he needs to get going, period. Like, he's not doing anything else. And there are players like that where you feel like if they're not shooting, they're not giving you much because the effort isn't there on defense, the effort isn't there on the glass, all those things. Like Christian Brown, he doesn't do much offensively, but he gives you everything else. Like, he knows, like, I need to impact the game, and it's not going to be through scoring. It's got to be through hustle. He had 3 damn steals on basically one possession. He almost stole a ball, and then they inbounded it. He almost stole that one, then they had to inbound it again, and then he did steal it. I was like, good grief. This guy was bound to steal the ball this possession. But point is, it's all hustle with him. Like, I'm going to make an impact. Right. I'm going to bust my ass. That's what Porter Jr. needs to do. He's not that type of player, and he can do more. He's really gifted scorer. But you can't be a player where if I don't score, I just am a zero. It can't be that way. It's got to be, okay, if I score, that's my value, but I can still get rebounds. I can still run the court. I can still play defense. I can still give multiple efforts, firing out on shooters. There were a couple closeouts he had that were just a joke. They were like November closeouts. Yeah. They were terrible. You just can't have that. But offensively, try to get him, because I think if you do get him going early, then that does kind of engage him. It shouldn't. you shouldn't have to be engaged like through scoring. Hey, we're gonna get you a couple buckets, so you give us effort everywhere else. You should think I'm gonna give you effort everywhere else, and hopefully I'll hit some buckets. But it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to get him some shots early to see if they can get him some clean looks, because their offense is just much better. It spreads everything out much more so when he's hitting shots. And then if they're not running, we'll see if they get into the two-man game, the pick and roll a little bit earlier than normal. But I don't know that much changes. Like, it was really just defensively. They just weren't as good, and guys were just crushing them from the three.
They've got to shoot better, too. They didn't shoot.
And I think you got to stay home. Yeah, you got to figure out a way to stay home a little bit more on these guys. Because, again, this is not – forget who the Miami Heat team was during the regular season. They don't exist anymore. That team's gone.
This is the finals heat now.
Yeah, this is a playoffs heat.
Right.
This is who they've been. Throughout. They started with the Bucks, and I was like, against the Bucks, I was like, who are these guys? Why are they scoring like 119 a game, 118 a game? I was like, well, come on, that's not who they are. And then the Knicks kind of bogged down a little bit sometimes because that's the way that series played. And then you get against Boston. It's like, oh, there they are. Look, they're scoring again. Okay. I'm going to stop asking why they're doing it and just assume they're going to do it. That's kind of who they are. Now, as good as they can shoot, you still don't expect them to shoot 50% from three. Like, if you shoot 40%, you're rolling.
Yeah.
50% is absurd, especially when it comes from, like, if you have like 50% from three and you have like two guys, one hits 12, one hits 6, something like that. Remember that one game during the playoffs, the Warriors had three guys that hit 6.
6, right.
I think it was Jordan, Steph, and Clay all had 6 3-pointers. You don't see that dispersal of threes all that often. But with these guys, it kind of is. Like Duncan Robinson comes in and hits a couple. Vincent hits a few. Strus hits a few. And then Martin was hitting him there for a while, too. But he's been off the last couple games. But, hell, you get 3 out of 4 of those guys that are hitting him. You're like, we're good. And then Butler even hits a couple. And then Love comes in and hits a couple. You're like, well, damn. It's just like all over the place. They're running you ragged. So if I were them, for me, it'd be we got to take care of the three-point line. I mean, even if Butler does some work inside the three-point line and Bam does a little bit of work inside the three-point line, like, we can live with some of that. But it can't be both. It can't be like Bam getting 24, 25. Oh, and then they got like 16, 17 threes. Or Butler doing his thing. And then we get 16, 17 threes. If you're going to let Butler and Bam kind of do their thing, you got to be closer to the shooters. It can't be, because they were getting some good looks too. It wasn't like sometimes they hit shots under duress. Those were clean looks, and they got way too many clean looks. So I guarantee you that was part of the focus. We got to make these guys put it on the ground, because even though Robinson scored a few going to the hoop, Vincent's pretty good going to the hoop, so is Martin. You can't let them catch it and just tee it up, because they got way too much confidence right now to do that.
5:30 tip tonight, Game 3. We'll see what happens and what Jokic is capable of tonight. We'll see if they can disperse a little bit better. 4 assists. I'd imagine that'll be his low for the NBA Finals, but we'll see what happens at 5:30 tonight. On the other side, our conversation with Jeff Van Gundy. He'll be on the call tonight. Nice long conversation with Jeff. We love having him on. Good perspective from him, and we'll catch up about the proposed rule changes that he made to the NBA. We'll talk about that as well as Game 3 tonight. Jeff Van Gundy next. Giants pregame at 4:40. It's Stolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. The Giants got back to 500, 30-30, beating the Rockies 10-4 last night, thanks to Lamont Wade Jr. reaching base 6 times. More on that story. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. People have questions. Steve has the answers. Steve, tell everybody what to do if they're looking for the ERC. Adam Copeland back with you. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line today. Steve, the people have questions about the ERC. Tell them how to get the answers.
Call us and we'll tell you all about it. In the initial call, we can provide you with a lot of information, perhaps everything that you need. And the bottom line is that if you were told by your CPA you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion. We treat this very seriously. Multiple licensed professionals in our office review this. And if we all agree that you qualify, then we go ahead. And there's so many people that didn't have the necessary drop in gross revenue that do qualify under the other test. The other test is a facts and circumstances test. It requires analysis. It's a lot more difficult than the first test. That's why so many CPAs are ignoring it. Bottom line, just like if a medical doctor told you something, you would get a second opinion. If you got turned down before, get that second opinion from us.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
KNBR.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's always fun talking to our next guest. You're going to hear him tonight if you're watching the NBA Finals on ABC 5:30 here, local time. He does the games with Mark Jackson and play-by-play man Mike Breen, longtime head coach, still part of the USA program, Coach Jeff Van Gundy. I still call you Coach. When's the last time you coached?
Just helping out, like you said, USA basketball, and it's that part has been great. I've really enjoyed USA basketball. Is a great organization, so I've enjoyed that, and you never know what might come up.
I got to get to this first. I was thinking about saving this till the end. We got to get to some of your goofy ideas for basketball. I have to. I mean, I do enjoy the time, the halftime. I do enjoy shortening the halftime. Although you do realize you're cutting into that little Chihuahua's time. You do realize that.
Chihuahua. Who's a Chihuahua?
That little Chihuahua that comes on at halftime. It's on the basketball. The
one that you think is getting
Chihuahua.
hosed. The one you think isn't getting paid enough, right?
Yeah.
I think the Chihuahua needs to be paid. Like, it's the whole act. So, yeah, that would take away some jobs from people who use animals to prop up their own bank accounts.
Yeah. Big halftime is going to get upset. That business is that industry's not going to like this idea.
Okay, here's the one. You said no free throws until the last 4 minutes. You just get 2 points if you get fouled. You weren't really serious with that, were you?
You know, people say to me, I disagree with you. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not even sure I agree with myself. Yeah. So, but I do want to, I think free throws are the extra point of basketball. It's a time-consuming, nearly meaningless play that serves no value. I think the biggest thing it does is it gives guys chances to rest, and maybe that's a good thing or maybe that's not a good thing. But I do believe the NBA should try to narrow its game window down to 2 hours, and I think the free throw, to me, I don't mind my suggestion. I'm not saying I love it, but I don't mind it because it's fair. It's like anything to take fouling out as an advantage. So, for instance, going and just preventing a dunk to send a guy to the free throw line would have no value. It would have no value. So now you're not going to have guys just wasting fouls, and you're not getting 2 free throws, for a common foul until you get to the bonus. I think trying to eliminate fouling as much or eliminate profiting from fouling is a good thing. So I initially liked my idea, then I didn't like my idea. Now that I'm talking again, Tom, I'm loving my idea again.
You're talking
Talk yourself back into it, right?
Oh my goodness. I just can't. I think there's more variance there than a extra point, to be honest. And I don't mind the extra point now that it's 33 yards. I mean, we've seen some that are missed, and you got to earn that point. And I think you got to earn your free throws. I just can't. I can't wrap my head around something that would be the same.
Top of the key. How about moving it back to the top of the key?
Okay. You know what?
Now we're talking. Yeah,
I could go with that. I could do that.
And how about this? I want to invent this, if you want to get in on my patent for NFL football.
Okay.
That depending on where you kick the field goal from, you have goalposts that move in and out, right? So a 10-yard field goal has to go through a thimble. A 70-yard field goal has to, you get what it is now.
You're at the width of the field, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, now you're just doing like MTV stuff. You're doing like rock and jock football.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. You know why I know? Because I've said the same exact stuff.
Whoa, then, hey, I mean, you know how they're saying like great minds think alike? I would say in this case, mediocre minds think alike.
Yes. Maybe, if we're lucky. But I do like, I hadn't thought about that. I don't know how much it would change the composition of the court. I mean, you could just put a line behind the nail, like 2 feet behind the nail. But I do like that the free throw would be 17 feet. See, you did talk long enough that I like that idea. I don't like taking away the free throw, but I like making the free throw a little bit harder. So I'm in on the length of the free throw. Go with that one. I like that one.
Good. I'm like, we'll go there. But I think we could all agree on this one, that when the ball hits the rim, like it is in international basketball, it should be live. You can dunk it. Yeah. You can knock it off. I think it'd be better for the officials. It would produce highlight and really great play and action. And I think going back to the free throw thing, like the whole thing should be, how do we create more action? Continue to create more action. And I think that type of rule should pass immediately, even though I don't think it's even being considered right now.
Yeah, I do like that. Well, the one thing I've always said they need to do to create more action, they can't do, which is widen the court, make the three-point line 26 feet all the way around the court. I know some people have talked about eliminating the corner three. I don't know if I go there. That gets a little funky for me. But when the most coveted shot is inside the restricted area or corner three, it's just something wrong there. The game's missing variety. Yeah. I always said the 80s game was way better than today. Not way better, but better in my opinion, just because of variety. There were guys that took mid-range shots. There were guys that had hook shots. There were guys that had finger rolls. There were guys that had fadeaway jump shots. The whole game wasn't predicated toward get to the restricted area and then kick it out and shoot threes. So you did get that. So I do miss that aspect of it. I don't know if it's coming back anytime soon because other than just hacking off the corner three, I'm not really sure what you can do because the courts aren't getting any wider.
No, I think you hit on something that is incredibly important, which is variety. Mark Jackson always says styles make fights, right, in boxing. Mm-hmm. And I used to love that there were different styles. You know, you might go against the Chicago Bulls triangle one night, and then Indiana's baseline screening action for Miller, and then like Utah's 1-4 or the Stockton Malone pick and roll. Right. I just think because of the way the game's evolved, the only chance to create variety is through rules. That's the only way. If you don't change some things, then this heavy, abundant regular season infatuation with layups and threes will always stay. But what I find interesting is in the playoffs, to me, the analytics change. Yeah. Because teams are more committed defensively, the teams that just say, hey, we're just going to drive and kick and we'll get great shots, which you may well do in the regular season, it's not as easy in the playoffs. So for me, I love the idea of when the break from the breakdown, there's no three-point shot. To me, then you wouldn't have as many people spotting up there because there's no mathematical advantage to doing that. And so I think we always have to think ahead about trying to create the game from a rule standpoint that we want.
It's a great point.
You know how many people would lose their jobs in the front office and how many people would probably be out of work in the NBA, players, if they just took away the three-point line next year? People would have no idea what to do. It's like, well, I have no value now because that's all I could do is shoot a three. And if you're in the front office, you're thinking, well, what the hell? I actually have to know basketball now? I can't just punch numbers into some computer and come up with some game plan? Well, hell, I might as well go back to school.
But I do. But that to me, again, trying to figure out how we can incorporate more variety, it's so important to the long-term health of the NBA. In the playoffs, offensive rebounding has become more valuable and always is, right, in these hard-fought one-possession playoff games. But so many teams punt on offensive rebounding in the regular season because they don't want to exert the energy it may take to go on a nightly basis 82 games a year. And I think, I'm fascinated by trying to make the game better from a variety standpoint. I think it really impacts the long-term health and viability of our game.
No, I agree with you, and I know you'll get this analogy because you're a baseball fan, but you watch baseball the same time I did. There was variety back then. Are you a pitching team? Are you a defensive team? Are you a speed team? Are you a power team? Are you a team that's built around your staff? And now it's the three
and
true
we actually
outcomes.
Bunted back then. It wasn't considered taboo.
Yeah, absolutely. There was, I've talked about this too in baseball. There was a variety in baseball. Not everybody went up there looking at their OPS, trying to get the ball into the gaps or over the wall. Not every pitcher went in there trying to strike everybody out, because that's what teams want.
You had a variety of pitchers. You had guys who threw 91 and 88 and 95, and that was the hard thrower. Now everybody's 99, 100.
Yep. And we've talked about that with analytics. Yeah. Analytics sees things differently, but they don't take into account the human element, and variety in baseball is gone by the wayside. And I think it hurts baseball the same way it hurts basketball, is that every team is the same now. Every team's trying to achieve the same thing. Have a bunch of power arms, get to your bullpen quick, strike a whole bunch of guys out, hit a few balls over the wall, and you're good to go. And it never used to be that way. And I get it from an analytics standpoint. That's the best way you think you have a chance to win the game. But from a sporting health standpoint, I just feel like I can turn on any game in the NBA, any game in Major League Baseball, and it could be any game because they're pretty much all the same.
Well, I'll go back to basketball because I totally agree with you. When you turn on a regular season game for so many of our teams, they look very similar to any other game. Not that the players individually look the same, because, Kevin Durant is a wonder to watch no matter when he plays or where he plays. But he also plays a little bit different in that he'll shoot mid-range and, he plays like a playoff type of game all season. But I agree with you about, finding the joy in the regular season goes back to being able to spot differences between teams, like how they play. And I think it's imperative that the competition committee look at ways that rules will actually force people to play a little bit differently. And I would even go as far, and I know this would not resonate well, but I would eliminate all forms of what's known as illegal defense. I agree. Skill has to be able to overcome like a guy just playing in the lane. Then use to play out on the perimeter and make the guy come out. I just don't like the fabricated rules, and I think we have to go back to any defense. Eliminate the corner three, which to me would incorporate more movement by all teams. That's why Golden State stands out, not because they're obviously great and they've got these great players. Curry's a generational talent. Klay Thompson obviously has this incredible shooting ability, but they're also willing to play different. They move, they cut, it's really fun, and it's really startling when you watch their game compared to so many of our teams. High pick and roll, isolation, and that's what we play out of.
Yep.
Talking to Jeff Van Gundy on the UMA guest line, 5:30 tip tonight for the Nuggets and the Heat game 3 in Miami. It's funny because we're talking about how, focuses on offensive rebounding and stuff changes and the analytics change when you get to the postseason. What do the analytics say about the Heat all of a sudden being the best three-point shooting team in the playoffs after being the 27th best team in the regular season? It's been crazy what they've been able to do.
Yeah. I worked for the godfather of analytics in Houston one year. Daryl Morey is now the president of the 76ers. And, I wasn't great in math in school, but I did pick up this from him, regression to the mean, meaning that if you're shooting it so well for so long, you will eventually come back to what you are.
Right.
Now, in a playoff series, though, as we saw against Boston, it doesn't have to happen in 7 games. And I think right now, the way Miami shot it in Game 2 was very reminiscent of what they did throughout the Boston series, and they're going to continue to need to do that because of the superior size of, the Nuggets. So I'm really interested to see how that three-point shooting, they struggled in Game 1. They were 13 for 39, but last game, 17 for 35 and a three-point win.
Here's a question I always wanted to ask analytics people because they use regression to the mean, and I get the understanding. But let's say you're a 34% shooting team, and you've been shooting 40% over a large sample size. This is a playoffs, not small sample size. So if you shoot 40% over not as large a sample, but it drags that 34 up to an average of 36. When you go regression to the mean, do you go all the way back to 34, or are you 36 now a 36% team?
Right.
See, Tom, I don't think I know the answer. It's, divided by 0.4725. You just start throwing out numbers and people think you have the answer.
Right.
I don't know that. But the other thing is, I don't know if you guys have noticed this in sports with analytics people, but it's if you agree with their point, then okay, then it's fine. If the analytics don't show or the stats don't show what they think it should be, they say too small a sample size.
Yeah,
so
right.
You can't beat these guys. They're too smart. They've got the answers.
Oh,
perfect.
Man. Here's what I think, though. I do believe that I've watched these guys enough now. It's taken me a while to kind of recalibrate my brain on the Heat. This is who they are. I don't think they're going back to who they were during the regular season. Somehow, some way, guys like Vincent and Martin and even Duncan Robinson himself has gone back. They've all gone back to Duncan Robinson bubble mode, where they just they caught fire. And I like, this is kind of who they are. Now, Martin's had a couple rough games offensively, but I don't know if that's because he was ill. But I think this is who they think they are. This is who they've been now for about 6 weeks. This is who I expect them to be, just kind of scrappy, hit threes, battle, and stay in games, because really Denver is better than them when you look at it, but I'm not so sure that the regular season Miami Heat team even exists anymore.
Well, I agree, and I think, people start with they always start when they're evaluating Miami's team of this year. They were the 8th seed, but they really were the 7th seed because they lost that home play-in game, and that's dropped them to the 8th. And then you look at their injuries in the regular season, and they were a better team than their record showed because of injury, sitting out, whatever you want to call it, right? And so now here they are, and Bam Adebayo, to me, because of Jokic being so great, is overshadowing what this guy is doing. Like, this guy is a tremendous player. Like, he's scoring. They were leaving him in single coverage against Jokic, and even though he got, a lot to go in last game, he fought him. He sets great screens. He's scoring in different ways. Like, Bam Adebayo, has really fought Jokic as well as you can fight him. And I think then they have a bunch of opportunistic players that just seem to come up big when they need them, and really impressive.
No doubt about it. We're talking to Jeff Van Gundy, getting ready for the game tonight. Heat, Nuggets, ABC, 5:30. How does Michael Malone get Porter Jr. going?
I don't know you, Tom, when you played, if you needed a coach to get you going. If you do, the finals is not the place for you. Like, I don't think a head coach in the NBA is in charge of playoff intensity. Through the course of the regular season, sometimes you have to stick a foot up somebody's butt to get them going. That's one thing. Or a team collectively, or like some ploy to try to draw more energy out of them over, the 82-game regular season. But once you get to the playoffs, the only thing that lasts is self-motivation and personal pride and team responsibility. And so if Porter Jr. is to get himself jump-started, I think it starts with effort plays. Try really hard on defense. Get to the offensive board. Cut. Drive a hard closeout. Use your size to its advantage. Because just trying to play well by making a three or not, to me, that's not enough substance to a game that's going to be grimy and gritty in Miami. And so, to me, it's not Michael Malone's job. It's Michael Porter Jr.'s job. And the way is energy, effort, and enthusiasm, and having a relentlessness to you that will not be denied.
Did you ever ask Nelly to get you going, Tom? Nelly, would you get me going, dude? Could you get me going, please?
Put me in.
No, but I listen, as a player, I can see how the regular season, sometimes you may need a Newt Rockney speech or like, hey, instead of going to practice today, we're going to the movies or, whatever, some diversion to take your mind off it. But here and now, like, I am a huge believer in, like, these guys who are struggling to shoot the ball, figuring out a different way to get yourself going. And to me, that's why every player needs to be able to find a way to get a layup and find a way to get to the free throw line. Because if you can do both of those things, all of a sudden there's not as much weight on your shoulders to make every open jump shot.
Yeah. Well, you'd think he'd be able to learn. He's got two guys named Brown on his team that do just that. They give extreme effort, whether they're scoring or not. And you're right, it shouldn't take a made jump shot or two to get him going because his effort has been not good. Let me ask you this. Jamal Murray, they attacked him a little bit in the second half last game, tried to take him out of the equation. You can't really do anything with Jokic. Jokic is going to do what Jokic does. And it still amazes me watching this guy play. I'm like, how do all those shots go in? It's like no business going in, and then all of them just go in. He's amazing, but Murray's the one guy that I think you can try to take out of a game. Is there a counter there to try to get him a little? And he did miss some shots that he normally could make, but is there a counter for them to try to get him free, get him loose, get him some easy looks?
Well, I think you're right. Going back to Jokic, an inordinate amount of his shots hit the rim and roll in. And we've all played with guys, same shots, hit the rim and roll out. And he's just got great touch. And there's only so much you can do to him. And I know it was hugely debated if they were trying to make him a scorer versus taking away passes. And I think it's been debated, but I think great players, you can't give them everything. So you have to try to take away something. And I think they did a good job. And I think the zone, to me, makes Murray a different player. And what you'll see, Miami will be in predominantly zone when Duncan Robinson is in. And they play it more and better than any team. And I think what it takes away from Murray more than anything is the two-man game with he and Jokic. And it's a different rhythm. It's a different flow against zone than it is man. And so I think what's imperative, it goes back to Denver's defense. If they can get stops, then Miami's not going to be able to fall back and form their zone. Then they'll be able to play. But their fourth quarter defense in both games has been so bad that Miami's been able to, set their zone, play it effectively, and try to really take Murray out as much as you can take a very, very good player out of the game.
Hey, Coach, we always appreciate you joining us. We'll be watching. Enjoy 8:30. Is that a late start for you? Is that good for you?
I'm going to have to take a shot of caffeine at halftime. But because I'm getting halftime changed, I think it'll probably start tonight, where it's 5 minutes. I'm going to have to do it quickly.
Yeah. Otherwise, get a nap in at halftime. You're going to be set for the second half.
Very, very good. Have a great call tonight. Enjoy the game, and thank you so much. We always appreciate you taking time for us.
You got it. Take care, guys.
See you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Great stuff from Jeff Van Gundy. Always fun catching up. More to come. Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon. It's a hump day on the Sports Leader. Debo Samuel called his 2022 season awful after not being in shape for the start of the season. That story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, into the Sound Soiree for Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. We've got Giants pregame coming up in about 15 minutes, 17 minutes or so at 4:40. So let's get right into the sound here. Let's start with some 49er sound. George Kittle met with the media. And he was talking about Trey Lance. A lot of has been made of Trey Lance's throwing motion and how he's gripping the football, Tom. George Kittle, is he ever going to say anything bad about any quarterback? Here he is.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I know you guys take videos sometimes and he overthrows people once in a while. Hey, it is what it is. He's still learning and stuff. But, I mean, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket, and I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. I think all of our quarterbacks, I know I saw one of you guys say a stat that Brandon Allen didn't have an incompletion yet. That's pretty cool for him, too. But I think all of our quarterbacks are playing well. But like I said, I think he just looks comfortable back there, and he doesn't look like – he just looks like he's having fun, and I really appreciate that from him because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
We're having fun again, Tom. That's what it sounds like for Trey. He's having fun again.
Yeah, I wanted the sound bite where he said, "I'm not going to lie to you. He stinks.
Yeah,
he hasn't been good at all.
He's actually regressed. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
he looks worse than last year. I'm surprised. Yeah,
I'm not going to lie to you. 3 first-rounders. I mean, really?
I wouldn't lie to you.
I mean, I'm not going to. When's the last time you've heard a teammate come out and just shred another teammate? Didn't happen.
I kind of like to hear it. It would be great sound for us. Who is that, Tim? DeAndre Hopkins? Yeah, I mean, he didn't really rip him. Remember, they laughed harder than he did.
Yeah, I mean, that's a between the lines rip. It's just like a straight out rip. He just. So when you ask how so and so look or how's he, it's always going to be positive. Always going to be positive. It just is.
Yeah,
and it should be. I mean, it should be. If you have something you want to say to somebody, you don't say it to the media. That's for the coach to do. That's not for you to do as a teammate. So, yeah, it's always positive.
Well, we were wondering yesterday when talking to Dan Wetzel, and a lot of good feedback on that too. Great hit. If you missed the podcast or you missed the hit, go check the podcast on KNBR.com on the merger. Or the buyout, really, of Saudi Arabia of the PGA is kind of how the Saudi Arabians bought the PGA Tour, basically, is what happened. And we were wondering what Rory McIlroy and Tiger, all these guys who have spoke up for the PGA over the last year, what would they think? Well, Rory spoke. Here's his reaction to the LIV Golf merger with PGA.
I still hate LIV. Like, I hate LIV. Like, I hope it goes away, and I would fully expect that it does. And I think that's where the distinction here is. This is the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour. But it's not LIV. I think that's the thing. I still hate LIV. Like, I hate LIV. Like, I hope it goes away, and I would fully expect that it does. And I think that's where the distinction here is. This is the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and the PIF. Very different from LIV. All I've tried to do is protect what the PGA Tour is and what the PGA Tour stands for, and I think it will continue to do that. So, look, going forward, I hope that there may be a team element, and you're going to see maybe me, maybe whoever else play in some sort of team golf, but I don't think it'll look anything like LIV has looked, and I think that's a good thing.
Well, I liked hearing him say, I hate LIV. I hate it.
I hate it.
I hate it.
I hate it.
I hate LIV.
It's Scottish. It's
he felt like he got hung out to dry, man, and rightly so. I get it. Yeah. He's trying to look at the positive side of it. It sounded like there, but he's just kind of like, whatever. Hit LIV.
I want to know what he hated about it. Like, if the team aspect's fine, does he hate the shorts? Does he hate the music? Does he hate the 3 rounds? Does he hate the shotgun starts? He could hate all those things because I thought they were stupid too. Look, I like listening to music when I'm out there playing. I'm not on the tour. I'm out there playing with my buddies. I want to have some music on. Cool. I don't need music during the pro tour. I mean, that's their job.
Damn you people, go back to your shanties. This is golf, not a rock concert, right?
I thought the shotgun starts were stupid.
Yeah.
I thought the 3 rounds was dumb. So, I mean, it could be all those things. And, when I was talking about it yesterday, it wasn't even so much about the merger. It was about Monahan himself.
Well, we've got some Monahan sound, too.
Which was as a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how he came. It's funny when he said, well, what I said it with the information I had available. Like, really? Did the 9/11 change?
Yeah.
Since
got a different scope on 9/11 victims now?
Scope. I see it differently now. So, I was wrong.
He's like, it was an inside job, so I feel differently. It's
really? What are you talking about?
If you just went
yeah, exactly.
Conspiracy on us.
In just that regard, what information did you have that has changed that we don't believe you used that as a prop?
Well, Tom, they asked him that.
Get leverage.
They asked him that today. The Golf Channel asked Jay Monahan about his 9/11 comments a year ago. Now that he's merged with LIV, what did he have to say?
I think about the fact that I allowed confidentiality to prevail here. And in allowing confidentiality to prevail, I did not communicate to very important constituents, including the families of 9/11. And I regret that. I really do. But as we sit here today, I think it's important to reiterate that I feel like the move that we've made and how we move forward is in the best interest of our sport. We've eliminated those fractures. But for any difficulties I've caused on that front, again, I have to own that as well, and that comes back to communication.
What? Yeah, exactly. Exactly what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I regret it. I didn't.
I wish I hadn't said that because now it looks bad on me. It's basically what he said.
Exactly.
That's basically what he said. I wish I hadn't have done that because I sold out and I could have sold out without looking so bad.
Yeah.
That's basically what he said. F you. F you, Jay Monahan.
Yeah, he's
F
pumped
you.
because he's got a bag full of money.
Yeah.
And he's like a made man now. He's not going anywhere. It didn't matter who wants to get rid of him. He's the one that brokered this deal. Think the Saudis are getting rid of him now? Hell no. He's their guy. He's going nowhere. So he's like as good as gold right now. It's just that was the big point of contention for me. I just thought it was disgusting. You can get into and even I said it at the time with the guys that went over there. Go, yeah, it's distasteful. Absolutely. You look at the human rights stuff, and there's just so many different things I won't get into. But yeah, I hate getting into all that stuff because you make it seem like your country doesn't have anything to be ashamed about, and we most certainly do. But I
not me.
I did.
Not I. Everything's good here on my end.
You're all good?
Yeah, everything's good.
I just
solve racism, guns, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the guns. I mean,
everybody knows where their next meal is coming from. Fentanyl's gone in San Francisco. We're good. Everything's good.
Nobody goes hungry.
I'm fine. Yeah.
Nobody gets stolen from. Yeah, you're all good. You park your car.
I'm having a good Wednesday. Yeah, it's been a nice day.
Yeah, you're all good.
But
you're not
right.
going to worry about going outside and getting shot. So we're all good there. We're all good in that account.
But you're right. I hear you. Where are you coming from?
But it was, and I get why guys didn't want to do it. Absolutely, I get why guys didn't want to do it. And maybe that was part of why Messi didn't want to go over there. And maybe that was part of why Tiger, guys that have, they don't have to go. They don't want to. Look what we're dealing with here, because we know what they're all doing. We know they call it sports washing. They're just, like I said, it's a whole Gilbert Gottfried thing. In one hand, so you're not paying attention to what's happening in the other hand. But look, I mean, they what do they own now? Man City, Newcastle. I think they want to buy. I mean, hell, they might own the whole Premier League pretty soon. And don't be surprised if one of these consortiums ends up buying one of your favorite NFL teams. They got money, tons of money. They didn't even worry about losing money. on LIV. That's how much money they have. It's like, whatever. We're losing money. I mean, do you really think Ronaldo's worth $200 million a year? Benzema's worth $200 million a year? Like, come on. Nobody even pays attention to that league.
$215 million, by the way. For Ronaldo, I looked it up. He gets $4.1 million a week is what Ronaldo gets, dude, for the 2.5-year life of his contract. We got one more piece of sound to get to.
Unbelievable. Yeah, go ahead.
We got to get to Giants pregame. I do want to get the highlights, the best sound bites of Bill Walton, episode 1 and 2, the luckiest guy on earth. Here it is.
On the day of the draft, I was backpacking, and I had run out of food. So I hitchhiked into the grocery store, and the checkout person said, "Hey, Bill, I just heard on the radio that you were drafted #1 by the Blazers." I was ready. I was ready for the NBA. I thought. One day at practice, I noticed Coach Wooden coming out of the locker room, and he goes right over to Greg Lee and starts having a conversation.
The most respected coach in America pulls you aside, and he said that it's come to my attention that you're highly dependent upon marijuana. And I said, Coach, I sometimes smoke marijuana, but I never do it before a game or before practice or anything like that.
The conversation ended. Coach Wooden pivots and just makes a beeline straight to me. Bill, it's come to my attention that you've been smoking marijuana. And I'm trying to think what to say to that question. Cleared my throat and got as serious as I possibly could. And I said, Coach, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Pretty good. Bill Walton.
That wasn't great. I enjoyed the fact that his mom had no idea who Luke was.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows who he was.
Yeah.
Who's that one on the bottom left?
Yeah.
Mom, don't tell Luke that you didn't know his name.
Remember he said we just sort of bum rushed my mom. He's like, we didn't tell her what we were doing. We just walked in and kind of started doing hey, Mom, we're doing a documentary. Like,
how about when she talked about her husband. She goes, he wasn't a very handsome man, but he was really. Like,
I'm not what you'd call a handsome man.
I'm not what you'd call a handsome man.
Right. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree. We will get you ready for Giants and the Rockies on the other side. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Listen, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or if you're taking too much risk, or even if you're going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are an easy group to talk to. They'll walk you through it all, and there's no cost or no obligation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
I am not what you would call a handsome man.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. But before we do, thought I'd leave everybody with this. Unusual room service requests. This is from a website called Hotels. Well, Hotels.com. I know that website. I don't know if I've used it, but I know the website. And I guess they must have hotels submit their most unusual room service requests.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you these room service. There are people asking for this, maybe not on the menu, but asking for it nonetheless. Melted ice cream, cockle popcorn. You know what that is? I don't know what that is.
No.
An omelet without egg whites.
So
not an
only
egg white omelet.
An egg yolk omelet?
An egg whiteless omelet. Yeah, there's yolks. Give me the yolk
Give
omelet.
me yolk.
Give me the yolk, baby. A rice bowl for a dog.
Okay. We don't need to know where it's going after we deliver it, by the way. It's okay.
And diet water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Necessary?
Yeah. Anybody who's worked in hospitality, restaurants, anywhere like that, a hotel, you know about the crazy crap people are asking for.
Now, do you know what shakshuka is? Shakshuka?
No.
Never heard of it. It's an Arabic dish. It's very egg heavy. It's like, it's like all kinds of like stuff, cayenne pepper, tomatoes, all kinds of stuff, and it's topped with in a pan with 5 or 6 poached eggs. So they sit the eggs on top of it and you scramble it all up. Somebody ordered it without the eggs. What are we doing?
Yeah, right.
What?
Get some scrambled eggs, no eggs, please. Yeah.
No eggs.
Hold the eggs.
And then this one, this is, I did not know this. There's a hotel, the Milestone Hotel in London, offers in-room concerts for members of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra.
Wow.
That's big time.
How about that?
You get that one. Get a little food. Post Oak Hotel in Houston offers a $1,600 burger with the 24-karat gold brioche bun.
I'm still on the concert.
Yeah.
Just come on back and check out the flute in my room.
Yeah, which would be nice. You get the 24-karat gold brioche bun, and then go to the restroom later that night, and you can pan for gold. That's incredible. Right there.
Thank you. Nice. Nice. Pan for gold, dude.
You're right there
Panning
in
for
your
gold.
own room.
Did we digging for gold in there? Yeah, actually.
Absolutely.
Funny you should mention it.
I got my little shifter out and everything. We're like, good. I'm just like, whoo, oh, I got one.
Oh, yeah.
Got one of those nuggets back. All right, let's get out of here. Let's thank our guests, Susan Slusser, Jeff Van Gundy. Thank you very much to Derek. Thank you, Tim. Hell of a job. Time to get you ready for the Rockies and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God!